I've seen that. Are you seeing the picture? Miss Angie, just checking to make sure that we're ready to go. Yes, ma'am. We have compass. All right. You ready? All right. Regular meeting number 36 will now come to order. Please have the playing of the national anthem. Councilmember Dorrance, will you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This evening, council is joined, I think, virtually by Pastor Art Combus of Travelers Rest Missionary Baptist Church to pray with us. Pastor, welcome to council.
Let us pray. Ask your blessings on the people who have been called to lead the community in which we live, work, and play. Help them as leaders to continue to operate and work with grace and integrity for all of humanity's sake. Remind them of their oath, their duty, and responsibility, especially in the noisiness of all the many impasses we face today in our community and society. We pray that they are always reminded that they not only leaders, but also servants, and that it is their responsibility and ours to serve the common good of all. Grant us the wisdom and the courage to be the voice for the ones that have no voice, that our seat at the table will not be in vain, but that we know and do what is right and good and true. And may we speak out when it is time to speak out and listen patiently and receptively when it is time to listen. May we always be guided by the spirit of community, by the spirit of justice, and by the spirit of love. This we pray in the strong and matchless name of the one who put service above self, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor, for joining us. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden. Any person who takes any actions to obstruct or interfere with the conduct of tonight's meeting may be charged with disturbing a lawful meeting pursuant to Columbus City Code 2317.12. Any person who enters those areas of city council chambers reserved for city officials or invited guests may be charged with criminal trespass pursuant to Columbus City Code 2311.21.
Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal? Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
This week's communications received by the city clerk's office are listed on the agenda and will be published into the city bulletin. Are there any other communications to be read into the record?
Not this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there resolutions by members of council, starting with President Pro Tem? Thank you. Next, Councilmember Mitch Brown.
Thank you, Council President. This evening, I do have one resolution, Resolution 0142X2021, recognizing Ohio Task Force 1 for their response to the condominium collapse in Surfside, Florida. Whereas on June 24th, the Champaign Towers South building in Surfside, Florida partially collapsed, creating a catastrophic situation that has resulted in the death of at least 97 people, with more still missing. And whereas in the wake of the collapse, search and rescue workers from around the country were needed to assist local agencies with the rescue and recovery operation. And whereas Ohio Task Force 1 responded to that call to action and played a crucial role in bringing closure to the families of the victims, and whereas 4 current and some retired members of the Columbus Division of Fire participated in Ohio Task Force 1's mission to Surfside, Florida, Lieutenant Craig Mignogno, Lieutenant Tim Wyckoff, Lieutenant James O'Connor, and firefighter paramedic Ryan Mood. And whereas their determination to serve a community in their time of need will not go unnoticed, and we must recognize all those responders for their valiant efforts in South Florida. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of Columbus that this council does hereby recognize and thank the Ohio Task Force 1 for their willingness to answer the call and assist those suffering from the Surfside condominium collapse in Surfside, Florida. This evening, I have Lieutenant Craig Mignogno, also Lieutenant Wyckoff, and Lieutenant James Connor, and paramedic Ryan Moody. Gentlemen, would you like to make any comments?
For recognizing this. It's a big part on a lot of us.
I'll echo that sentiment. Thank you very much for allowing us the time to participate with the Ohio Task Force 1. It means a lot. We bring a lot of our experiences from the task force and training from the task force back here to the Division of Fire in the city of Columbus. And hopefully our experiences there make us all better here. Thank you.
I also echo the same. I appreciate the council and the city for allowing us to participate to assist the families down there in Surfside.
If there are no comments from my colleagues, I would simply say to you, to all those who are watching and those present, to appreciate the difficulty of having to respond to such a catastrophic circumstance. In my youth, I dealt with a circumstance very similar in the University of Pittsburgh when a building collapsed. It's something you'll never forget. And the fact that these folks, again, rush into danger when others have to hold back, our appreciation and recognition is significant. If there are no additional comments, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Adopted.
That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Brown, and certainly thank you to Task Force 1 for your service to our community and to the folks in Surfside, Florida. Councilmember Dorans.
Nothing for me tonight, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Favor.
Thank you, Council President Harden. I would like to acknowledge Resolution 0127X-2021 on the consent agenda that commits the City of Columbus to join the Housing America Challenge and respond with urgency to homelessness in the City of Columbus. House America is a federal initiative in which the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and the U.S. Interagency on Council on Homelessness is inviting cities into a national partnership to utilize investments from the American Rescue Plan to address the crisis of homelessness through a housing-first approach. The goal is to add at least 20,000 new units of affordable housing throughout the nation into the development pipeline by September 30th, 2022. This will help provide more individuals and families experiencing homelessness throughout our nation with opportunities for stable housing. I look forward to working with Director Stevens and the Department of Development on this initiative. And finally, I want to remind our students, parents, and educators that the application for the 2021-2022 Columbus Youth Council is due on August 2nd, 2021. The Columbus Youth Council program gives Columbus High School juniors and seniors an opportunity to immerse themselves in city government and learn how they can become better stewards in their community. Students selected will participate in several lessons dealing with topics such as the structure of city government, city development, what municipalities can and cannot do, and much more. Learn more and apply at columbus.gov/CYC. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Remy.
Thank you very much, Council President Harden. Tonight, I just want to remind everyone that we have the great work of the Council Residential Districting Commission continuing this Wednesday, July 28th from 5:30 to 7 in council chambers. More information can be found at columbus.gov/districting commission. That's columbus.gov/districting commission. You can get more information about these meetings and the upcoming meetings, as well as the work that's been done throughout this year. Thank you so much and have a great summer.
Thank you, Councilmember Remy. Councilmember Tyson.
Thank you, President Harden. And yes, I do have one resolution and then a couple of announcements. And the resolution is 126X-2021. It is to declare August 7th through the 14th as Black Men's Health Week in the city of Columbus, and to recognize the work of the National African American Male Wellness Walk, and to thank the National African American Male Wellness and agencies, organizers, supporters, volunteers, and participants for working to improve men's health. Whereas the African American Male Wellness Initiative is an event of strategic importance to our community. From a public health perspective, it is an activity that works to protect and improve the health of the residents of this community. It highlights the importance of living a healthy lifestyle. It provides research and information regarding disease and injury prevention, and it is focused on detecting, preventing, responding, and raising awareness regarding infectious disease and preventable health issues in men and others who attend. Whereas the statistics show that men continue to live an average of almost 6 years less than women. Furthermore, the data shows that Native American and African American men have the lowest life expectancy overall, in spite of the advances in modern medical health technology and research. And whereas educating men continues to be a priority, as men who are educated about the value of preventive health are more likely to participate in health screenings, and what is more, fathers who maintain healthy lifestyles are more likely to become role models for their children, ultimately leading to happier, healthy children and healthier future adults. And whereas John H. Gregory founded the National African American Male Wellness Agency in 2004 in Columbus, Ohio, with the goal of raising the awareness and to help African American men to live longer, happier, healthier lives by taking proactive steps to avoid preventable diseases. Whereas the National African American Male Wellness Walk Run Initiative is the largest health initiative for minorities in the state of Ohio. In recent years, the African American Male Wellness Walk in Columbus has hosted more than 30,000 people and conducted more than 1,000 individual screenings in a single day. Whereas in 2021 marks the 18th year of the African American Male Wellness Walk initiative, which has provided thousands of health screenings to men in Central Ohio, and now has wellness events and walks and screenings in cities across the United States, in places like Detroit, Washington, D.C., Charlotte, Seattle, Atlanta, and other cities. Whereas President Obama, in his discussion regarding this organization, stated that everyone deserves a chance to lead a healthy life, and all our communities should have the support they need to thrive. Yet, despite the overall improvement of health care and services across America in recent years, disparities in health care still persist. Whereas the City of Columbus, the Columbus Recreation and Parks, Columbus Public Health, and a vast array of corporate community partners, volunteers, organizers, and others are committed to improving the quality of life, of health of our residents. Moreover, the 5,000 K signature event is free and open to anyone regardless of their age this year. The African American Male Wellness Walk will be a part of a 7-day event called the Black Men's Health Walk leading up to the walk. Events during this week will include a career fair, wellness classes, real men, real talk topics, a concert, and more. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council on the City of Columbus that this council does hereby declare August the 4th through the 14th as a Black Men's Health Walk in the City of Columbus. And moreover, this council recognizes the work of the National African American Male Wellness Agency and thanks its organizers, supporters, and volunteers and participants for working to improve men's overall health. Before you move for adoption, accepting this resolution is the founder of the National African American Male Wellness Agency, Mr. John Gregory. Mr. Gregory, the floor is yours.
Hi, how are you doing? First, I'm going to hear from the Executive Director, Marlon Pratt, who's going to talk about one day that we see as very special, and we want to make sure that individuals participate. Uplift her. Go ahead, Marlon.
Greetings and thank you, Councilwoman Tyson, as well as the rest of City Council and Council President Hardin. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today and for your acknowledgement. This will be our first ever Black Men's Health Week. But we want to make sure that we put special emphasis on one event, and that is going to be on Thursday, August the 12th. We are hosting an event called Uplift Her in partnership with The Ohio State University, Abbott, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and Zeta Phi Beta, where we are calling all men to bring the women in their lives, whether it's your mother, your sister, your daughter, your niece, to come out and get a health screening. To come out and get different wellness screenings that pertain particularly to women, including mammograms, blood pressure, BMI, glucose. This event we are hosting, it's going to be an all-day event located at 4130 East 5th Avenue, the airplane hangar. And we'll be out there all day from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m., providing wellness resources and screenings and nutritional information to women in the community. Again, we are urging all men to bring the women in their lives out to this event. Of course, everything is free, but we see this as a vital piece of our Black Men's Health Week because we know that without strong Black women, we cannot have strong Black men. And so once again, that is Thursday, August the 12th from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m. at the airplane hangar at 4130 East 5th Avenue. Thank you again. I'll turn it over to our president and founder, Mr. John Gregory.
And I would just like to thank all of City Council for participating with us. I'd really like to thank Priscilla Tyson, who for the last, I think it's almost the last 18 years, has been a real true supporter of our event. And she was there from the very beginning. When we started with 700 people, we have made a great impact. We know that across this country, the discussion of Black men from a mental health perspective, we did our Real Men, Real Talk about 3 weeks ago with the race car driver, Bubba Wallace, and Penny Hardaway, and rapper Rush the Fire. And the response from that about Black men's mental health is important, and so is their physical health. So this is our 18th year, and we'd like to thank Council for all of your participation and all of your cooperation. And we really thank you more so that you see Black men as a concern. No matter what we say in this country, African American men are still at the bottom of the totem pole. It has been predicted, and if you go out there and look at all the research that is out there, by 2030, when they talk about the condition of Black men, they have them at the bottom. Our goal is in every aspect of this is to raise the consciousness level of what we should be doing for Black men, but also make sure that Black men stay healthy, mentally and physically, and then financially. So thank you for this resolution. We greatly appreciate it, and we hope that to see you all on the 14th. Matter of fact, I'm already taking your names down to make sure that you're there. If you're not there, I'm going to be looking for you. Thank you, and have a blessed day.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. And to find out more about all the events that they're having, you can go to www.aawellness.org. Again, www.aawellness.org. And they are a lot of events that will be going on the week of August 7th through August 14th. And if there are no questions or comments, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Adopted.
Thank you. So I have an announcement. So as I just mentioned, on August the 14th is the African American Male Wellness Walk. But also on August the 14th, we will be kicking off the second year of the Black Girls Soar Initiative with the Back to School drive-through event at Franklin Park Conservatory from 12 to 3. The Black Girls Soar was started last year to empower and support Black girls as they cope with challenges of COVID-19. The event is for girls 11 to 22 years old. I think we have a slide to show this. The girls will receive a tote bag, pens and pencils and paper and notebooks and journals and nail polish and lotion and face mask and T-shirts and all the items that will be helpful for them, and also other materials to deal with, their physical wellness, their mental health, etc. And so, again, August the 14th from 12 to 3 at Franklin Park Conservatory. So after you're finished walking, you can certainly come over and support our girls at the event. And on the slide, you will see a couple of the girls that was last year that were helping out as volunteers, providing these needed supplies for our girls during the event. And we also, this November, will have another summit for our girls. So we're excited about the event. Additionally, before I move on, I wanted to mention that later in this meeting, in this meeting today, there on the consent and health and human services, we're going to be focusing again, continuing on Black girls, and these organizations will also be supporting our event. We have two individuals who are here today to talk about what they're doing with our Black girls this summer and next school year, as well as supporting this event. So we have Ms. Charity Martin King, who will be speaking Lead with Purpose, and she will be receiving $37,500 for the Youth Academy. And then we'll have Lilia Sabelis Johnson from the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority to share her work and her participation. She's receiving $10,000. So if Ms. King could make a few comments, please.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Tyson, and thank you so much for the work that you have done in supporting and advancing the goals and initiatives that concern Black girls in not just the city of Columbus, but this county. Thank you for that. I am one of the co-founders of Lead with Purpose, co-founded this organization with LaShonda Coleman and Tanya Thurman. And right now, the space that I'm sitting in is we are managing and running and executing our summer initiative for Black girls. Our parents drop the girls off at 7:30 a.m. and pickup is not until around 5:30. We have them for the entire month of July, and then there is programming that we will be doing around the course of their academic year. It included all the way from vision boards, talking about entrepreneurship, career and college prep. They have done all sorts of trips. We went to the museum in Wilberforce, Scene 75, the Ohio State House, where they've done lunch and learns. They've had lunch and learns with the Delta Foundation, military careers. This week, they're going to be joined by Black women firefighters. We're so excited about that. That's going to be a big surprise for them this week. So we just want to thank you, Councilmember Tyson. Hello, President Harden. How are you? And everyone, the members of City Council, for everything that you are doing. This work is extremely critical. And then there's some things that we're finding in our evaluations that we are working toward with wraparound services for our girls and families, and interfacing with their educators when the school year begins. So just thank you, and we are appreciative. There's a lot that we're doing. To learn more, go to lwpacademy.com and follow us on our social media platforms, and you can see what these girls are doing. So thank you so much. We're at parent pickup time, so I'm seeing parents come up and girls are laughing and smiling. So thank you for supporting Lead with Purpose. I got a camp t-shirt on today. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. King and Ms. Johnson.
Hi, thank you so much, Councilmember Priscilla Tyson. I truly echo what Ms. Charity said. We truly appreciate all the effort that you've put forth on these initiatives. I am part of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the Achieving Standards of Excellence Foundation. And last year, well, in 2019, we started a new program for our middle school girls. We had an existing program called the Acadets for our high school girls, but we felt that we wanted to start sowing the seeds of leadership at an earlier age. And so the middle school program was empowered and created. And sources of funds that we used were from the Black Girl SOAR initiative. So we truly appreciate that, and it has been extremely successful. Some of the things that we've done with the young ladies is we have interactive workshops. We've also had community service events. When we were meeting in person, we were able to secure and provide snacks for the Ronald McDonald House. I think the biggest benefit from our program is that our young ladies, we're teaching them to lead this on their own. So they came up with the community service initiatives. Our leadership event that we had this year, which you were a part of, Ms. Tyson, we kicked off an annual summit with them. This was our first one, and they drove the content of our event. They interviewed the author. We focused on a young local author who was in high school. That was part of the book club that they had, so we interviewed her. We had an entrepreneurial segment, business segment. We also had our high school girls, the Acadets, provide time management section for them as well. So overall, we had over 80 participants in our leadership event. And so with the funding that we're asking for, we're looking forward to having in-person leadership conference. And our goal is to supersede that amount of participants so that we can impact more young ladies. I also have a polo that we have here, wrong side. So definitely looking forward to being able to provide all of our young ladies from 6th grade all the way through high school access to tools without having to have them incur any expenses. At the end of the day, that's our goal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and just appreciate both of these programs. They will also be out supporting our event on August the 14th. So thank you, ladies, for your leadership, supporting our girls to move forward and improve their overall quality of life. So thank you very much. And the last only announcement I'll make is I'm going to ask Anita Clark from Columbus Public Health just to give us a quick update on COVID vaccines and COVID. Ms. Clark.
Good evening. Thank you, Councilmember Tyson, President Harden, and members of council. As much as I would love to say the pandemic is over, indeed it is not. As you probably are aware, our numbers are starting to creep back up. Currently, Columbus Public Health has vaccinated over 179,000 individuals. We're working even harder to provide accurate and timely information, education, and engagement to our community about the importance of receiving the COVID-19 vaccine. We are providing the vaccine in consistent neighborhood locations to reach and protect vulnerable residents in our community. Our Vax Cash program, which I'm sure many of you have heard about, is working, and it's surpassing our expectations. The first week we started on July 6th, we had a 88% increase, a 52% increase in the second week, and a 22% increase in the third week. This week is our fourth week, so we'll have to see how the progress is going. I'm assuming it'll be another increase. We are in 10 neighborhoods located throughout Columbus with no appointment needed. We've provided over 4,000 Vax Cash cards and will continue to do so until supplies last. If you need more information about how to get a vaccine, please call our 614-645-1519 number or visit our website at columbus.gov/C19Vax. At this time, if anyone has any questions, I am open to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Clark, for that update. And again, please get your vaccines as the numbers are going up in our community. And it would be helpful for all of us to be able to continue to move our community forward if we could get more people to get vaccinated. Thank you. Thank you, President Harden. That concludes my announcements and my resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. I don't have any resolutions this evening, but just a reminder that while council is back in person, there are still capacity limits here in person in our chamber. The Public Health Department and the Occupational Safety Team looked at council chambers. With social distancing, we can hold roughly 20 members of the public in chambers. We also have a spillover room where another 15 individuals can sit. Residents who are testifying on the regular agenda are also welcome to do so via WebEx. You can stay in the comfort of your home and still make sure your voice is heard on any topic and any piece of legislation that is before council. That is with the exception of our zoning agenda. The City Attorney's Office has informed us that testimony on those ordinances must be in person because individuals must be sworn in. So we appreciate everyone working to comply with these guidelines while we're still, as Councilmember Tyson and the Health Department just reminded us, still on the front lines battling COVID within our community. With that, are there any comments by our elected officials? Hearing none, because I can't see you, even though I think you are on WebEx. Are there any requests by members of council for the removal of an ordinance or resolution from the consent portion of the agenda? Seeing none, we now have a motion to waive reading of titles of 30-day legislation on tonight's agenda. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Thank you. Will the clerk now read into the record the ordinance of numbers of 30-day legislation on tonight's agenda?
Finance Committee, ordinances 1923, 1925, 2012, 2020-2021. Public Safety Committee, ordinance 1949-2021. Public Service and Transportation Committee, ordinances 1962 and 2013-2021. Economic Development Committee, ordinance 2075-2021. Small and Minority Business Committee, ordinance 2090-2021.
We don't have any speakers on first readings. The following ordinances appear on our agenda as consent action. Will the clerk now read those into the record?
Resolutions 125X, 127X-2021, Finance Committee, ordinances 1802 and 1955-2021, Recreation and Parks Committee, ordinances 912, 1472, 1943, 1944, 1946, 1950, 1951, 1960, 1991, and 2014-2021. Public Safety Committee, ordinances 1921, 1961, 1988, and 2058-2021. Public Utilities Committee, ordinances 1809, 1810, 1819, 1882, 1883, 1900, 1927, 1929-2021. Neighborhoods Committee, ordinances 1122, 1977, 2010-2021. Public Service and Transportation Committee, ordinances 1719, 1869, 2003, and 2027-2021. Housing Committee, ordinances 1605, 1680, 1981-2021. Criminal Justice and Judiciary Committee, ordinances 2016, 2021, 2022, 2023-2021. Economic Development Committee, ordinance 2031 and 2070-2021. Health and Human Services Committee, ordinances 1904, 1937, 1938, 1954, and 2017-2021. Small and Minority Business Committee, ordinances 2030, 2077, 2078-2021, and appointments from the Mayor's Office numbered A0132 and A0171-2021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have one speaker on the consent portion of the agenda. Mr. David Ingram is here in person to speak on ordinance 2058-2021. Mr. Ingram, welcome to council. Would you give your name and if you're representing an organization? You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
David Ingram, I'm First Assistant for the County Prosecutor's Office. I'm here this evening to provide proponent testimony for the grant agreement between the Department of Public Safety and the Franklin County Board of Commissioners. This ordinance, if passed tonight, authorizes much-needed financial support to expand Franklin County's gun violence reduction initiative. The County Prosecutor's Office sees the worst of the worst when it comes to violent crimes, specifically gun crimes. The gun unit in the office represents 9% of our prosecution staff and approximately 22% of our total cases. Given the significance of these figures, Prosecutor Tyack added an additional prosecutor to the gun unit, raising the total number to 6. While this was helpful, we need additional prosecutors to handle these cases. As we have all seen, we are on pace for a record-breaking year for gun-related violence and criminal cases. Our community is grieving, traumatized, and frightened. We're losing too many of our neighbors, especially our youth, to gun violence. Gun crimes come to the County Prosecutor's Office in many forms. Some a simple misunderstanding of Ohio gun laws, others horrific and unspeakable violence. This funding will provide the additional resources needed to prosecute these individuals that are committing these offenses. No one agency, organization, or individual can solve our gun violence problem alone. However, the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office is committed to working with the community, the Department of Public Safety, law enforcement, and other city and county entities to reduce gun violence and provide a safe and healthy community for Franklin County residents, no matter the zip code. As such, tonight, I respectfully ask for your support and request that you pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ingram. I don't see any other speakers on this ordinance this evening. I don't see any other speakers on the consent agenda. So may I have are there any questions or comments from my colleagues on the consent portion agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion of approval of these items designated as consent? Clerk, please call the roll by voice.
Ms. Brown? Mr. Brown? Yes. Mr. Dorrance?
Yes.
Ms. Favor? Yes. Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson?
Yes, with the exception of 2022 and 2017 of 2021, on which I am abstaining.
President Harden?
Yes, consent agenda passes with the noted exceptions. We will now proceed with the second reading of 30-day and tabled and emergency legislation. We are going to go a bit out of order this evening to help this long meeting move along. We're going to start with the Administration Committee. Councilmember Remy chairs that committee. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Council President Harden. Let me get to my talking points. So my first ordinance weighs heavy as we consider the next Columbus Police FOP contract. First, I will read the ordinance itself. Second, I will turn the floor over to the Chief Negotiator, Ron Linville, and his partner, Jenny Edwards, so they can brief us all on the process. Next, I will give space for my colleagues to ask any and all questions regarding this important legislation for the future of our Columbus Police Department. As you will hear, there are significant non-financial gains made in this contract, and there are also significant fiscal considerations that are included in this package. However, not support this contract would cost this city in ways that a dollar amount cannot quantify. This is a step forward on this long journey, one that provides the opportunity for transformative change. This police department's new day began with the hiring of our new chief, Elaine Bryant, who will also be speaking tonight to discuss the importance of this contract and how it will be used to continue to create a new environment in a department that serves our residents the way they want to be served. We did not gain nearly enough in this contract as it relates to the department's absolute seniority rules, in my opinion, a policy that stifles ambition and ingenuity amongst our newest officers. One that keeps a patrol officer on the streets for decades when his or her analytical mind may be best suited as an investigator, or someone who is popular in their community could be one of our great community liaison officers. However, I am confident with this chief and the voice of the officers we we can work towards a memorandum of understanding so some of this ridiculous practice can be addressed. What you will hear is that we achieved nearly every single commitment needed for our very first civilian review board. This is the most significant achievement for every resident within this city we have ever seen in a contract. Transparency prevails. The people's voice has been heard, and now the true work begins. Columbus deserves the very best police department in the nation, and that starts at the top with leadership. After working with this chief for the past several weeks, I have no doubt we have one of the very best to lead our police department. There are many fine officers in this department that, because of tired, nepotistic police and management policies in the past, were not allowed to shine, but those days are quickly coming to an end. Soon we will see new uniforms that make our police force more approachable and welcoming. Men will be allowed to have facial hair like the three of us on council, and tattoos will no longer have to be covered up. The hijab will be allowed to be worn so that our Muslim women can now think of the possibilities of being a police officer in the city of Columbus. We want this police department to mirror what our community actually looks like, and soon you will see that officers that serve you begin to look that way. We will continue to provide all of our safety men and women with the very best resources so they can do their jobs in a way the citizens expect and deserve. We will make sure that our police and firefighters are paid the best in the region and state, so the brightest and best from other jurisdictions will want to work for the city of Columbus. And we will continue to push for policies that encourage our police officers, firefighters, and teachers to live within the community in which they serve. Again, this piece of legislation is the first step in our long journey for transformative change. I'd now like to introduce Ordinance 2049-2021 to approve the proposed collective bargaining agreement in its entirety as executed by representatives of the City of Columbus and Fraternal Order of Police, Capital City Lodge 9, dated December 9th, 2020 through December 8, 2023, to provide for wages, hours, and other terms and conditions of employment for members in the bargaining units and to declare an emergency. This ordinance approves the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Columbus and Fraternal Order of Police, Capital City 9, covering the period of December 9, 2020 through December 8, 2023. All articles of this agreement and attachments thereto have been approved by representatives of the city and the lodge. A signed agreement will be on file with the Department of Human Resources. Emergency action is recommended in order to allow for expedient implementation because certain provisions of the agreement are effective on a retroactive basis. This evening, we have Ron Linville and Jenny Edwards, Chief Negotiators for the City of Columbus, who will be providing an overview of the contract details. Ron, Jenny, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Remy and President Harden and Council. Very pleased to be here tonight. I'm going to do three things. First, talk a little bit about the process, what the deal is, and then where we go if this is not ratified this evening. First of all, let me say how much we appreciate Council moving so quickly to add this to their agenda this evening. Timing is everything in deals like this, and this one, it's especially so. We began bargaining because of COVID a little late with the FOP. We've met with them over 40 times since January. I think it's safe to say this was the most intense and difficult collective bargaining negotiations I've ever been in. Both teams were very well prepared. The city team put together by Director Brandon, and thanks to her for all of her efforts in this regard, included representatives from finance, the city attorney's office, human resources and labor relations, public safety, and the CPD. Fortunately, after some very difficult bargaining, we were able to reach a tentative agreement with the FOP several weeks ago, and appreciate the opportunity after the FOP ratified both bargaining units, both the police officers and the sergeants and above on Saturday. There are really three major components to this deal. The first is a number of non-economic changes. The most widespread changes that I've seen during the time I've been fortunate enough to work with the city. Let me run through those quickly and then talk about the other two buckets, and certainly will answer any questions anyone has. With regard to the non-economic or language changes, the first, this contract will give the authority needed and make the changes in the language to allow an inspector general, the first time a civilian has been involved in this role, to conduct any administrative non-criminal investigations and to compel attendance of sworn personnel and their participation in that investigation. That is the authority that we believe both the City of Columbus voted for, as well as what council and the mayor ask us to go achieve. Criminal investigations will continue to be done as previously done by BCI, FBI, etc. Secondly, the Civilian Review Board, based upon their working group materials and conversations with the chair of that board, Ms. Jackson, will be able to fulfill its role as promised to the citizens, and will be able to review complaints of misconduct, decide on independent investigations, and make recommendations to the chief and the safety director. Both of those are very significant changes in the labor contract and things that could not have been done without an agreement of this nature. Additionally, it is clear in the agreement that the body-worn camera policy will be changed to include both video and audio, and allows the Director of Public Safety to order review of audio and video recordings many, many hours prior to an incident. All significant changes from the current agreement with the FOP. Additionally, for the first time, the city will be able to drug test individuals that engage in discharging their firearms, officers that engage in discharging their firearms in the course of and scope of employment, a significant change requested by the public and council and the mayor. Additionally, the leave forfeiture provisions of the contract, which allow personal leave to be used in lieu of a suspension, will no longer apply in certain circumstances. Certain discipline will be extended for a period of time. We have now the right for the chief to place an individual in training at the recruit academy for the first time in the history of this contract. And the probationary period for new officers will run from the date of their commission and swearing in, which gives the city a full year in their roles as police officers to evaluate their performance. All of those are groundbreaking changes and a part of what we were told the city had to have in order to put this deal together. The second bucket is the economics. There are changes in terms of the compensation paid to all police officers. There's a market adjustment that takes place, and then there is a percentage agreement of 2.5% the first year, retroactive to December of 2020, 3% December of 21, and 3.5% the following year. Any remaining pension pickup paid by the city on behalf of the individual share of the pension will be eliminated. There is a change in the longevity provisions of the labor contract, 2 additional personal emergency leave days, and an additional holiday for Police Memorial Day, which is not time off, but is compensation of 8 hours. As council knows from the packet they received with the financial impact, the impact of all of those changes over the entire life of the agreement is about $67 million for the wages and longevity, about another 8 for the additional benefits, but there is an approximate $20 million which will be taken out of that amount for the last bucket that I'm going to talk about, which is the retirement incentive program. So the net cost of this is in the mid-50s, approximately $55 million, and that is slightly higher than the last deal that we did, which was about $47 million. The third piece of this agreement is a retirement incentive program for the first time, to my knowledge, in the city, where officers with 25 or more years with CPD, up to a maximum of 100, chosen by rank and then by seniority, would receive a payment to retire from their service with the city, allowing for the promotion of and new hiring of approximately up to 100 new officers. If all 100 accept and participate in that program, and they are replaced over the course of the next few years, that would be an approximate net savings of about $20 million to the city that I referred to earlier. So I would be happy to answer any questions, Councilman Ramey, or from anyone else. But that, in a nutshell, is the high points of the tentative agreement with the FOP. As I mentioned, both bargaining units, we got word Saturday night about midnight that both bargaining units, police officers and the bargaining unit of sergeants and above, have ratified that agreement. If City Council does not ratify, the next step in the process is fact-finding, where a neutral will consider the issues and make an advisory report that can be rejected by either party. That process would be 6 to 9 months or maybe a little more. And if either side rejected, we would then be off to binding conciliation, which could be another 4 to 6 months or probably more than that. So if not ratified tonight, we are probably a year and a half before any of the changes that I went through could be implemented. And they could only be implemented then if we were able to achieve them from a fact finder or a conciliator. So with that, I will pass it back to council for any questions.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate that. I will let my colleagues jump in at this point. Anyone want to go first? No questions? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Councilmember Norris.
Thank you, Chair Ramey. Mr. Linville or Ms. Edwards, just want to ask a couple of questions, so I'll just sort of generically address them, and whoever wants to jump in can go from there. So just on that point of what could happen if council does not take up this contract tonight affirmatively. So from a fact-finding and conciliation perspective, council could not inject our own policy into those processes, correct? That would remain between those two parties, between the FOP and the administration. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. You could not unilaterally make any changes while that process is underway.
Thank you. And again, I think you and I have talked about a couple of these things, but I just want to sort of say it in general and sort of have these questions asked and answered for the benefit of the members of the public. So turning back to the Civilian Review Board, I know this was something that, Council President Hardin, myself, the City Attorney's Office, lots of folks around council, community members have spent incalculable amount of hours on over this past year. There are lawsuits that are active in the city of Newark, New Jersey, Morgantown, West Virginia, Madison, Wisconsin, just to name a few. This contract itself enshrines the CRB's jurisdiction so that there could not be a lawsuit challenging the validity of them providing recommendations on discipline. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's difficult to say there could never be a lawsuit, but I don't think there could be a valid lawsuit or a grievance or arbitration. What the city achieved in this deal was a civilian review board that can review and recommend, and we're very comfortable that the changes were made in the labor contract and in agreements with the FOP to provide for that. Absolutely.
Thank you. And another, I think this is a very critical issue to consider when we talk about what the civilian board is doing and what it's not doing. I know I've heard some folks in the community that are disappointed that the review board would not be involved in criminal investigations. Having a body like this involved in criminal investigations, in my understanding, would be contrary to the Ohio Revised Code and certainly City Code because of the criminal law that's attached to it. So having it involved in disciplinary issues versus criminal matters, talking with the city attorney's office, they can't cede their jurisdiction to another body. The county prosecutor's office could not cede their jurisdiction to another body. Is that fair to say in this scenario?
Without interjecting myself into those agencies, I would say it is fair to say, and that was never our understanding of what the Civilian Review Board Working Group intended to do. I believe we accomplished everything that was in their working group document.
Thank you. And speaking again to the Civilian Review Board, I want to talk about sort of the ability for it to compel interviews in administrative matters. Could you speak to that a little bit more on sort of the process and when it can and when it can't sort of require officers to participate in those investigations?
Sure, and actually the Civilian Review Board intends to hire and implement the Office of the Inspector General. And the agreement is very clear that the Inspector General then has the right to determine which investigations that office intends to conduct, administrative, non-criminal, and has the ability to compel attendance and participation in exactly the same way in which your current Internal Affairs Bureau, EEO office, and chain of command can do. So the CRB actually will appoint and create the Office of Inspector General, and the Inspector General will then do whichever investigations of an administrative non-criminal nature they believe need to be done. And the Civilian Review Board can then review and recommend discipline to the chief and the safety director.
And thank you for pointing out that distinction between the review board and the IG. I think that's an important one for folks to understand who's doing what in these types of situations. So building upon that review board, and I know, Ron, you and I talked about this previously, and this is not part of the contract that's in front of us here tonight, but the findings and recommendations of the Civilian Review Board would be publicly available. So when we talk about accountability and transparency for what's been created with the CRB, that is, again, not part of this contract, but that is part of the code that the city has already passed, that members of the public could see those recommendations. And again, at the same time, then see whether or not the Department of Public Safety or the chief are agreeing with those recommendations when they issue discipline. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
So if there's any difference between what the CRB recommends and what the Department of Public Safety is recommending, that would clearly be accessible to the public.
I believe that's correct.
Thank you. And one last question, could you just quickly, you mentioned the difference in the look-back period from the body-worn cameras. I think this is an important distinction to be made given some recent incidents here in Columbus. Could you walk us through how what is in this contract is different compared to what was currently past practice for body-worn cameras for the Division of Police?
Sure. So currently, the body-worn camera MOU, Memorandum of Agreement, has been in place for about 5 years. It only permitted the city to use video, not audio, and it had a look-back period of 1 minute. The technology actually allows the city to take a body-worn camera, give it to someone with administrative rights and password access to download from the camera the capacity of the camera. That could be as much as 14 hours. It has to be done very quickly because the cameras record over each other. But this would allow you, if there were an incident, like you and I have talked about some of the more serious incidents, to download that camera, save it outside the chain of command for an extended period of time and capture the events leading up to those incidents. This is an extremely significant change in the way body-worn cameras could be used going forward.
Thank you. And one last sort of question or statement to again put this out there. So when you talk about sort of the process from here, so again, if we're not adopting this contract tonight, fact-finding, binding conciliation, 12, 18, 24 months, this contract is for 3 years, correct?
That's correct. Retroactive to December of 20.
Correct. So when we talk about non-economic changes to the contract, we would then be in a position 3 years from now, if there are additional things that the city would like to negotiate on a non-economic basis, we would be there sooner at that negotiating table than if we delayed by going to fact-find or conciliation, correct?
Sure, depending on how long those processes took. You are now currently only about 28 to 30 months away from the next round of bargaining, because the contract would expire in December and you're already given up about 8 months or so of that. But yes, the process could drag on and on and on, and the city would not be able to implement any of the changes I talked about during that time period.
So again, just to summarize, we would be in a position to make more economic changes or negotiate more economic changes with our labor partners down the line than if we went through these other processes, which could lead to significant delays, which again may not actually ensure any additional progress than what the contract is in front of us tonight.
I think, yeah, again, depending on how long they take, I think that's absolutely correct. And we would not have brought this contract to you if we thought that one of those processes would get you more in the areas that are important than what we were able to negotiate.
Okay. Thank you, Ron. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Chair
Thank
Remy?
you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorans. With the President Pro Tem Brown.
There we go. Just another point of clarity on that exact train of thought that Councilmember Dorans ended with. Mr. Linville, additionally, if we were to go about the process of fact-finding, conciliation, all that stuff, whatever that final agreement was, economic changes can be retroactive. Non-economic changes cannot be retroactive. So on the non-economic side, it is only time lost. On the economic side, eventually that contract is made whole. Officers are, the economic side is realized regardless, but we can't retroactively put into place non-economic changes.
You are absolutely correct. Particularly on the wage piece of this, I've not seen a deal where it was not applied retroactively. So yes, you are correct. Okay. It is very one-sided in that regard, the process.
Thank you, Mr. Linville.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Brown. Councilmember Favorite.
Mr. Linville, just and for residents that are tuning in tonight, as I tack on to the questions that my colleagues have been answering or asking, excuse me. So we can expect that there will not be any investigations to any of some of the most recent events that have occurred in our community that resulted in the death of Andre Hill or Ma'Khia Bryant, because those are part of the Civilian Review Board's responsibilities, which represent non-economic wins, if you will.
You mean if the contract was not ratified?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Along the same vein, in terms of the contract being negotiated every 3 to 4 years, can we expect the role of the CRB to change beyond what has been ratified in our charter?
Sure. So you can't have a contract that extends longer than 3 years under state law. So 3 years is the max. But certainly to the extent that as time passes and the Civilian Review Board is up and running, if there are changes that are affected by the terms of the contract, you could absolutely seek to modify those.
I just would like to take a moment to thank Councilmember Dorans and Council President Harden, the rest of the body for really, and Mayor Ginther for leading the charge to ensure that the Civilian Review Board and the Inspector General is forever a part of our city's charter. Just given this information and the way that negotiations happen, we want to ensure that regardless that the body itself can operate, we just have to negotiate how that operation looks like moving forward as our city progresses. And then the last question that I have is just really around the incentive policy. If you could just elaborate on the intent behind that policy a little bit more, and how many officers will be able to take advantage, for lack of a better word, of this incentive policy.
Sure. So the agreement that was reached with the FOP limits the number of participants. The policy, the program is designed to be an opt-in program. So any sworn personnel with 25 years or more with Columbus Division of Police could opt in. It will be limited to 100. Which was really designed more for operational reasons, so that you don't have more officers, more sworn personnel than that leaving. I think the intent is to provide a way for officers that no longer believe they want to be a part of this department, and a way for them to leave the department appropriately and replace them with both police officers and promoted ranks that are more likely to be comfortable with the way policing is going to be done going forward.
And I imagine we have more than 100 officers that would qualify just as it relates to time. And so how will the city decide who can receive the incentive?
Sure, very good question. You do have multiples of the 100 that are allowed in this agreement, and it would be by rank. So commanders, lieutenants, sergeants, police officer, and then if there's an opportunity for more than a certain number in the rank, it would be by seniority, from top seniority down.
Thank you.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Faber. Council President Harden.
Thank you, Councilmember Ramey. I too, Mr. Linville, want to add my appreciation for the work done in bringing us this contract. Would you speak to timing and process? There is a truth that council does not negotiate contracts. Matter of fact, we were not really that engaged until someone says, hey, we have a contract or we have an agreement for you to consider. So, and some might say that this is rushed, that we are voting on this and the public is just hearing about it last week. Could you talk about any requirements in terms of timing for council to consider a resolution that has been ratified?
Sure. So as to your first point, President Harden, that is correct. It is the mayor's obligation and role to supervise and conduct the collective bargaining. It is council's role to review and approve the financial aspects of the contract. It's the way it's been for every labor contract we've done for the city. And so it's not at all normal for council to be involved until there is a place where there's a deal in hand for council to review and consider. The timing is subject to the bargaining process and the agreement of the parties. In this case, we were able to reach a tentative agreement several weeks ago. Based upon some situations, we could not really present it to council until about 2 weeks ago. And the overwhelming thinking was that it should be, since it was already going to be out on the FOP side, that council should consider it before their August break. And that's what led to the timing that brought us here. You know, in order to help that, as you know, we spent a lot of time trying to make sure council members were aware of what was included in this deal, answer questions prior to tonight, so that we could make sure that they had an opportunity to fully consider this. And then they received the entire deal on Friday. So, you know, hopefully that made everyone comfortable. A slightly accelerated process.
Thank you.
President Harden, if I may interject.
Please.
I would just note that this is not only the way that we have done every contract for the city, but that in fact, it's statutorily required that the executive branch leads the negotiations and the legislative branch is asked to weigh in and approve after a tentative agreement is reached.
Certainly, certainly. Baker Hotsettler, we can remember, had difficulties compelling certain officers to participate in some of the questions regarding last year's protest. I think this was already spoken to regarding this contract's ability to allow the IG to compel officers to engage. Can you just put a finer point on compel versus what some, including myself, used to talk about subpoena power? Could you put some clarity in terms of what the compel portion of this contract means in practicality?
Sure, and I think, you know, Jenny was kind of front and center during a lot of those investigations. So Jenny, why don't you take that one?
Sure. Thanks, Ron. President Harden, the key component, the struggle that we had in getting officers to cooperate was that they didn't answer a lot of the questions that were posed. We still were able to compel their participation, just as the Inspector General will be able to compel into participation. And we would be able to, the Inspector General would have the option to recommend discipline for those who don't participate in answering questions. Here, what we've done in the collective bargaining process is ensure that there's nothing within the agreement that would inhibit an officer from participating in answering questions. There's nothing that within the agreement that would restrict council's ability or another legislative body's ability to move forward with subpoena powers under the legislative process. So we've allowed for protections here, but also there's ways for subpoena power to be addressed outside the contract as well. Ron, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, no, that well said. The only thing I would add, Council President, is that you can't create in a labor contract subpoena power. That is provided by legislation, but there is nothing in this agreement that would restrict that in any way.
Thank you, Mr. Linville. And I guess my last question is something I asked when I got my briefing. Whenever you go into negotiation, you don't get everything that you want. This contract is not perfect that we're voting on tonight, but I would say that it is better. How does this contract, specifically regarding management rights and abilities, in terms of the things that we did get, how does that set us up or prepare us for the next round of negotiations in several years?
Sure, good question. So collective bargaining is a process, and you have had a labor contract with the FOP for the City of Columbus for decades and decades and decades. Much of what we were dealing with in this bargaining has been in that contract or hasn't been addressed in that contract for all of that time. So you can make change in the contract over time. The mayor asked us last cycle to think in terms of 3 contract cycles and make change. This change this time was by far the most dramatic that we've seen in any labor contract we've worked on with the city. And it was, thanks to lots of people, council and the mayor. The FOP was willing to work with us on these issues. They got a very fair financial package in exchange, but it positions you to focus on additional changes in the next cycle without worrying about all of the things that we got here. It's going to be very difficult for someone to undo an inspector general during collective bargaining, or the civilian review board, or the body worn camera, et cetera. So I think it positions, you're right, it's not perfect. And we had many other changes that we sought, but you can't do it all in one round of bargaining. And so we're very comfortable that this sets the stage. It is really a landmark change and sets the stage for the city going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Linville, and thank you. Really, I should say thank you to the public. Had it not been for issue 2 passing last year by nearly 74%, and for setting the real expectation as a community, what we would agree to, what we would accept as a council and as a community pertaining to oversight and accountability with police, I don't believe that we would be in this position to take such a step in terms of oversight and accountability in this contract. And so certainly appreciate your time at the negotiation table, but I say thank you to the residents of the City of Columbus for putting us in this position to vote on a contract like we have tonight. Thank you, Councilmember Remy.
Thank you, Council President Harden, and thank you to the negotiating team, both Ron Linville and Jenny Edwards. We appreciate you coming on tonight and sharing with us more details for the community to hear and understand this process as it's been a long one, as I know from your side of things, but certainly I think we're all encouraged that we're moving forward. And so with that, I'd also like to invite our new chief, Police Chief Elaine Bryant, who's here with us this evening, to share a few words regarding the outcome of this agreement. Little technical difficulties. We won't be able to see her. However, we will certainly be able to hear her. So, Chief Bryant, the floor is yours.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak. I am excited, about the future for this department, and I'm excited to be able to be a part of this process. I think that this contract is going to give us the ability to move forward in a way that's going to be transformative. I believe that, having the ability to seek out individuals who are highly motivated and talented to be able to be a part of this police department, create some diversity is going to be huge going forward, specifically moving up the ranks when we talk about supervision and management. I also think it's going to be a great thing to be able to work with the newly formed Civilian Review Board and being able to make changes and reform some of the policies that we know that we need to do going forward, and making this department transparent and accountable. And the officers are ready to work and roll up their sleeves, and we're excited about this. So I just wanted to be able to weigh in and let you know that the department is on board. Myself, Assistant Chief Potts, who's sitting here with me as well, we're ready to do the work, and we think that this contract, like it was stated, although we didn't get everything we wanted, we think that it's a really great step towards the future and being able to build upon that and do some of the things that we know are going to make a difference in this community.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the work thus far, and certainly want to make sure you are definitely supported by this body. Do any of my colleagues have any comments for the Chief? All right. Well, appreciate your time this evening. And so, Director Brandon, do you have any additional comments that you'd like to make this evening?
Good evening, Chair Remy, President Harden, and all members of council. I really don't have anything, planned to say. I appreciate the opportunity, though, to come on to, again, thank council, thank the mayor's office for their consistent guidance throughout this process, and for the Baker and Hostetler team, the city's team, and the FOP team for working with us, keeping the lines of communication open, and making sure that we could move forward in a positive way to make some of the changes that we need to make. So I appreciate the time that was spent this evening to talk about the contract, and look forward to your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Brandon, and thank you to your team that participated in the negotiations. Councilmember Tyson.
Thank you, Chair Remy. I first and foremost just really want to thank Director Nikki Brandon and her team, working with Baker Hostetler and the entire team that was negotiating this contract. It is, as the chief stated, this is a transformational moment for the city of Columbus. We have the opportunity to be able to change the direction of our police department. And so I want to also thank the FOP, the police officers who agreed to this contract. And again, this council, we heard all the questions that were asked today of Baker and Hostetler to provide information to our community. So I'm just appreciative of all who took part in this negotiation to get us to the place that we are today, to be able to look at this moment and know that as we continue to move forward, that our city will in terms of public safety, will have a different look, a different feel to move our community forward, so that all people who we all said, we certainly know that how important the police are to our community, and we want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to feel safe in this community. And so this contract certainly does that. So congratulations to all who played such a tremendous role in getting us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. Any other comments or questions this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
I don't believe so. No speakers, right?
I apologize.
Do we? I don't have that. Where's that sheet at? Oh, here we go.
We do. We have two speakers.
My apologies. Let's get to that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I apologize for that. Tonight, we do have two speakers to speak on this particular subject. First is Lena Tenney, who's in person this evening. apologize if I said the name improperly. But you're welcome to come up to the podium. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name, any organization you may be associated with, and look forward to your testimony.
You did say it correctly. Thank you for the effort. My name is Lena Tenney. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I am a resident of North Linden. I'm also an anti-racism educator that has been contracted by this city to do anti-racism trainings. I am also a multiple-time survivor of police brutality by the Columbus Division of Police. This cane that I just brought up with me, as much as it matches this extremely dapper outfit, is not an accessory. I have to use it now because I have daily pain because CPD broke my knee while I was peacefully protesting. At the same time, they tear gassed me, pepper sprayed me while I was following the order to back up. At one point, I was pepper sprayed while I was on a sidewalk. We all know that these things have happened, and it's not a few bad apples. So the least that I can do is stand here with my weight shifted onto one main leg and be loud about the fact that this contract, even though it might be inevitable because the alternate choice is worse, this is sending the message to residents like me who've been brutalized and paid a bunch of hospital bills because of CDP's brutality, much less those who can't speak for themselves, such as 16-year-old Micaiah Bryant, Andre Hill, and Miles Jackson, much less those from recent years who there's been no accountability for, such as Julius Tate Jr., whose mother I know now and was never contacted by the Columbus Division of Police to inform them that they had murdered her 16-year-old son. They didn't allow her to see her son's body either. This is not a couple of bad apples, and the message to residents is that a 14% raise and a $200,000 buyout and increased financial options is the reward for how the police have behaved in the last year and a half. I am well aware that my comments tonight are irrelevant. Like, this is a foregone conclusion. The president of this esteemed body already announced publicly what his vote would be prior to it happening. And also, if you're not aware, there are screenshots already of the city having posted on a website that this motion has already passed, even though it hasn't been voted on, and I'm happy to share that evidence with whoever might need it. Because that's incredibly unethical, to say the least. I'm just going to list a couple of the things that I've seen CPD do, not just in the last year and a half, but in the 5 years I've been a resident, including within 2 months of moving to Columbus, at which time I saw multiple CPD officers hog-tie a 9-year-old black girl who was having a mental health crisis. They then dragged her away in such a manner that her underwear was exposed to the entire neighborhood, despite multiple witnesses yelling that it wasn't okay, that she was a child, and that all she needed was an ambulance ride. But they refused to get an ambulance and instead hog-tied her and took her in a vehicle. Myself and her guardian both complained to Internal Affairs, where we were met with outwardly with shock and being told that should never happen. We were promptly informed that the finding was that there was no wrongdoing whatsoever per police policy. That was my introduction to the city of Columbus and to CDP, and it has not improved. Just a couple weeks ago, because I know there's been some orders from the mayor and whatnot, a few weeks ago I was with a friend who was having a difficult mental health day. We were comforting her, she was out of crisis, she was good. We were kicking back. CPD showed up because an abusive person had falsely tried to pink slip her. This CPD officer is known to harass protesters and had harassed multiple people that were in that room. He showed up and immediately escalated the situation. He accused the black woman involved of having a knife, even though it was obviously a comb. There is no way a human being could actually mistake the comb she had in her hand for a knife. He then called for backup because, quote, they're barricading the door, which is a lie, because all that was happening is that a couple of us were standing in the residence saying, no one here is in crisis, and you do not have permission to enter this private domicile. I know, I'm trained in mental health crisis. I have saved several lives of folks who have been suicidal. It is surprising that this woman survived that night after that officer's actions. So things have not changed, and I'm just here to say my piece. And I'll leave you with a quote of someone far more brilliant than I could put it, which is Zora Neale Hurston, who said, "If you are silent about your pain, they will kill you and say you enjoyed it." The least I can do is be brave, despite the fact that it's entirely possible that I will face reprisal, and say we're not enjoying it.
Thank you, Ms. Tenney, for bringing this to our attention, and certainly feel for what you've experienced in light of what happened in the past year. Again, I just can say that if you ever have the opportunity to meet the chief, it's a breath of fresh air, and things are changing. So, our next speaker this evening.
Councilmember, can I speak to one thing, please? Thank you again, Ms. Linda, for coming before council and speaking on this legislation. It was brought to my attention just before you spoke about something that was released that said that council has passed. Obviously, that was something that should not have been sent out. It did not speak. We take one vote. You will see it shortly, and that will speak for it. I did put out a statement earlier saying that I supported it for the purposes that I stated tonight, to your point, that I think the alternative but to not supporting it would be worse. But in regards to a statement that was saying that we'd already voted, that should not have gone out, and I, as leader of this council, apologize for that. Councilmember.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Tyson.
Ms. Tenney, certainly the comments that you gave us this evening, and I'm not aware if they've been brought to this those issues you just discussed today, if you had contacted any council officers regarding this issue. But I'm sure that my council colleague who chairs safety would certainly, he and his team would be able to reach out. If you haven't contacted them, then I think that would be a place that we should be figuring out, getting your information and reaching out to you to hear these concerns that you certainly have shared with us this evening, and then hopefully that will be shared with the rest of this body. So thank you for coming down and sharing your thoughts, and we look forward to hearing more about these issues and how do we continue to move forward, because we want you as a resident to feel safe in our community, and your friends and your family. Thank you.
Councilmember Tyson, thank you. Councilmember Faber.
Ms. Tenney, I want to thank you for presenting your truth tonight. I, for one, am enraged that message went out because, as Council President Harden just indicated, we take one vote tonight. And I believe everyone on this floor has taken this matter incredibly serious. This is not a perfect contract by any means, but the necessity to ensure that the Civilian Review Board and other non-economic wins were included in this contract, it's worth us taking this step forward. I don't want to have to hear another story like the one that we heard just now. And I know that we hear them all the time. And so I appreciate you coming down here tonight and being brave and courageous and saying what was on your heart to say, even though it feels like it doesn't make a difference. It makes a difference to me. It makes a difference to people who are fighting for true reform in this city. There are amazing officers in the Columbus Police Department, but there are some that no longer fit our values in this city. We thank them for their service, and we invite those who want to be true public servants to come and work for the city of Columbus. Thank you for your words tonight. Thank you to the negotiators, because it was not easy what they were able to do. Thank you, Councilmember Remy.
Thank you, Councilmember Faber. And I do want to apologize for the use of pronouns. Certainly want to acknowledge that too as well. Our next speaker this evening is Hannah Brame, and Hannah Brame is on WebEx, so I'll turn it over to Hannah, Ms. Brame.
Hello, I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Hannah Brame. I'm a resident of Columbus, unlike the majority of the police force. And I want to emphasize that we will continue to hear stories like the ones that we just heard. The only exception would be that the officers will now be making 14% more than they are now. I really debated whether to run out my 3 minutes in silence just to draw attention to the voices in the city that have been ignored over the last decade or even longer. The people on the street who are fighting for justice and helping people house, clothe, and support themselves, their voices are not represented here, not by you, not by the negotiations with the FOP. And so I'm left here to share as best as I can what I've learned over the last year. I would like to address the 14% raise. I don't know why we're rewarding bad behavior. I don't understand why the city council and the government of the city are not able to hold their law enforcement accountable. There is a really special absurdity in approving the payment to the Baker Hostetler for the investigation into the citizen complaints against CPD in the same meeting that we are approving a 14% raise for those same officers. Those officers violated civil rights last summer and then stonewalled the investigation. And you should vote no on this ordinance. Second, regarding the Police Officer Memorial Day, that proposed $2.8 million for Police Officer Memorial Day is a slap in the face to the communities and families of the citizens whose lives CPD and other law enforcement officers in this county have stolen. Micaiah Bryant, Miles Jackson, Andre Hill, Casey Goodson Jr., and too many more. We should be memorializing the victims of police violence, not the cops that murdered them. You should vote no on this ordinance. Thirdly, for the retirement incentives, why do we need to incentivize retirement? Why do we have senior officers in law enforcement that are unable to perform their duties without violating our civil rights? A cost savings due to early retirement is one thing, but a reward for officers who refuse to be held accountable is unacceptable, and you should vote no on this ordinance. In closing, CPD already accounts for almost 1/3 of the city budget. The police do not prevent crime. They do not meet the basic needs of the community. The police are a racist institution that is weaponized against poor and minority people. We need to defund the police and reinvest in Columbus's communities. We need counselors in our schools, not cops. We need first responders who are trained mental health providers, not officers with weapons drawn. We need to defund the police. And in addition, I find this rushed process insulting. This agenda got updated at the last minute. The results, as has been already discussed, were sent to us by email at 3:51 p.m. So I'd like to know, what then is the point of allowing public comment? Why am I here? Why am I spending my time? I've been logged in here since before 5 p.m. What value does our voice have if you've already made your decision? It's performative and it's unacceptable. This vote should be postponed. I understand the complications that will result in terms of the negotiation, but this needs to have a public hearing. This is the people's money, and the police are in our communities, and we deserve to have a say in how much money gets given to the people who are abusing their power. And I will relinquish the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Brame. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Council President Pro Tem Brown.
Thank you. I appreciate very much the comment tonight. Ms. Brame, you using your time on WebEx, Lena Tenney, you coming here despite your difficulty in mobility, which you described. I am so sorry that you have endured those experiences, and they are unacceptable. I am so sorry. They are unacceptable. I will tell you that one reason I am voting yes tonight is because our residents, if they have an experience like those that you detailed, need to be able to appeal to our Civilian Review Board. That is critically important. And as we discussed with Mr. Linville about the negotiations leading up to this point, if we have an opportunity to up or down, strike down the contract or accept it. And if we strike it down, We are waiting that much longer for residents to have recourse. And these decisions are, of course, complex and have a lot of competing factors. And as all have acknowledged, it's not a perfect deal. But I do take very seriously the vote of the people on issue 2, and I take even more seriously your stories tonight, Lena, if I can call you by your first name, and the recourse our residents must have. And that's what is guiding what will be a yes vote from me at the time of the vote. Thank you, Councilmember Remy.
It's definitely like I said at the beginning, it's a heavy lift to do this, and certainly a lot of balance. But again, we're looking forward to the future and trying to make sure that people that have had experiences that have been negative in the past are ones that are erased moving forward, so that people don't experience the atrocities that have been brought to our attention from the past again. So with that, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Council President,
Yeah, may I have a motion to recess for zoning? Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
We are in recess. Regular meeting number 37 will now come to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal? Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson. President Harden.
We will now go to the zoning committee. Councilmember Tyson chairs the committee. All members serve on the committee. Councilmember Tyson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Harden. Before beginning the zoning agenda, I'll briefly explain the rules of council as pertaining to speaking before council on zonings and variances. We permit 3 speakers on each side, 3 proponents and 3 opponents, and we ask that they limit their remarks to 3 minutes on each side, and we provide an opportunity for rebuttal from the applicant. On the advice of the city attorney's office, anyone who wishes to speak either for or against wishes to speak, I'm sorry, all these people walk through. We permit 3 speakers on each side, 3 proponents, 3 opponents, and we ask that they limit their remarks to 3 minutes on each side, and we provided an opportunity for rebuttal for the applicant. So everybody's kind of being led in to be sworn in. Is that what's going on here? All right, well, so what we'll do really on the advice of the city attorney's office. So in this part, we really only swear everyone in when we're talking about, the variances. And before each variance, we will swear everyone in. But we just ask that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and then you will have to be sworn in if there is a variance tied to your zoning. So we're going to start with, so on the advice of the city attorney's office, anyone here who wishes to speak either for council variance, including staff, please stand and raise your right, not raise your hand, please swear, be sworn in prior to testimony, and we do so to the beginning of the reading of each variance on the agenda. So, thank you. (1766-2021) to rezone 2432 Cleveland Avenue, being 2.28 acres located at the southeast corner of Cleveland Avenue and Myrtle Avenue, from the R2 residential district to the C1 commercial district and the C4 commercial district to the CPD commercial plan development district. The applicant is Homeport, care of attorney Laura McGregor Comack. The proposed use is a mixed-use development. The City Department's recommendation is approval. The North Linden Air Commission's recommendation is approval 5-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Ordinance 1897-2021 to rezone at 986 Cleveland Avenue, being 1.07 acres located at the northeast corner of Cleveland Avenue and Gibbard Avenue, from the C4 commercial district and the R4 residential district to the AR3 apartment residential district and CPD commercial plan development district. The applicant is 5CL Properties LLC, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development and parking lot. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Milo Grogan Area Commission's recommendation is also approval 9-0. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Thank you very much. 1898-2021 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3333.03 AR3 apartment residential district use, 3312.21A landscaping and screening, 3312.273 a parking setback line, 3312.49 minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3321.05 A1B2 vision clearance, 3321.07B landscaping, 3333.15C basis of computing area, and 3333.18 building lines of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 986 Cleveland Avenue, to permit a mixed-use development with reduced development standards in the AR3 apartment residential district. The applicant is 5CL Properties LLC, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use is a mixed-use development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Milan Grogan Area Commission's recommendation is also approval 9-0. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage. Well, no, first I move to amend to submit to the clerk.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Amended.
Thank you. And now I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against, before I say that, this is ordinance 1922-2021. Anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Thank you. This ordinance is to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3356.03C for permitted uses, 3312.21B landscaping and screening, 3312.274 parking setback line, 3356.11C4 district setback lines of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 888 East Dublin Grandview Road, to permit multi-unit residential uses with reduced development standards in the C4 commercial district. The applicant is Side Now LLC, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use of the multi-unit residential development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Northland Community Council's recommendation is 11-02. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next variance is 1932-2021. Anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Thank you. 1932-2021, to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3363.01, manufacturing districts, 3312.09 aisle, and 3312.49 minimum numbers of parking spaces required of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 1949 and 1951 Parsons Avenue to permit a mixed-use building with reduced development standards in the M Manufacturing District. The applicant is South End Hotel LLC, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use is a mixed-use building. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Columbus South Side Commission's recommendation is approval 15-0. I first would like to, first of all, if there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I would like to first amend to emergency.
Second. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Amended.
Thank you, and now move for passage.
Second. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1940-2021 to rezone 531 West Fifth Avenue, being 19.38 acres, located primarily in the southeast and southwest corners of West Fifth Avenue and Perry Street, from the M Manufacturing District C4 Commercial District to the C2 Commercial District and P1 Private Parking District to the C4 Commercial District, AR1 Apartment Residential District, and I Institutional District, and R3 Residential District, and the R Rural District. The applicant is Thrive Companies, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use is a mixed-use development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Harrison West Society's recommendation is approval 9-0. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next one is next ordinance is a variance. It's variance 1941-2021. Anyone here this evening who wishes either to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Thank you. 1941-2021, to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3332.02 R Rural District, 3332.035 R3 Residential District, and 3333.02 AR12, ARLD, and AR1 Apartment Residential District use, 3356.03 C4 permitted uses, 3309.14 height districts, 3312.21A landscaping and screening, 3312.274 parking setback line, 3312.49C minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3312.53 minimum number of parking of loading spaces required, 3321.05B 1 and 2 vision clearance, 3321.09B screening, and 3332.05 R04 area district lot width requirements, and 3332.06 R rural area district requirements, 3332.13 R3 area district requirements, 3332.18D basis of computing area, 3332.19 fronting, 3332.21D building lines, 3332.25 maximum side yards required, 3332.26 minimum side yard permitted, 3332.27 rear yard, 3332.38G private garage, 3333.18 building lines, and 3333.255 perimeter yard, 3349.04 A, B, and C height, area, and yard regulations, and 3356.11 C4 district setback lines of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 531 West Fifth Avenue. And to permit mixed-use development and reduced development standards in the C4 Commercial District, AR1 Apartment Residential District, I Institutional District, R3 Residential District, and R Rural District. And the applicant is Thrive Companies, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use is a mixed-use development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Harrison West Society's recommendation is also approval 6-3. And if there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Ordinance 1963 is also a variance, and so I'm going to ask anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Thank you. This is variance 1963 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3333.02, AR12, ARLD, and AR1 apartment residential district use, and 3333.09 area requirements of the Columbus City Codes for the property located at 737 and 739 Whittier Street to permit 3 two-unit dwellings with reduced lot width in the AR1 apartment residential district. The applicant is Central Ohio Community Improvement Corporation, care of Jordan Henderson. The proposed use is 3 two-unit dwellings. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Columbus South Side Area Commission's recommendation is also approval, 14-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is a variance, and it's variance number 1966. So anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Thank you. This is to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3332.035 R3 Residential District, 3312.49 minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3332.05A Area District Lot Width requirements, and 3332.13 R3 Area District requirements, 3332.19 fronting, 3332.25 maximum side yards required, and 3332.27 rear yard of Columbus City Codes for property located at 1150 Fair Avenue, to permit 2 single-unit dwellings on 1 lot with reduced development standards in the R3 residential district. And the applicant is Compass Homes, care of Ted Namath. The proposed use is 2 single-unit dwellings on 1 lot. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Near East Area Commission's recommendation is approval, 11-1-0. And if there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next variance is 1969-2021. Anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand to raise your right hand and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Thank you. 1969, to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3332.033 R2 Residential District, 3312.09 aisle, 3312.21 landscaping and screening, 3312.25 maneuvering, 3312.27 parking setback line, 3312.49 minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3321.07 landscaping, 3332.21 building lines, 3332.25 maximum side yards required, and 3332.26 minimum side yard permitted of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 636 Chase Road to permit a health and wellness studio with reduced development standards in the R2 residential district, and to repeal the ordinance 2701-1998, passed November the 2nd of 1998. The applicant is Indigo Sun Wellness Studio, care of David Ferris. The proposed use is a health and wellness studio. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Clintonville Area Commission's recommendation is approval, 9-0-2. If there are no questions or comments for this ordinance, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1971-2021 to rezone 879 East Long Street, being .17 acres located at the southeast corner of East Long Street and Australia Alley, from the CPD Commercial Plan Development District to CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The applicant is Central Ohio Community Improvement Corporation, care of Brian Higgins. The proposed use is a mixed commercial development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Near East Area Commission's recommendation is approval, 12-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1979-2021 to rezone 980 East Rich, being .35 acres located at the northeast corner of East Rich Avenue and South 20th Street from the R3 residential district to the AR3 apartment residential district. The applicant is Blue Chip Homes LLC, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Near East Area Commission's recommendation is approval 9-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is a variance. So this is variance 1980-2021. Anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Thank you. This ordinance is to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3312.21A to D1, landscaping and screening, and 3312.49, minimum numbers of parking spaces required of Columbus City codes for property located at 980 East Rich Street, to permit reduced development standards for an apartment building in the AR3 apartment residential district. The applicant is Blue Chip Homes LLC, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use is a 19-unit apartment building. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Near East Area Commission's recommendation is approval 9-0. There are no questions or comments from my colleagues. I move for passage. Thank you.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
All right, the next ordinance is a variance, and it's variance 1989-2021. Anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Thank you. This ordinance is to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3333.03, AR12, ARLD, and AR1, apartment residential district use, and 3333.255, perimeter yard of the Columbus City codes for property located at 1535 North Cassidy Avenue, and to permit a commercial vehicular access and a reduced perimeter yard for an apartment complex in the LAR1 limited apartment residential district, and to repeal ordinance 1263-2021 passed June the 18th of 1261-2020 and passed June the 18th of 2020. The applicant is Woodfield Park LLC, care of Attorney Jeff Brown. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development with commercial access and reduced perimeter yard. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Northeast Area Commission's recommendation is also approval, and it was unanimous. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1992-2021 to rezone 793 West State Street, being 1.88 acres located at the terminus of West State Street at the South Sauter Avenue from CPD Commercial Plan Development District to AR3 Apartment Residential District. The applicant is Thrive Companies, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use is multi-unit residential development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Franklinton Area Commission's recommendation is approval 15-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is a variance. It's variance 1993-2021. Anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Thank you. This ordinance is to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3333.03 AR3 apartment residential district use, 3312.49C, minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3321.05B2, vision clearance, 3321.07B, landscaping, 3333.18, building lines, and 3333.24, rear yard of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 793 West State Street. To permit outside activity on a residential access drive and reduced development standards in the AR3 apartment residential district. The applicant again is Thrive Companies, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use of a multi-unit residential development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Franklinton Area Commission Franklinton Area Commission's recommendation is also approval. 15-0. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I have moved for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1995-2021 to amend ordinance 1474-88, passed June the 27th of 1988, and ordinance number 1993-2014, passed September 22nd of 2014 for property located at 1521 North Cassidy Avenue by amending Section 1 of the ordinance number 1474-88 to include legal descriptions for these specific properties, and by repealing Section 1 of the ordinance 1993-2024 and replacing it with the new Section 3, thereby modifying the access restrictions to allow permanent right-in and right-out point access on North Cassidy Avenue. Again, this is an ordinance amendment. The proposed amendment is amending Section 1 of the ordinance 1474-88 to include legal descriptions for these specific properties, and by repealing Section 1 of the ordinance 1993-2024 and placing it with the new Section 3, thereby modifying the access restrictions to allow for permanent right-in and right-out point access on North Cassidy. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Northeast Area Commission's recommendation is approval, and it was unanimous. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1996-2021 to rezone 990 Dublin Road, being 39.61 acres located at the north side of Dublin Road, 1,950 feet east of Grandview Avenue from the M Manufacturing District to CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The applicant is 810 Grandview LLC. Care of Dave Perry. The proposed use is a mixed-use development. The State Department's recommendation is approval, and there's no area commission. And if there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is a variance, and this variance 1997. Anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, please answer, I will. Thank you. 1997-2021 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3356.03, C4 permitted uses, and 3361.02 permitted uses of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 990 Dublin Road to permit ground floor residential uses as part of a mixed-use development in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The applicant is 810 Grandview LLC. Care of Dave Perry. Proposed use is a mixed-use development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and there's no area commission. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Anyone here this evening? This is another variance on 1998. This is your variance. Anyone here this evening that wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, please answer, I will. Thank you. This ordinance to grant a variance for the provisions of sections 3332.037, R2F Residential District, 3312.25 Maneuvering, 3312.29 Parking Space, 3312.49C Minimum Numbers of Parking Spaces Required, and 3312.53 Minimum Number of Loading Spaces Required of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 79 Thurman Avenue to permit mixed-use commercial uses with reduced development standards in the R2F Residential District, and to repeal ordinance number 3207-97 passed December the 15th of 1997. The applicant is Flat 51 LLC, a care of attorney Matthew Call, and the proposed use is a mixed-use commercial development. The State Department's recommendation is approval, and the German Village Commission's Commission's recommendation is approval 5-0. If there are no questions or comments, I first move to amend to emergency.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Amended.
Thank you, and now I move for passage. Thank you.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1999-2021, and that is to amend ordinance 726-2004, passed June the 7th of 2004 by repealing Section 3 and replacing it with the new Section 3, thereby modifying the limitation text regarding basement requirements, site design changes, and the approved site plan in the LR2 Limited Residential District for property located at 3760 Almond Road. Again, an ordinance amendment. The proposed amendment is repealing and replacing Section 3 by thereby modifying the limitation text regarding the basement requirements, site design changes, and the approved site plan for the LR2 Limited Residential District. The City Department's recommendation is approval. The Greater Hilltop Air Commission's recommendation is approval 15-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thought I would slow us down just a little bit.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, the next ordinance is 614-2021 to rezone 280 East Whittier Street, being 2.34 acres located at the northeast corner of East Whittier Avenue and Yeager Street from CPD Commercial Plan Development District to CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The applicant is Pizzuti GE LLC, care of attorney Mike Shannon. The proposed use is a mixed-use commercial and apartment residential development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Southside Air Commission recommendation is approval 6-5. I am first going to ask for a staff presentation.
Good evening, Chair Tyson, President Harden, council members. The 2.34 acre site is developed with the former supermarket.
Do people want to sit down? Is that, or do they want to stand? It's going to be a long time standing up. If they want to find some places. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry then. Can they sit over here? Well, are there seats over here? Everyone doesn't have to leave, just enough for the people that are coming in. Usually moving in and out. All right, so the ordinance, again, is 614-2021, and we were asking for our staff to make a presentation. Tim,
Sure.
You can go ahead and make the presentation. Thank you.
Yep, the 2.34 acre site is developed with the former supermarket zoned.
Tim, could you speak a little, maybe get closer to the mic? Because someone was asking. Thank you.
It's zoned in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District proposes redevelopment of the site with a new mixed-use building, having 8,250 square feet of retail space and 262 apartment units in the 60-foot height district. The CPD text proposes C4 commercial district uses with limitations, development standards addressing maximum number of units and setbacks, and site plan and building elevation commitments. Variances to reduce the minimum number of required parking spaces from 426 to 262 spaces and to reduce the building line from 25 to 0 feet are included in this request. The site is within the planning area of the Southside Plan, which recommends community commercial uses at this location, a classification that supports retail, office, hotel, or institutional uses that serve multiple neighborhoods. The site is also subject to the Columbus citywide planning policies, design guidelines. Planning Division staff views the proposed mix of uses as being appropriate considering the existing commercial and nearby residential uses, as well as the site's location on a transit-supportive corridor. C2P2 provides guidelines for the evaluation of mixed-use developments and parking reductions, contingent on building design and context. Staff has reviewed the proposed building elevations and is in support, noting that the applicant is committing to these in the CPD text. A parking study was required and has been approved by the Division of Parking Services, and a traffic impact study has also been approved for the proposed development by the Division of Traffic Management. The request is consistent with C2P2 design guidelines and recent infill redevelopment proposals. The applicant has filed a concurrent council variance, ordinance 0615-2021, to allow residential uses in the ground floor of the proposed CPD district. Therefore, City Department's recommendation is for approval.
Thank you, Tim. Are there any questions? From the staff? Councilman Remy has a question. Yes. Or comment, I'm not sure, but go ahead.
Could you go back to the first slide on that? I just had a quick question. There was the one with the red outline on it. There might have been a title page and then slide 2. Or maybe not. Here we go. There appears to be that red on Ebner. I was just curious what that was about. Is that a mistake?
Are you referring to the smaller red?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is offhand. I don't think it's a mistake, but it's not involved with this site.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will now have a presentation from the applicant, please. So, Attorney Mike Shannon. And please, that's one. Yeah. So, please state your name, who you represent, and
good evening, President Harden, Chairperson Tyson. Mike Shannon on behalf of the applicant, the Pizzuti Companies. With me this evening for the presentation is John Rewald. Chair Tyson, before we start beat the clock, I just had one preliminary matter. We're caught in a little bit of the changing from the virtual meetings to the public meetings. So for that reason, we do have a slideshow that we'll be able to share with you. We brought the handouts out of an abundance of caution, and we actually have these on 3x5 boards as well, and John will go through those. Tim did a good job summarizing the staff reports. I just want to emphasize that after 18 months, we did garner the support of 15 regulatory agencies.
yeah, get closer to. I want to make
We
sure
did garner the support of 15 regulatory agencies at the city, as well as obviously the Area Commission and the Development Commission. And we really want to punctuate the fact that our traffic impact study, our parking study, as well as our land use were approved by the appropriate agencies, including planning. John will now go through what is available on a slide or in the handouts that you have. Thank you.
And I think in your case, I mean, you're not limited to 3 minutes. It's just the speakers are limited. I mean, we don't want you to take all evening, but we certainly, let me just be very clear about that. However, you need to just make your presentation.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I thought John could go through the rendering.
Perfect. Hi, good evening, John. Thank you.
Good evening. How are you? John Rewald, Vice President of Development with the Pizzuti Companies. Thank you for the time this evening. Over the last 18 months, this project has really advanced and matured, and it's changed significantly from when it was first introduced. And what we're voting on here today is really the result of constructive dialogue and collaboration between our team, various city staff departments, as well as a lot of feedback from our neighbors. Can we go to the next slide? So initially, when this project was introduced, we were at 330 units. We've made several reductions over the course of this project as we've been refining things from 330 to 279, now down to 262 units. So that reduction of 68 units is a little over 20% of the original density of the project. When we look at the density of the greater neighborhood, Schumacher Place, Marion Village, German Village, this project represents an increase of approximately 2.83% overall. Another big thing has been parking throughout the course of the project. We started at 228 structured parking stalls. We've increased that to 262 stalls, 34 stalls, approximately 15%, and that's got us to the 1-to-1 parking ratio, which we've heard time and time again throughout our working sessions with the neighborhood as a metric that was desirable. More importantly than hitting this, we've been able to put our parking below grade, and this was really important for us. And as we're approaching this project, it's how do we pull the charm of the neighborhood into our project, and that's at the residential frontages and the retail frontages. So putting the parking below grade was a huge move on our end. I'd also want to add, as we look at parking in general, there's a lot of efforts made by our team. Being on a transit supportive corridor, we've made commitments to KOGO and their third-party operator Lyft to provide a free annual membership to any of our residents that do not have a personal vehicle. At the request of the Southside Area Commission, we're introducing an electric scooter corral on Whittier. I'd also want to note that we're within half a mile of 27 COTA stops. We're 0.9 miles from the Greenway. And we have 114 bike spaces on site, which is 99 more than are required by code. Can you go to the next slide, please? I just want to quickly hit on a few additional benefits to the neighborhood, and then we'll get into the design. The site today, we're increasing the trees by 88, which is 3.5 times more than what exists today. The site as it sits today is a surface parking lot. It's a sea of asphalt. It's got about 3% permeability. When we're done with our green roofs and the green space that we're introducing, we'll be at 28.4%. This big focus on active street frontages, which we'll get into, public art, increasing the right-of-way along Grand Avenue, increased pedestrian access route with wider sidewalks along Whittier and Yeager, and those added transit options. Can we get into the next slide, please? So as we look at, next slide, as we look at the neighborhood and drawing on what is so special, it is that pedestrian experience. It's these intimate public spaces. It's these transitional spaces. It's the landscape. And so we've been real thoughtful with our approach at grade and also looking at, next slide, please. So it's really important to look at kind of where we were and where we are today. Initially, this project was 4.5 stories throughout. Throughout the process, we've eliminated an entire floor on the north half of the project. We've responded to feedback from our neighbors that the project is too monolithic. And to address that, we've introduced 2 distinct design languages. The project is 4.5 stories on the south half. It reads as 49 feet to the parapet. And it transitions to the more residential Kossuth frontage at 3.5 stories. These 2 different design languages really serve to break up the massing, the mixing of materials. You'll see relief at grade with kind of the sawtooth along Yeager and Grant, creating these transitional spaces. We're 49 feet to the parapet along Whittier, and then along Kossuth, we read as 38 feet to the main parapet. Next slide, please. So this just briefly hits on, this is the palette on the south half of the project. Next slide, please. This just briefly hits on the north half. It's a more mature look here, a blonde brick. Again, these mixing of materials and relief to create a very interesting experience for folks. Next slide, please. So this diagram does a nice job. There's been a lot of misconceptions about the height of the project. You can see first the south half of the project at 4.5 stories, reading is 49 feet to the parapet. I'd add that extra story is set back significantly from the right-of-way as well and is not visible from grade. For example, along Whittier, it's a minimum of 29.6 off of the right-of-way line and up to 40 feet. And then we transition to the north half of the project, 3.5 stories, reads as 38 feet to the parapet. This recessed single-loaded corridor at 3.5 stories is 40 feet from the right-of-way line and not visible. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Would it be helpful if we pulled up the big boards here for you all? Do the first one on the other side, Mike. There we go. So, looking at Whittier today, this is Whittier and Grant. As you can see, this project has never really fit within the context of the neighborhood and the sea of parking lot. The next slide highlights how we are reimagining and re-envisioning this space. This is a look at Whittier. You can see completely retail frontage here, our 8,250 square feet, complementary neighborhood retail. We envision outdoor seating, cafe seating. You can also see in this image how we're using variation in building materials and offsets to create relief. You can see the second level green roof that'll have cascading ferns, and also vertical plantings will further soften the building. So it's a big reoccurring theme throughout the project is the greenscape being used to soften the building. Next slide, please. So this is a view, Yeager and Whittier, kind of catty corner to where Barcelona is. You can see the corner, the relocated Kogo station, which is something that we've worked through at the request of the Area Commission. You see this active frontage here, and then you can start to see the sawtooth and the stepping of the building along Yeager. Next slide, please. So Yeager's an elevation we're really excited about. This is where Lansing tees into Yeager. Right now, you've got the two existing curb cuts to the former Giant Eagle space. Those are being removed in their entirety. Next slide highlights how we're reimagining this space. This is the main entrance to our building. This sets back significantly from the right-of-way, creating a pocket garden, something that's very key and central to us at the Pizzuti Companies is public art. We imagine this space as an opportunity to really introduce something special for our neighbors to enjoy. What you'll also see in this image is vertical setbacks. So setbacks at grade, and then we set back an additional 8 feet at every sawtooth of the building here. Green roofs completely on level 2. So we just see this as a real vibrant, dynamic entrance, really pulling what is the charm of the greater neighborhood into this project, which is a sense of discovery every time you're walking around. Next slide, please. So this is slightly outdated and doesn't show the full landscape entourage, but you get a feel for the movement in the building. And this really accentuates the step back and the sawtooth that I've discussed. And then you can see the green roofs there as well. So those will be visible for folks walking on the sidewalk in the right-of-way, as well as our neighbors to the west on Yeager looking out of their properties. Next slide, please. So Kossuth is a slide or a frontage that we're particularly excited about. Right now, our neighbors look at a chain link fence, the back of house of the former Giant Eagle store, trash and loading, and we're really excited about this next slide. So this is the reimagined Kossuth. Again, 3 stories. It reads as 38 feet to the main roof parapet there. You see planter boxes, you see greenscape. We see another public art opportunity here as well. We step back 15 feet from the right-of-way line here on Kossuth and have created another public art opportunity. So we're really excited to have that mature and see where it takes us. Next slide, please. And then here's another image of Kossuth. Again, you can see kind of the building fitting within the context of the neighborhood. And this is the replaced view for our neighbors. So we're really excited about this. Next slide. So Grant Avenue, Here it is today at the intersection of Kossuth and South Grant. Again, back of house. We're reimagining Grant. You know, I mentioned pushing the parking below grade earlier. What that allows us to do is make it so our neighbors are not interacting with the garage. We have 7 residential units that front South Grant Avenue on the north half of the project here. We're also dedicating 10 feet of our property to increase the right-of-way here and have further setbacks from the right-of-way line for our building, anywhere from 3 feet to 19 foot 10. All of our parking is an additional 10 foot 6 off the property line. So here's the Reimagine Grant. We're really excited about it. You know, we've been hitting on these green roofs. You can see significant vertical plantings here above our garage entrance, and the ingress, egress for the garage there, as well as you know, immediately where you see folks on bikes, that's where we have 7 residential units. So, yeah. So, you know, in closing, I'd just say, you know, we need to face the reality Columbus is a growing city, and we have a housing shortage. And, you know, within the next 9 years, we're projected to surpass 1 million people within the city of Columbus. The question really is, where are these people going to live? It's critical for the success of our city to make sure that we're putting forward quality, dense urban infill along transit corridors and adjacent to transit and job centers. This project will support existing businesses, foster new ones. We really see this as connecting East Parsons and South High Street. Whittier really is that thoroughfare through the neighborhood. And I've also mentioned we do have the support of the Parsons Avenue Merchants Association, as well as many other businesses in the neighborhood. You know, we've heard our neighbors' concerns and we've responded both by making program changes, such as reducing density over 20%, increasing on-site parking, achieving the 1-to-1 parking ratio, reducing height, and enhancing project design and the pedestrian experience. So finally, I'd just add that, you know, throughout the course of this, we've taken the time to address our neighbors' concerns as it relates to traffic, parking, sun interruption, and utility infrastructure with empirical evidence and factual studies that dispel some of those claims. So appreciate your time and look forward to answering any questions that you have.
At this time, Chair Tyson, we could answer questions or the pleasure of the chair.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Attorney Shannon and Mr. Reinwald. Are there any questions? So Councilman Brown has a question.
Thank you, Councilman Tyson. Just a question, Mike, can you answer, did you do a traffic study and the impact that it would have in this neighborhood?
Yes, we did do a traffic impact study, and it took several iterations to get approval. It went over with a fine-tooth comb. But the fact of the matter is that the existing use, a grocery store, generated more traffic than we will at our peak time. And there was a lot of details to be worked out with right-of-way improvements, but we had a memorandum of understanding with traffic, and we worked through several months of complying with their direction, and we do have their support for this project.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if Dan wants to make any comments. Dan?
I'm sorry.
On the traffic study.
Sure. On the traffic impact study that was completed for this site, it did look at this development and the intersections surrounding the site. I believe there was 4 intersections that were studied, and it looked at capacity analysis and turn lane warrants for the intersections in vicinity to the site. And so upon review of that study, we're comfortable with the right-of-way improvements that are shown and have determined that everything shown on the plan is acceptable from a traffic perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions before we have our speakers? Councilmember Dorns.
On the parking, what is the dedication between the residential units versus the retail? I know when we last spoke about this, it wasn't there wasn't a amount that was specifically dedicated to the commercial part of the property. I'm just curious if there has been any movement there.
Yeah. So after further discussion, we're at 262 apartments, 262 units. We're going to make 1 parking space available for every residential unit that we have in the property. Yep.
And I think even to address, this issue about the 17 parking spaces that would be on Jaeger. The city, we worked with the city staff has stated that they would prefer not to have those 17 spaces on Jaeger based upon, the width of the street, that, once this development's done, maybe they'll look at it again, but for right now, that was not the pleasure of the city. I'm sorry, I don't know, I think Councilmember Favor has, maybe these are questions to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Tyson. Some of the emails that we've received from residents in the community have talked about the structure being too high, impeding their ability to ensure that the sunlight would still be able to shine through it to their homes. Was there a sun or a shine study? I'm not sure what it's actually called.
Yes, so after our first meeting with the Development Commission in January, we had a sun study commissioned, and that was shared in advance of the meeting, and the results were presented as well. I will note that our top floors do not cast a shadow out of the footprint or out of the right-of-way of our property. So the level 3.5 and 4.5, those shadows never at any point cast outside of the building. And the results of the study showed that the building operated not dissimilar to others in the neighborhood. So that has been shared, circulated, was taken into consideration by the Development Commission at the February vote.
Thank you.
Councilmember Remy.
Thank you, Chair Tyson. I actually had inquired about that Jaeger spot, both of you, the applicant, and talked with traffic management. I'd like to ask Director Gallagher to speak to it, because one of the concerns that I have is not studying, what it'll happen in the future, but maybe making accessibility now with the retail spaces on there and making some concessions, prior to putting it's being put in rather than after the fact. So if, yeah, but I think the director needs to speak to it.
He wants the director to speak to it, so let's see if Director Gallagher is on the call. Thanks.
Yes, I am here. Thank you, council members. I did speak with Councilmember Remy today, and Public Service will go ahead and put in about 7 spots on Jaegers, what we think we can safely put in, and we can do that along with the development going in. The only caveat that I did share with Councilmember Remy is, if we do see a safety concern or a large severe congestion issue, we will have to revisit that, but we will go ahead, once the development goes in, we will install those 7 spots on Jaeger.
Thank you, Director. I just wanted to see some movement on this before we actually had the building going up, and so I appreciate the concession on that.
Thank you.
Well, that's news for us, so we appreciate the work that Councilmember Remy got some additional spaces. I know that was a concern, but the last document we received was that we weren't going to be able to do that. So there was concession made today. I think that's to move it forward. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. They'll have a chance to come back up and do rebuttal, so we appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we have, let's see. Get my speakers. All right, so the first speaker, these are the speakers for, 3 speakers for, and 3 speakers that are against. So the first speaker is Robert Lay. Good evening. Please state your name and who you represent.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Tyson. My name is Rob Leese. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm here on behalf of myself and my community. I would like to start by thanking you for allowing me to deliver these comments in support of the Pizzuti project at 280 East Whittier. There are few in Columbus that would not agree that our current housing situation is nearing crisis levels. With rising home values, 12% last year, and rent, a 6% jump last year, we simply do not have enough housing stock to keep up with the demand. Supply and demand drive price. In a city as big as Columbus that suffered through the destruction of our black neighborhoods by the highway to the tearing down of buildings downtown to build parking, our inner core is less dense today than it was just a few decades ago. While there are many ideas, plans, and solutions to the complex problem of housing and density, the easiest solution is to build more. This project at its core brings a small piece of density and housing to our city. Density creates walkable urban cores, is better for the environment, and makes the cost of living cheaper for everyone in the community. The infrastructure required to sustain larger mixed-use developments is, on the whole, much less. Additionally, there are a great number of small businesses and local restaurants in the vicinity that would greatly benefit from the addition of these new residents after battering a year and a half of COVID. Many have challenged this project for not being affordable, and while that's a valid concern, I implore council to examine and work on ways to address. Affordable housing is a problem in Columbus, and we're doing too little too late. We need creative solutions and better public policy to ensure that those most in need of affordable housing can access it. In Columbus, the average worker brings home about $2,000 a month, and based on the latest rental stats, half of that is going to put a roof over their head. Worse even is that less than 15% of the available housing stock costs less than $700 a month, but most families can't afford housing in Columbus. I privately called on Pizzuti to consider such affordable housing projects in neighborhoods like Driving Park and Old Town East, and I'm doing so publicly now. I challenge them for every luxury apartment they build that an affordable unit is also built. Council should consider mandating these kinds of agreements for new developments to help enable a more equitable Columbus in the future. We can build our way out of the impending crisis, but only if what we build is truly accessible for all members of our community. We need folks on all sides to understand this before it's too late. Columbus is an ecosystem, and like all ecosystems, it needs diversity to thrive. Even whales are an important part of the ecosystem we need here in Columbus. This concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? You certainly, I want to just say that, and so Councilman Favor is going to, I think, address that too, because we are focused on affordable housing in our community. And as I've said in every meeting, not only do we need affordable housing, and affordable housing at different levels. We need marketplace housing, we need workforce housing, and we need affordable housing. So we need all of those to be in our city. And we certainly want diversity of people to be within any of the buildings that we're in, any other developments. But I don't know if Councilman Favor wants to make any additional comments, but I think people want to, I appreciate the affordable housing. We know it. We know we need all of that. But this project is marketplace housing, and so market rate housing, but Councilman Favor will make any additional comments.
Thank you, Chair Tyson. Thank you for your comments this evening. It's something that is obviously laser focused on as a member of council. Never miss an opportunity to talk about the need for more affordable housing. But I just want to clarify that this is purely market rate, and so the developer is not receiving an incentive from this body. If that were the case, we would obviously be trying to push as hard as we could to ensure that we were going beyond what the city has right now as far as its incentive policy is concerned. So just for the edification of folks who are watching tonight, that the city is currently in the process of reviewing its incentive policy, and we invite the community to weigh in on what they think is some great solutions to solving our affordable housing crisis and incentivizing additional development from great developers like Mr. Pizzuti and other folks who are developing in our community, but definitely appreciate the challenge that you also put out to developers in our community. We need a little bit more of that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mindy Justice. Good evening, Mindy. Please state your name and who you represent.
Mindy Justice, and it's Neighbors for More Neighbors, Columbus. Chair Tyson, Council President Hardin, council members. I'm here today in support of the ordinance. I interact with many of you on a professional capacity, but today I am here as a resident who is very concerned about our housing shortage. I'm one of the founding members of Neighbors for More Neighbors Columbus. We are a self-funded group of residents who stand for more housing for absolutely everyone, all types, all shapes, all sizes. There's several reasons why we support this ordinance. First, it helps repopulate a neighborhood that has faced substantial depopulation. In 1960, there were more than 21,000 people living in Columbus's South Side. That's roughly the 4 census tracts that nearly comprise German Village, the Brewery District, Schumacher Place, and Marion Village. Today, there are only 12,000, roughly half that many. At the very least, we should be aiming to reach the same population our neighborhoods once supported. Second, the building design is appropriate for its highly urban context. The property is not in a regulated historic district. That said, the building width has a maximum height of 62 feet. It's substantially shorter than nearby Barrett Middle School, which is historic and has a peak of 75 feet. It represents an amazing opportunity. It's exactly the type of project the neighborhood deserves. Third, it's located along a transit line. I know we already heard this, but it's near the city's premier neighborhood park. If built as proposed, hundreds more people will gain access to the amenities of the near South Side neighborhoods and get to experience the benefits in living in one of the city's most wonderful neighborhoods. Look, we cannot deny that Central Ohio is growing. We're growing because families are expanding. They're living longer. In-migration is occurring from across Ohio and around the world, and our economic development professionals are doing a good job. In fact, they've been very successful in attracting regional growth, jobs. The Ohio State University continues to grow. I think the question remains for all of us to answer. I heard this earlier. If you don't want new neighbors near you, where specifically should the 25,000 people we add annually live? I personally want as much of that regional growth to happen within the city of Columbus. And it's sites like these that are the best fit. We must find a way to say yes, one neighborhood at a time. Everyone matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Justice. And any questions or comments? Thank you. The next speaker is William Roth. Good evening. Please state your name and who you represent. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Will Roth. I represent the neighborhood of Jackson, Schumacher Place, and German Village, I guess. Thank you, Council, for letting me the opportunity to talk today. As I said, my name is Will Roth. I'm CEO and principal of Roth Real Estate Group here in Columbus. However, regarding this City Council matter, I'm speaking as a resident of Schumacher Place. I've lived in the area for the past 25 years, maybe more, and have bared witness to a development a half a block away from my home, which is a perfect comparable, although nowhere near as nice as this Pizzuti project, and prime example of how the project we are here to discuss will become a massive success and one that will truly be appreciated by the entire Schumacher German Village community. Our property values have skyrocketed. The parking issue that they said would accompany such a large project back then never has been an issue, and trust me, I would be the first in line to complain if it was. 5 years ago, it was a vast wasteland. Now it's an apartment complex that I'm really glad is there. It just fits. After watching the public process play out following the initial project's release, Pizzuti has responded to the feedback from the community and addressed the concerns in the latest proposal. The changes include altering the on-site parking to achieve the community's requested ratio of 1-to-1, as well as providing traffic parking studies that show that the site and the surrounding infrastructure can accommodate the project as currently designed without negatively affecting the surrounding neighborhoods. In terms of the actual building, reductions in overall size have been made by reducing the overall density by 20%, totaling 68 units, as well as reducing the height and removing an entire floor from the north half of the project. Complementing these now smaller dimensions, updating design and pedestrian experiences were implemented, further tying the project into the fabric of the neighborhood. We must look at this project as one that will mature over time and blend naturally into the fabric of the neighborhood. This project will fit. This project will have something for everyone in our community. It is not the albatross depicted in the yard signs throughout German Village and Schumacher Place. Over the last 12 to 18 months, all of us have suffered in the one way or another as we physically and financially try to recover in the wake of COVID. Small businesses that know that that's a major component of our unique neighborhood are at the forefront of this economic struggle. With a letter of support from the Parsons Avenue Merchants Association and a potential to spur further investment in small business support in the Whittier and Parsons Avenue corridors, this project would create the long-term positive effects for the economy of our community. As a commercial real estate retail specialist, I can assure you this is a massive factor in attracting the best-in-class businesses to our neighborhood. I do this every single day. Finally, committing to bringing the living with art to both the interior and exterior of this project, Pizzuti will bring the world-class love of art to the neighborhood, engaging and creating pedestrian-friendly environments for all of us to be proud of. Hearing and implementing these concerns of the community, Pizzuti has proposed a well-thought-out attempt at capturing and elevating the charm that our neighborhood has held at the forefront of all construction for the past several decades. As a seasoned member, I fully support this, this proposal.
Any questions or comments from Mr. Roth? Thank you for coming down this evening. Our next speaker will be Brenda Jessel, and she is speaking against the project. Please come up to the podium, state your name and who you represent. Good evening.
Good evening. Council President Harden, Chair Tyson, and council members. I am the president of Schumacher Place Civic Association. The property owners in Schumacher Place, Marion Village.
Please state your name again. You didn't state your name, I don't think. It's kind of, yeah.
Brenda Gischel?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still the president of Schumacher Place Civic Association. The property owners in Schumacher Place, Marion Village, and German Village have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the neighborhood over the last half century, and the resulting increases in property values have created a rock-solid tax base for you to use. We have played by all your rules, and we have created thriving urban communities. I ask very simply that you play by your rules. We understand the zoning code is being overhauled, but that is a multi-year process, which means you are legally bound to apply the guidelines that are on the books today. 3 minutes is enough time for me to tell you the outcome of the vote from the residents of Schumacher Place, the first step in the city-designed approval process. 15 people were for the development and 390 were opposed. Your process has failed my neighborhood. 3 minutes is not enough time to describe what the impact of this inappropriate plan has done to our neighborhood over the last 16 months. We gathered at Parsons Library in March of 2020 to get a preview of the development. We were there with a sense of excitement and curiosity, although sad to lose the neighborhood grocery and pharmacy. The reveal at the library was stunning in all the wrong ways. A gigantic mass was proposed with 300 units and a height of 48 feet. The meeting participants pleaded with the Pizzuti Company and architects, reduce the height and the number of units. We want it developed. We are not, as we are called, NIMBYs. The development team left the meeting saying, "Oh, we hear you, we'll be back." In September they were, and they announced the development had grown to 330 units and risen to a height of 61 feet 10 inches. There is a lack of interest in working with our community and responding to legitimate concerns from the property owners. The Southside Area Commission meetings reduced the number of units from 330 to 263, but that was a shell game because they only reduced the building 5,000 square feet. Bottom line is, Whittier is not comparable to the High Street corridor. The developer is spinning stories. In January of 2021, the Development Commissioner, Chair Fitzpatrick, directed the Pizzuti Company to work with our neighborhoods and take another look, come back in February. No changes were made, and it passed 3-2. Public documents allude to the sordid actions from the developers after the January meeting with the members of the Development Commission and the city staff. To quote John Ingersoll, a member of the Development Commission, "This is a watershed project that will set precedent for rezoning in the city for the next several years. The immediate neighbors, German Village and Schumacher residents, were overwhelmingly against the proposal. The underlying and consistent basis of their objection was the density and scale of the project. The proposed building belongs in a downtown environment, not in the middle of German Village and Schumacher Place. So now to you, City Council, I turn. We requested meetings, we asked questions, hundreds of residents wrote you letters. We have many unanswered questions with the current proposal. How can you vote without all the answers? Please honor your pledge to serve the public good. Our best interests should carry more weight with you than the developer's bottom line. Vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessel, for coming down with any questions or comments. Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Hunt. Attorney Hunt, please state your name and who you represent.
Good evening. My name is Brian Hunt. I'm an attorney and I represent the group Neighborhoods for Responsible Development, which is made up of citizens from the German Village, Schumacher Place, and Marion Village neighborhoods who are greatly concerned with and opposed to this development. You have undoubtedly heard the public outcry from your constituents that stand to be directly affected by this development, and I have no doubt that the feedback you receive related to this application has been overwhelmingly negative. The citizens strongly and uniformly oppose this proposal, and that alone should be sufficient to cause this application to be denied. After all, it is City Council's duty and obligation to listen to and respond to the concerns of the citizens that elected them, as opposed to the city ignoring those concerns and insisting that they know what is best for the city and its residents against their protest. To the extent the outcry has not been greater from other parts of the city, it is only because of that certain characteristic of human nature that people generally only respond to what affects them directly. But this council should not conflate apathy with support. And whether the citizens in other areas of Columbus recognize it or not, everyone should be paying attention to this application and they should be concerned. Because if this project can be approved for this location, a similar project could easily be approved for any residential neighborhood in the city, whether it's in Clintonville, Italian Village, Franklinton, the Hilltop, Old Town East, or some other area. In all likelihood, if this application is approved, it's only a matter of time before it will be. All of that said, there are several reasons aside from the public policy arguments for why this application must be denied. First and foremost, the application to rezone the property contains two area variances, one to reduce building setback and another to reduce the required number of parking spaces. In order for the developer to be entitled to an area variance, he must establish practical difficulties. The Supreme Court has established numerous considerations, commonly known as the Duncan factors, that should be reviewed to determine whether practical difficulties exist, and these include whether the variance is substantial, whether the substantial character of the neighborhood would be substantially altered, or whether adjoining properties would suffer a detriment as a result of the variance, and whether the property owner's predicament feasibly can be obviated through some other method. It is the developer's burden to show that practical difficulties exist, and there has been little to no discussion of these factors for these two variances that I'm aware of that would support a finding that practical difficulties exist here. On the other hand, as outlined in the memorandum I filed this afternoon, there are a number of reasons why these factors weigh against a finding of practical difficulties. There are numerous other legal issues as well with this rezoning application, several of which are contained in the memorandum, including that failure to meet the area variance requirements in the city code, the likelihood that this constitutes unlawful spot zoning, and that the rezoning would conflict with the guidelines contained in the applicable plans. Given the strong and overwhelmingly one-sided outcry from public against this proposal, the developer's failure to show that practical difficulties exist, and the other numerous issues, this application to rezone the property, including the related area variances, must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hunt. Are there any questions or comments from Mr. Attorney Hunt? Thank you for coming down this evening. Our next speaker is Chris Hoon. Ms. Hoon, as you come to the podium, please state your name and who you represent, and you have 3 minutes, and she's speaking against this ordinance.
Thank you, President Harden, Chairwoman Tyson. I'm Chris Hoon, and I represent the Board of Trustees of the German Village Society. I first want to thank each of you for the attention you've taken in responding to the concerns of German Village and the surrounding communities of Schumacher Place and Marion Village, and the literally hundreds of phone calls and emails that have been generated. I also want to acknowledge Councilwoman's staff for their diligence during the review process of this project. I want to reinforce that we are not opposed to the development of this site, and we welcome investments that are compatible with the neighborhood. We recognize the need for housing in our community, market rate, workforce, and low income, and this site does lend itself to providing this fit. What is deserving is a structure that respects and complements the surrounding 3 neighborhoods with thoughtful design. While officially not in the footprint of German Village, the distance from the 3 sides which border the site are governed by city code and the German Village guidelines and can be measured in a matter of feet or, in fact, inches away. The German Village guidelines provide the basis on which the German Village Commission makes decisions. The opening line at the beginning of the guidelines is historic yet contemporary, German Village's remarkable balance. The guidelines are not merely suggestions, they're directives approved by City Council over 30 years ago, updated in 2008 with a focus on new construction, and remain the law today. This should not be discounted in the review this evening. Again, what we're looking for is balance. While German Village has the designation of one of the premier historical neighborhoods in the country and Ohio's first historic district, and helps set the standards that other historical areas around the country have modeled, the same could be said for both Schumacher Place and Marion Village, as they all came up together in this working class group of homes and businesses that evolved over the same time period, which differentiates from other historical districts around the country, which boast more high-end residential structures. And in fact, if you didn't know the borders, you would most likely not make any distinction. We would venture to say that the appeal of the site to the developer would be in part contributed to the diligence of those who created the standards that make this a sought-after address. That is why we collectively continue to advocate for a structure that integrates into the existing fabrics of the neighborhood. We feel strongly there's a potential for compromise that adheres to existing zoning. While there have been some modifications, and we applaud those efforts, the overall imposing structure continues as the overriding issue with the height. We feel there is still work to be done and encourage another look at options. In discussions with the developer, a comment was made to me directly stating that people just don't like change, and we will get used to it. If we had not embraced the preservation, architecture, and history of this neighborhood decades ago, it would not be the thriving neighborhood it is today. German Village is dedicated to retaining the character and distinction of the past while creating a thriving and contemporary community. If you go to our website, that's the first statement you see. We understand the need for progress, but does it need to come at the cost of impacting the existing surrounding neighborhood where collective investments have been made for many years versus the current investment of one entity? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hune. Are there any questions for Councilmember Favor?
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Is the concern of the society, the Historical Society, just the height alone, or is it the amount of units?
So we feel that if the height came down, it would modify the number of units, and that there would be kind of a balance based on the fact that they would reduce that everything to the 3-story structure. They would redo the units to make it more palpable. It would probably reduce the number of units. There may be a possibility that they could reduce some of the units. They have right now, I believe, 87 studio apartments as a part of this structure. I'm not sure that that is a great use of space. I'm not an architect, but and I know they're trying to make the best use of their space, but I thought, would there be a possibility of, instead of having 87 studio apartments, why not do a combination of more 1- and 2-bedroom, which would also lower the density, but also increase the amount of people who could reside in a particular unit?
Okay. And the modifications that have been made by the applicant, in your opinion, those weren't notable strides?
There have been some, and we have applauded those. The fact that they have reduced the height along Cosset. The biggest concern that we have is the setbacks, because there's still some concern about the shadow study that they did, that it's not as accurate as they're telling us that it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Favor. We also will now permit the Air Commission to speak, the representative commission, and it is the chair of the commission, Mr. Jim Griffith. Could please come and make statements, could share your thoughts on this project, because it was certainly approved 6-5 by the Air Commission.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Tyson, President Hardin, City Council. Yes, the Columbus South State Area Commission did vote 6-5 to approve the project. Pizzuti, I think, did listen to the community by reducing the number of units and providing a 1 unit to 1 parking space, which was not in the original plan. The project is in line with Insight 2050. The infrastructure is present to support the project. And the project complements the nearby communities. It's a quality project. I voted to support it, and I would vote to support it again. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Chair Griffin. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Councilmember Favor.
Thank you, Chair, for being here this evening. So for those who voted against the project, could you just summarize what their concerns were? Were they the same concerns that we've heard already tonight? The amount of units, the height?
Yes.
Okay. That was it?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will have a rebuttal from the applicant, please. You have 3 minutes for the rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Tyson, President Harden. With respect to Ms. Geishel's comments, I don't really think that, the only thing she said that I can rebut that's worth rebutting is when we were, our original project, we actually reduced it by 26,900 square feet, not 5,000. You have to take into consideration that once we reduced it, we also added about 12,000 square feet of additional parking underground. But even then, the difference is closer to 16,000 than 5,000 square feet. With regard to my learned colleague, Mr. Hunt, I'm a little disappointed in so much as he used to be my clerk about 4 years ago, and I thought I taught him if he'd write a memorandum in opposition. Certainly, it's common parlance and professional courtesy among lawyers to share those in advance of any public hearing, and to hear about it on the floor of the council is somewhat disturbing. But when I hear the extent of his legal argument, there's no concern whatsoever.
Can we not talk with the legal argument, because we literally, our city attorney is dealing with that issue. So if you want to just stick to just the project, and we will talk about, we have some other duties to do in regards to the variance, regards to Mr. Hunt's comments. So can you just stick with just the project without talking about the variances, et cetera?
I have to ask you a clarification question, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I was talking about our CPD, not the council variance.
Oh, your CPD. Okay,
Yes.
as long as you stick with that. Thank you.
Mr. Hunt was alleging that in our CPD, we have development standard variances, just like the BZA hears once a month, and that we did not meet the requirement for those development standard variances. The practical difficulty test, which I may be confusing with the council variance test for a council variance. So I just, as an attorney that's subject to appeal from somebody who's not even sharing the courtesy of legal memorandum, I need to make a comment for the record that the planned unit development affords the applicant deviations from minimum standards. It's legal parlance, it is not a variance, it's a divergence. And even if we were to apply the practical difficulty test in arguendo, we pass it. So I apologize, Priscilla, but he was attacking it from a legal standpoint under the CPD, not on the council variance, and that's why I felt compelled to address it. It's the only thing he said that I feel compelled to address, however. I would say that this council knows more than me that we're facing a critical housing shortage for market rate housing. You know, I've had the distinct pleasure of appearing in these council chambers on a regular basis since 1984. Now, despite my youthful appearance, that's a true statement of fact. And I do not know of a zoning that I've handled that is of more import to the residents of the city of Columbus in general and of Schumacher in particular. That community is 57% rental right now. You cannot afford, I cannot afford to buy a house in that area. The existing market rate housing is substandard by comparison to my client's project and are charging atrocious rents for the type of amenities they're providing. I can stand here in good conscience and tell you that every project I've been involved in with the Pizzuti family in the last 33 years has been a legacy project. From the Miranova to the Joseph in the short north, to the Art Museum in the short north that most people don't realize was one of the first governor's mansions in the city of Columbus. All of these projects reflect an interwoven fabric into the community, accentuated by public art. This is no difference. We have worked the process diligently for 18 months. We developed consensus where consensus was able to be developed. And with all due respect for the reasons stated, we'd respectfully request your approval of the rezoning before you. I'd be happy to address any questions, or John and the alternative could.
Are there any questions from my colleagues? Councilman Brown.
Question. The one young lady was up earlier mentioned with regards to the configuration of apartments, and she said like the majority of the rooms or majority of these places are single bedroom or single studio apartments. I'm not here to tell you your business, but can you break down what the numbers are?
Certainly.
Variation?
Actually, another reason to support the project is the density is such that 80% of these units are going to be one-bedroom units, and only 20% will be two-bedroom units. So we'd be able to service that many more citizens who need market-rate housing in the area. Again, when it's weighted to the one-bedroom, the rents can go anywhere from $1,100 to the two-bedroom units to $3,000. So there's an entry level with a one-bedroom garden apartment, but there are also other one-bedroom apartments that are more expensive than the garden apartment. Typically, when you have a one-bedroom, 80% and 20% two-bedroom, it's a good indicia that you won't have, for example, 2 cars per unit. You'll probably have 1 car per unit in a one-bedroom. So these are the things that the developers who run the numbers look at, and we think it's an important distinction, and we should not be penalized for having garden apartments because they're more affordable than our normal one-bedroom and two-bedroom units.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Favor.
Thank you. Ms. Hune also acknowledged the height as still being an issue for her organization. So right. I know that there have been several changes made to the height of the development. So can you talk to, I walked the project, the property itself, and could see how the wedding cake, if that's the right language to use,
it is.
Development was going to be set up. But if you could just reiterate what that will look like for the community that is truly concerned about that height just being consistent throughout the entire project, because it's not, right?
Correct. Yeah, your point is very well taken, particularly on the perimeter where we have residentials across the street. You know, we're basically at the 38 feet, and they're at 35 feet. Then it steps back for the...
It steps back 40 feet on the whole north half of the building. So from the Kossuth right-of-way line to the face of that upper level, that's 49 feet, is 43 feet from the right-of-way line. And so you're not going to see that, you know, from grade as you walk by. You interact with the building as a 38-foot building to the parapet. The south side of the property is 1 story taller, or reads as 1 story taller. It's 49 feet to the parapet. I do have an exhibit in our presentation. I don't want to belabor council members here going through that, but speaks to the setbacks. I mean, it's been a real effort of ours. It's a 2.34 acre site. You know, it's never been developed. And so redeveloping something of this scale, we had to be really thoughtful with how we, you know, address these setbacks, both as we go up sequentially in height in the building as well as at grade.
And just one additional point for clarification. Originally, the entire structure was 62 feet. By lowering the southern half and just having it on the portion we do, only 15% of the building is at that 62-foot height now. Only 15 to 18%. I've drawn a little deal fog there, but it's between 15 and 18%. Thank you.
Councilmember Remy.
Thank you. There was a considerable concern from the residents, myself included, about, and I know Councilmember Favor, I was out there at 3 o'clock this afternoon with the tape measure, looking at that Grant Street. And as it stands today, because I hear varying widths, thrown about, like where it stands today on the side of that building to the back of those garages from Ebner, there were what I considered, touching the building. I was about 14 feet, probably if I was 2 feet away from those garages. So talk a little bit about the 20 feet dedicated on Grant, and then also the setbacks that you have, so that people understand that, the setbacks that you have beyond the 20 feet. Because obviously, as it stands today, you can't get 2 cars through there. Real concern of mine, with the parking and everything. So I want you to explain what that's going to look like in the future.
Certainly. So, today, as Grant stands, it is a 10-foot right-of-way. We're dedicating 10 feet of our property, which will increase that to a 20-foot width drive lane through Grant with north-south traffic. From the new right-of-way line, our building will be set back at minimum 3 feet and up to 19-foot 10. So we are creating more gracious area there, more space. I'd also add that all of our parking ingress egress is set off this new property line 10 feet 6 inches. So there will be ample queuing space. And again, since this isn't operating as a transient garage, the residents will have readers, so it opens automatically. So we're not anticipating any issues with flow in and out of the garage. And I would finally add that it was a process with Department of Public Service and traffic, making sure that we address their concerns as it relates to clear vision triangles and sight distance triangles as well. So we've been able, actually throughout this process, able to eliminate one of the variances that we were requesting, and ultimately made better ingress egress for the garage. One last comment I would make is that we don't anticipate our residential folks exiting the garage to Grant. We also don't anticipate those with bikes exiting to Grant. There's an exit from the garage that spills out right to that Kogo station on Yeager. So we're pushing our traffic that way. We are widening the sidewalks, that pedestrian access route along Yeager and Whittier as well. Again, so trying to move both bike, pedestrian traffic off of Grant and focusing that on other areas. So hope that answers your question.
All right, so thank you for your presentation this evening. I also want to thank all the speakers that came down and shared their comments today, the 3 that were for and 3 that are against. I also want to just share, I want to thank, first of all, my team, and I want to thank my team right now. I want to thank Andrew Dyer, Nicole Harper, Carl Williams, and our amazing intern who every single complaint that came into our department, he was able to take every letter, every issue, he was able to take that information, put it in a graph to see what were the most important issues to the residents in the community. I don't know if Luke is still in council chambers, but Luke has been an amazing intern, and he is going to be a junior at the Ohio State University focusing on planning. And I want to thank my team, period, for all the zonings that we have had. And you can see tonight we're still not complete. But the work that it takes to do this part of the work, especially when anytime there are individuals, any part of this process, whether it be the staff, whether it be the area commission, or whether it be the development commission, if there's ever a no on a zoning issue, it takes a lot of time and effort. And so I just want to share that in this particular zoning, that our team, that prior to me even starting to be involved in talking, that Nicole and Andrew are talking with the developers, the community, to get a good understanding of what the real issues are, so that when I finally get on the calls and start figuring out how we're going to deal with these issues and how we can try to figure out if there's any ways to make any adjustments, that we're able to do that. And so this particular zoning, I will just share that not only did I talk with the area commission, I also spoke with Ms. Hume and Ms. Jessel twice. I also spoke with Attorney Hunt and a number of people that he represented. We also talked to the developer, I personally talked to the developer twice. I also spoke with the Air Commission probably twice. And then I also walked the property to see, all the issues and concerns and talked to the city staff. It takes a lot of effort to get to this place because we want to make sure that, we understood the issues with this project and certainly had an opportunity to be able to talk to all parties. And also, I would just share that when you have a project like this, that there's also the one thing that we have to make sure we're focusing on is also the decorum throughout a process. And what we also know that, and for city staff, we're certainly not going to be privy to or get involved, when I said we're not going to engage in kind of less than decorum because we understand people are very emotional during this process. So I truly just want to thank everyone who's participated in this process. I do appreciate my council colleagues who've also walked the property and visited the property and took calls and now today made additional changes. And so again, the city staff did approve this project. And normally when we have all approvals, except for the Civic Association. And we understand their issues and concerns. And certainly I think that the Air Commission took those into consideration, as did Pizzuti, as to what some of the things that they wanted in the project. Recognizing that, they didn't necessarily want the height as it was. And even though we don't have our new zoning code yet, we know that we have to have height as is part of us developing our community. And so not only has it happened, and I'm talking about this project, there are many other projects in the city of Columbus that we're looking at, the height, more density, because that's what's needed. And so again, city staff approved this project. The Development Commission approved it, whether it was 3-2. And I also spoke to the chair of the Development Commission to get his perspective, Mike Fitzpatrick, because of the issues and concerns about, what the development approving it based upon and what they were looking, why they approved the project. And then Columbus Southside Air Commission approved this, the zoning 6-5, the variance 7-4. And so with all the work that's been done, and we've listened a lot, I think that for me now, I would ask my colleagues, we've had lots of questions that have been answered today, that I think that this is a project that's worthy to be within our community, and I would move for passage of this particular ordinance.
Councilmember Tyson, or Chair Tyson, thank you for your work as well in shepherding this process through. I heard process a lot tonight, and one of the things that I think about on tough votes like tonight is even though we may not agree with our neighbors, or even though we may not agree with our city representatives or even our city council members, it doesn't mean that the process has not been true or fair or open. And I can say that your team has led a open process, a thorough process, and for that reason, I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Faber, Remy, Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance on our agenda is 1615, and this is, again, for the same project. This is a variance. And so anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. And this is variance. The variance is to grant a variance from provisions of sections 3356.03C4 permitted uses and 3361.02 permitted uses for the property located at 280 Whittier Street to permit ground floor residential uses as a part of the mixed-use development in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The applicant is Pizzuti GE LLC, care of Attorney Mike Shannon. The proposed use is a mixed-use commercial and apartment residential development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Columbus Southside Air Commission's recommendation is approval 7-4. So we now need to have do we want a staff presentation again? Do we need a staff presentation? Seeing none. All right. Well, yes, I do need to have a staff presentation. So I'm going to ask Mr. Shannon and Mr. Rywald if you could just step to the side. I do need to have a staff presentation.
The applicant has received a recommendation of approval from staff and the Development Commission for a concurrent rezoning ordinance 0614-2021 to the CPD Commercial Plan Development District, which will permit the construction of a mixed-use building containing 8,250 square feet of retail uses and 262 residential units. The requested council variance will permit townhouse-style ground floor residential units and accessory residential uses. The proposal is consistent with recommendations of the Columbus Citywide Planning Policies, design guidelines for mixed-use developments in regards to building design and context, and therefore City Department's recommendation is for approval.
Are there any questions for the staff? I accept the entire report into evidence as an exhibit. And now I'm going to ask for a presentation and a statement from the applicant, Mr. Attorney Shannon.
Variance request in the C4 district where we have a mixed-use project. Technically, the C4 code allows residential on all floors above the ground floor, but does not allow residential on the first floor. We respectfully seek this use variance to permit the residential use on the first floor to alleviate a hardship. We cannot obviate this hardship through any other means than through the variance. The granting of this variance in no way will impair the adequate supply of light, and it will not unreasonably increase any congestion on our public streets. It will not diminish or impair property values. In fact, we've submitted a number of studies that indicate that market rate housing will increase property values. And in no way would this variance adversely affect public health, safety, comfort, or morals, or the welfare of the inhabitants of the city of Columbus, which are standard items that you, determinations you make when you approve any council variance. So we'd respectfully request your approval of same. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have two speakers who are against this council variance. And again, if Ms. Brenda Jessel, if you want to speak to this council variance, you are a speaker. And then Attorney Brian Hunt would be following you. Please state your name, who you represent, and you have 3 minutes to make your comments.
My name is Brenda Gischel, and I represent the Schumacher Place Civic Association. I would just say to you that when you had your first question today, what is that little red space? We have asked what that little red space that is owned by the Pizzuti Company when they purchased that land, how it would be incorporated into the project. And to this day, we have no answer. We have no answers to a lot of things. And I have difficulty with them being secretive with the community that would deal with it firsthand on a daily basis. We do not know what that strip of land is that comes off of Ebner. We have no idea what that use is. There's been no sharing of information, what would be put there, and the variances that they are requesting. We didn't object to them putting housing on the first floor. We're concerned that the parking will be there, and they have no accommodations really for parking of an 8,000 square foot retail unit. But there are several things that they keep to themselves because they don't want us to know. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Mr. Attorney Hunt. Can you please come to the podium? You have 3 minutes and state who you represent. Thank you.
Good evening again. As stated earlier, my name is Brian Hunt. I'm an attorney and I represent the group known as Neighborhoods for Responsible Development, which is also opposed to the granting of the variance sought here to allow first floor dwelling units. Just as public policy and several legal considerations require that the application to rezone the property be denied, there are several reasons why the use variance must be denied as well. First, the code requires that before council grant a use variance, it must find that the use will not adversely affect the surrounding property or neighborhoods, and that the granting of the variance will alleviate some hardship or difficulty. Here is evidenced by the overwhelmingly negative testimony that has been submitted. The use will have many adverse effects on the area. When taken with the understanding that this variance is a necessary component for this development as a whole to proceed, it becomes evident that parking, traffic, congestion, safety, aesthetics, and property values in the area will all be harmed if this variance is granted. Additionally, the specific difficulty or hardship that the variance is meant to alleviate has not been identified. Why can't the first floor of this development be commercial? Or better yet, why can't the space be designated as parking? Only one reason exists for why the developer is requesting the use variance here, which is that it is looking to maximize its profit. Along those lines, Ohio courts have made it clear that property owners should not be afforded relief from hardships they create, such as when they acquire an interest in property with knowledge of a zoning classification. Ohio courts have also stated that the mere fact that a property can be put to a more profitable use does not establish an unnecessary hardship that warrants a use variance where less profitable alternatives are available in the zoning district. Aside from these issues, granting this variance and allowing dwelling units on the first floor of the development would interestingly result in an unlawful use of the property. The development text states that the permitted uses in the new CPD will be those uses contained in the C4 district. Importantly, the C4 district only allows dwelling units in limited circumstances, specifically when they are located above other commercial uses identified in those commercial districts. Residential uses are not a permitted use on the first floor in any commercial district, and therefore, based upon the plain language of the city code, dwelling units would not be permitted above the first floor dwelling units that would be allowed per this variance. It should also be noted that dwelling units would not be permitted above the parking garage in this case either. The code only permits dwelling units above parking garages in certain circumstances, one of which being that the garage be adjoining to a commercial use that occupies the entire property frontage. Here, the retail use that is being proposed along the Whittier Street falls short of occupying the entire property frontage, and thus pending a redesign of the site plan or separate use variance, dwelling units would not be permitted above that garage. Now, it seems like the site plan may have been adjusted prior to this meeting without us being provided knowledge, so that may not be the case anymore. In any event, to be clear, my clients understand and hope that at some point this property will be redeveloped. However, they simply ask and expect that any redevelopment be done in a responsible manner that benefits the entire community, rather than just a select few. This development does not meet those expectations. With that in mind, and as shown tonight, this request for a variance should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Attorney Hunt? Thank you. Thank you. Seeing none, thank you. Chairman Griffin, do you have any comments you'd like to make? All right, thank you. We will now have a rebuttal from the applicant. 3 minutes.
Very briefly, I already stated to the contrary what Brian said, that I felt we met the requirements for the hardship. Also, having residences on the first floor is critical to being a good neighbor. On the Kossuth side, the Yeager side, and Grant, we abut residential property. So that's why we wanted to have the residential on the first floor, and that's why we properly filed for a council variance. Staff doesn't allow us to refer to those CV in our rezoning text because they're a separate action for reasons that you know as well as anybody, Chair Tyson. So for those reasons, we meet the criteria for hardship, and we feel that council is duty-bound to approve the hardship or approve the variance for the use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a question because this has come up. This is the second time it's come up. On the map, is that red? So is that what we show, what Tim showed earlier? The question was, Tim said that wasn't, he wasn't sure what the red, that small slither that was in the display. Is that Pizzuti property?
Yes, it was part of the acquisition for Giant Eagle, and it was at one time used for remote parking for Giant Eagle employees. It is a vacant lot.
It's a vacant lot, remote parking for Giant Eagle.
Yes.
And do you, and are there plans for that parcel? I mean, it's not part of this, but.
No, it's a vacant lot, and I'm not aware of any plans in the immediate future.
Okay. And the last thing I just want to address, because I think it came up previously, and this is what, the questions haven't been answered. Now, I know that the questions that we have received from Ms. Jessel We absolutely addressed her questions. I mean, there was one question that we were still figuring out and getting some information on, but every question we got in a document, we responded to those things. And so she's certainly sharing that, that there are questions that haven't been answered by, I want to get this, by you or the client you represent. In your interactions where there were questions posed to you, were you able to respond to those questions?
To the best of my ability and truth, yes.
Thank you. Because everyone here has been sworn under oath to be able to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any questions for Attorney Shannon? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, I will first ask a motion to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council on 6/15/2021.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Adopted.
Thank you. Now I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Thank you.
Passed.
Thank you. Yeah, just for 5.
May I have a motion to recess zoning? Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Zoning is recessed. We will reconvene momentarily. May I have a motion to reconvene meeting number 37? Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
We are back in zoning, meeting number 37. Chair Tyson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We have ordinance number 1349-2020 to rezone 4465 Catella, being 58.3 acres located on west side of terminus of Catella Drive and northwest corner of Central College Road and Lee Road, from the R Rural District to the PUD4 Plan Unit Development District. The applicant is Tri-Plus Communities, care of attorney Aaron Underhill. The proposed use is a mixed residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and there's no area commission. I'm still first going to ask if we have speakers on this. We're going to ask for a staff presentation.
The 58.3 acre site consists of 5 parcels, 3 of which are developed with single unit dwellings, and all are zoned in the R Rural District as a result of recent annexation from Blendon Township. The requested PUD4 Plan Unit Development District proposes 3 subareas. Subarea A will permit a 156-unit multi-unit residential development on 27.88 acres. Subarea B proposes 1 single-unit dwelling on 7.95 acres. And Subarea C proposes 2 single-unit dwellings on 22.5 acres, for a total gross density of 2.76 units per acre, with 3.35 acres of provided open space in Subarea A and 16.1 acres of tree preservation in subareas B and C. The site is not located within a planning area, but is subject to the recommendations of Columbus Citywide Planning Policy's design guidelines. Additionally, the prevailing low densities in the area and the guidance of the adjoining Northland Plan Volume 2, which recommends 3 units per acre, were considered by the Planning Division during the review. Staff support for this proposal was predicated upon consistency with C2P2 guidelines, including preservation of natural resources, site design that avoids housing units backing up to open space, with open space being an organizational element, and sidewalks connecting the street network and walking trails in open space areas. The PUD text commits to a site plan and proposes AR12 apartment residential district standards for subarea A, including development standards addressing maximum number of units, access, private streets, sidewalks, connectivity, open space, landscaping and screening, building elevations, and site design features that address C2P2 guidelines. The text also proposes R1 residential district standards and tree preservation areas in subareas B and C, and connectivity between subareas A and B. With the addition of a declaration of notice of zoning requirements recorded with Franklin County over tree preservation areas which protect 16.1 acres in subareas B and C, said area was factored into the density calculation for the primary build-out site, which is subarea A, resulting in a density of approximately 3.5 units per acre, which is supportable. Therefore, City Department's recommendation is for approval.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions? I would now ask for a presentation from the applicant. Please state your name and who you represent.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Aaron Underhill. I'm an attorney with, Underhill and Hodge. I'm here representing the applicant, Tri-Plus Communities. Tri-Plus is actually a great story. They're a relatively new company. They develop and own and operate senior-oriented multifamily residential communities. They are in fact headquartered in Columbus. And they have a handful of projects that they've done in suburban communities. This is the first time they will be entering the municipal boundary of Columbus. This project represents about $40 million or more of investment once it's all said and done. It's a result of about 18 months of very hard work with your planning department. We initially did not have their support, but have worked very diligently with them on the C2P2 principles and incorporated them here, and are happy to have their support. Also, we're fortunate enough several months back to receive the recommendation of support from the Development Commission. We have done our best here we understand that change is hard and that we do have some neighbors here, some neighboring residents from the township that are used to this being a rural area, but we have tried to be good stewards here. We have clustered the development, which is a C2P2 principle, and we have, in that manner, been able to preserve quite a few trees on the site, mature trees, 16.9 acres, which is about almost 30% of the site being preserved. We are recording a deed restriction against some of the property so that everyone will be clearly aware when they take title to the property of those obligations. We're cognizant that people don't check zoning sometimes when they're buying a single-family home, so we think that is a way to make sure that everyone has notice of those requirements, and we'll make sure that all of these trees are protected in perpetuity. We also have quite a bit of open space on the site, and it has been an organizing element, and we feel like it's a great plan and will be a great addition to the community. These are ranch-style multifamily homes. They are HOPA compliant, and HOPA means Housing for Older Persons Act. The average resident here is about age 72 is what we're finding in other communities, so this is intended to largely be a retirement community. And it will look, act, and feel like a condo, even though it's a rental community. But as you can imagine, for instance, snowbirds that go down to Florida in the winter may want to have a rental property that's taken care of and all the services that go along with it while they're away during their time down south, for instance. The other interesting thing here is traffic, and I know some have had some concerns in the neighborhood about density, even though we have gotten planning support in that regard, but the traffic is something that I think is going to actually be helped by developing this property with this use rather than a traditional single-family community. Just to the north of us is a development by MI Homes that's zoned PUD4. There's also property to the south of us across Central College, also zoned PUD4. We had our civil traffic engineer do an analysis of comparing our site with this development type versus a single-family development community at 3 units an acre. And as it turns out, at AM peak times, ours only creates 30% of the traffic that would come from a single-family community for reasons you can imagine with an average age of 72. We have retirees, we don't have parents running kids to ball games and school, et cetera. And similarly, at the PM peak, we've got a 26% ratio of traffic as compared to a regular single-family community. We understand that the neighbors who are here this evening moved into Blendon Township likely long ago, and Columbus hadn't come quite out this way yet. We understand that as township residents, having the city come out your way really creates some consternation, but we tried early on to engage those residents. We sent out mailings during the pandemic, had a virtual town hall meeting. Frankly, it was very lightly attended, but we did that before we even filed our zoning or our annexation so that we could get out ahead of this and make sure everybody was informed from the get-go what we were proposing. We've done our best to maintain the natural features. We feel like this is a good use. Its intensity is much less than what is probably otherwise appropriate here as an alternative use. This is not your traditional multifamily with a 2 or 3 story building in someone's backyard. They're ranch-style units that are going to feel as if they fit within the neighborhood. And with planning support, development commission support, we would ask for your support as well so that we can see this community come to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Underhill. Are there any questions?
158. They are all two-bedroom, Jane? 1+ bedroom and 2+ bedrooms, but subject to federal fair housing laws for age restriction. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Underhill. We now have 3 speakers who are speaking against this project. The first one is Brandon Pauley. Mr. Pauley, please state your name and who you represent.
My name's Brandon Pauley. I'm an attorney with the law firm Brennan, Manna, and Diamond, and I actually represent 12 surrounding homeowners to the proposed development. President Hardin, Chairwoman Tyson, Council, thank you very much for hosting us and giving us an opportunity to speak. Obviously, we don't want to be viewed, the 12 residents that I represent, we do not want to be viewed as obstructionists. The residents engaged me to amplify their voice in this process. If there were mailers sent out or otherwise, the residents felt like they did not have a voice in this process. And what they're ultimately presented with, and just to back up one moment, I submitted a written objection with 3 exhibits. And I would ask you to look at that objection that I submitted. I'm not going to bore you, especially after the last ordeal you just went through and rehash everything there. But I would ask you to read the objection and look specifically at Exhibit A that identifies the residents that engaged me and where they are located and where their homes are located. It is almost exclusively around Central College Road and Lee Road. And their properties back up right to sub-area A, where what we contend is a too dense application for 156 units in 27.8 acres of area. That density, what we suggest is the true density of this project, is approaching 6 units per acre, which of course is almost double what the Northland plan is. And certainly in excess of the PUD 4 application, 4 units per acre. In looking at the Tripolis application and who the applicant is, it's my understanding they own sub-area A, and they don't own sub-area B, and they don't own sub-area C. And so you have the applicant coming here and asking for 156 units on 27.88 acres. And that 27.88 acres is densely wooded area right now. And what they are going to do is raise all of the trees on that area, and they're going to build right up to the line that is legal, 10 feet from the property line is what they suggest. And they're going to put as many units as possible to increase their profits, which is their right to ask for, but it's also, as residents, and you, as stewards of the community, it's your right to say that's too intense for our taste. And let's see if we could reform it a little bit. One area of note that I would like, aside from the density issue, when we look at the impact to nature and the natural surroundings, right now, if you look at their landscaping plan, they contend that they are going to keep mature trees on the property line, presumably to give you comfort that the surrounding residents are still going to maintain a level of privacy. And if I could have 30 seconds to finish.
You have 30 seconds and less.
Okay.
That's all you have.
And if you look at the landscaping plan, it says right on there, to the extent possible. What is going to happen here without further intervention and further discussion of this project? They're going to knock all the trees down, they're going to put a 6 unit per acre dense development there, and the surrounding property owners are going to have their way of life changed, their privacy impeded upon, and the value of their homes dwindled. And there are 2 of my clients that are going to be able...
Now, wrap it up.
Understood. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome. The next speaker is Mallory Nortz. Good evening. Please state your name and who you represent.
Hi, I'm Mallory Nortz. I'm representing myself and the neighbors in the Central College and Lee area. Thank you, City Council, for allowing me to speak in opposition of application Z20-099, ordinance 1349, 2021. I'm here today to share my objection about the proposed Tripolis development. When my husband and I moved out to this area, we dreamed of starting a family and seeing our kids run around outside to enjoy the beautiful nature and wildlife that Westerville has to offer. We love that all the homes on Central College have history and all look uniquely different, with woods and forests everywhere. Driving down Central College during the fall is so special and one of the reasons why I fell in love with this neighborhood. My family will be directly impacted by this development once Treplus clear cuts the 28 acres of green space and builds 156 apartments that will significantly increase the traffic on my street. The proposed development area is surrounded by single-family acre lots and was zoned for rural acre lots before the property was annexed into Columbus. This land should be used for its intended residential purpose, not a large apartment complex that doesn't fit the aesthetic of the neighborhood. I'm concerned about what kind of impact this development will have on my property value when my backyard becomes 156 units, exactly 10 feet from my property line. The grading and excavation of 28 acres to make room for apartments with preservation of trees only when possible is vague language that significantly favors the developer. There are no topographical plans that share any information on elevation and water, and I'm concerned that between the natural springs, the wetlands, and Big Walnut's watershed, losing 28 acres of trees and the regrading of the proposed development land is going to have a significant impact of the water flow onto my property. It's already impacted in the wet seasons by water runoff, and I'm concerned that this will be exponentially worse. I am not naive to the fact that Columbus is growing and there is a big need for development. What I'm concerned about is how City Council continues to be misled at every point of this project. The true density of the area that is getting developed and being purchased by Treplus is 5.6 units per acre, not 2.73 units per acre, which is written in all of the documents that have been presented to you from the developer, because it's calculated and combined with 2 residential areas that Treplus has no plans of purchasing. It's something that we have been trying to address since this development project was made public to us, but it feels like no one has listened to us until we hired an attorney. You are also being misled on the traffic study. Since 2018, there's been 11 developments that have been built within a 1.4-mile distance between the Central College and Lee intersection, with close to 1,500 new residents. There has been an extreme influx of traffic on my street, and I know that we still really aren't seeing the true impact from traffic, while several people, myself included, continue to work from home. The 50-mile-per-hour road that I live on is also the proposed entrance for the Treplus development, and while some of the neighbors were meeting with the Franklin County Engineers Office to review the entrance, there was an accident that happened literally right in front of them. The city received approval for the traffic based on a study that, in my opinion, is severely out of date from 2018. The representation of Treplus is going to continue to argue that this is a 55-plus development, that they won't be commuting as much as the normal person. And I think it's really ironic that they use those arguments here, yet if you go on their website, they market to active adults and a maintenance-free living in richly appointed apartments on their website. This powerful company is going to continue to do everything that they can to stretch the rules to make the apartment complex pass the legal and zoning restrictions. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and share my opinion with City Council, and will just leave you with my final thoughts. This development plan does not reflect the best practice planning principles of guided growth, sustainable development, and design and character. I ask that council members not approve this application in light of the impact on environment, increase in traffic, and inconsistency with the houses in the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Dana Smoot. Good evening. Please state your name and who you represent.
Good evening, President Hardin, Chairwoman Tyson, and members of council. My name is Dana Smoot. I represent myself and the other families on Lee Road. My family and I, which is my wife and 2 young children, we lived on Lee Road for approximately 10 years. We live on a little over an acre, and both my children have grown up in this house, and this is all that they know. All of the memories of both my children are of this house and in the backyard. As many of you can appreciate, your home is your biggest investment that you will make in your lifetime. My fellow neighbors, some of which have lived in their homes over 40 years, have similar family members and have also considerable investment into their homes. Our investment into our homes have helped to increase the value of the homes and have made our area a desirable place for families to live. Many of the homes back up to the treed area that Treplus wants to tear down and build 156 family rental homes. We believe that Treplus development negatively impacts our home values because of lack of privacy, increased congestion, and density of development. Lack of privacy. As I stated, many of the homes back up to the treed area that Treplus wants to develop. We will no longer have the privacy we currently have in our backyards. Our privacy will be lost and shared with 156 or more new Treplus residents. No longer will we be able to share private moments with our families. which is one of the specific reasons we bought our homes. If Tree Plus is permitted to develop this area, we will be subject to new Tree Plus residents and their dogs wandering into and through our yards. I will no longer feel safe allowing my 2 young daughters to play in the backyard by themselves. Increased congestion. Lee Road is already filled with cars backed up as far as you can see, waiting to turn onto Central College. Currently, some of us have to wait 3 to 4 minutes before we can turn in or out of our driveways. Along with increased congestion, there is also the safety hazard of all the additional vehicles on the small country roads. The Tree Plus development will add to the current congestion, which will in turn lower our property values because less people will want to move into the area. Density of the development. Our homes are desirable because of the acreage that the homes are built on. A large part of the values of the home is due to the spacing between your neighbor. Tree Plus wants to build 156 homes in a space that would normally only have 40 to 50 homes, which will lower the value of our property. When voting, I ask that you please consider the impact the Tree Plus development will have on the property values due to the lack of privacy, increased congestion, density of the development. Instead of stars in the dark sky and sounds of birds singing, we will see bright lights of 156 single-family homes packed in an area that would normally only have 40 to 50 homes. We will no longer have any quiet nights to enjoy with our families in the backyard. Please vote against the Tree Plus development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smoot. Are there any questions for Mr. Smoot? We're now going to have the Attorney Underhill come up and address the concerns that you heard this evening, and then can address any questions that this body may have.
Thank you, Ms. Tyson. Took some copious notes here. I'll try to address each of the things that were raised here. First thing I'd like to point out is even though we're in a PUD and we can sort of write our own regulations for the project, we are still required to call out any variances from underlying code, and we have none. So one item that was mentioned by Mr. Pauly was that we only have a 10-foot setback. That's incorrect. We have a 25-foot minimum setback on all perimeters, and that's per code and consistent with other projects in the area. We have in fact committed within the first 10 feet from the perimeter property lines to preserve mature trees, and we do have a little note in there that says to the extent practical. And for that reason is if we do have some grading or something that and a tree is disturbed, we need the ability to do that, and time will tell when we get into permitting whether any of that will happen. We're also enhancing those landscape buffers with tree and shrub plantings, and in fact, I think it's a misnomer to think that every developer wants to cut down every tree they can. Those trees are in fact protecting these residents from their neighbors as well and add value to the property by being in a backyard. So we believe they're just as important on those perimeters as the neighbors do. In terms of density, this argument has been used throughout the process by the neighbors as to what our density really is. The truth of the matter is we are zoning subareas B and C to allow a total of 3 homes, period. And those are 3 single-family homes. That is tied to subarea A, which is where most of the development is occurring here. And to pull those apart at any time in the future, it's certainly within council's purview to say no to that. It's part and parcel to what we're doing here is making those commitments to those other properties and ensuring that they don't develop at the same density as we're doing on subarea A. As to property values, this is an interesting one. There is a project that Trepless did and has been up and running for a few years now called Hawthorne Commons. And they have 9 single-family homes that are directly adjacent to them. And I did some research on the auditor's site today. Those homes, from the time of pre-development to now, have increased in value by 10%. Now, I know all home prices are going up, but certainly we haven't seen a detriment or negative impact on values in a real-world scenario there. And lastly, as to the traffic study, these traffic studies are a back and forth between the traffic folks here at the city and our traffic folks, and we go back and forth on assumptions. All those assumptions were agreed upon between the parties to run the traffic study. The data had to be agreed upon as to what time we were taking it from. both the county here and the city have weighed in on this and approved the traffic study. You may or may not know that the county has a road improvement project planned for Central College Road in the near future, and we will either be installing our own turn lane or making a donation of funds toward that effort to the larger project here in the future. So we believe we've addressed the traffic concerns, and like I said, this has a much less of an impact than what probably could be otherwise. So with that, I'm happy to take your questions, and I appreciate you listening to me on this long evening.
Attorney Underhill, so I know that there's not an area commission. This has been rural land. And so you, have worked with the city for over 18 months on the project, as you stated. And you during this process, you reached out to the community via virtually to have a town hall meeting to hear their issues and concerns. You said a lot of people didn't show up for it, but so tell me, as you submitted this project to the city and with the city's C2P2, can you tell me what kinds of changes you also made, or through conversations you may have had with the community and made any changes to this project? And then also continue to speak to the privacy, because you heard that dogs could run over to their property and those kinds of things. But can you just share any conversations, any changes that were made regarding this community?
Yes, thank you for the questions. As far as the main thing that we've addressed through hearing comments from the neighbors is we had initially set out only to do preservation areas on the perimeters of the project, and we agreed to quite a number of enhanced plantings to supplement those areas. And so we feel like we're going to make a substantial investment to not only do our best to protect those trees, but to increase the landscaping and increase the opacity, if you will. And we have agreed to, within, I think it's 5 years of planting, to make sure that along those perimeters we reach 75% opacity from looking off-site into the community. So, we're actually making a commitment to a minimum barrier there. And that's something I've done in other communities and works pretty well. We understand that we'll also want to have evergreens in there in addition to deciduous trees, so that during the winter months that screening stays in place. In terms of safety, these communities, multifamily gets a bad rap, and I know that this city council doesn't see it that way, but there's always concerns with crime and safety, et cetera. If ever there was a differentiating element here, it's the age of the people who are going to live here. And like I said, age 72 is the average in the other communities. Will there be a random child or two in this neighborhood? Yes, with a 55 or older community, probably. But these are going to be adults that are really, a lot of them are transient in the wintertime, like I mentioned. And I think the overall impact to the community as compared to traditional multifamily is really going to be minimized.
And you've committed to the preservation of 16.87 acres of trees out of a total of 58.33 acres in zoning, is that correct?
That's correct, and that calculation does not include the perimeters, so it would be a little more than that when you include the perimeters.
Okay. And again, this is a senior community?
Correct.
Okay. And right now, the property is, on the property that we're discussing is right now a wooded area.
That's correct.
And so generally, any development in a wooded area is not viewed as positive because everyone wants to have the woods continue to be behind their homes.
That's right.
Right. Okay. Any questions from my colleagues? Yes, Councilmember Remy.
Yes, Attorney Underhill. The second speaker's talked a little bit about ecological things throughout the property. I'm assuming that there's some guidance surrounding, wetlands, et cetera. I saw there was wetlands preservation, but could you speak to the work that you've done or the applicant's done on the ecological aspects of this property?
Yes, thank you. We are in fact protecting the wetlands that are on this property. There are less wetlands than you would think. They don't total a whole lot, but we are protecting them and we've planned around them. I will say that I hear a lot when development is occurring out in sort of the outskirts of municipalities, concerns about drainage and flooding. And it's my experience, because of the nature of what goes on in rural areas, there has not historically been much regulation of stormwater management. And so very often, and 9 times out of 10, this will cause an improvement in terms of being able to capture that rainwater. We will have more pervious surface for obvious reasons, but the regulations that have been in place now for 20 years in the state of Ohio are stringent. They will capture that water, clean it, and release it in a manner that complies with all applicable laws.
Thank you, Attorney Underhill. And before Councilmember Favor asks some questions, Tim, can you put the presentation back up? I think Councilmember Harden would like to see it again. Can you, did you? Oh, who has it? Oh, hey, who has? Oh, Haley has it. Oh. Okay.
Thank you. You should see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Favor.
Thank you, Chair Tyson. The single-family homes, you said there are going to be 3 in
Yes.
total?
There is one existing in sub-area B today, and the family that is selling us the property that is sub-area A is actually selling that as a nice estate home. It will remain. Sub-area C has one existing home, and those individuals desire to sort of downsize on their own property. So they have reserved the right to develop and construct another home on the rear of that property outside of the tree preservation zones. But a total of 3 homes would be permitted, of which 1 would be new.
And those homes will be for rent or for sale?
For sale.
Can you talk about the rent for the multifamily?
Yes, rents and, things are changing with lumber prices, et cetera, but what we've been telling everyone is a rental rate of $1,900 a month to $2,600 a month.
And I'm sorry, that's for a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom?
The lower end would be the 1-bedroom plus, which has a den, so we call it plus, and then the upper end would be the 2-bedroom plus.
And given the fact that this is this is going to be targeted as a retirement community, that's correct? Are there support services that are going to be on site?
Yes, there are not medical support services, but there will be organized social activities, a staff member on hand at quite a bit of time to organize those activities. There will be a concierge service to help people if they need someone to go to the store for them, do that sort of thing, check on their unit while they're away. And so there will be many things that aren't available in another community that will be here because of its age-restricted nature.
And so the company that you represent, the applicant, they work with different types of communities, is that correct? Because I believe the second, Ms. Nortz made a comment that it was unclear who the actual targeted community was going to be, if I understood her correct. So I just want to make sure that.
In terms of the resident type, or?
Yes.
It is, if you get on their website, it is marketed to seniors and active adult senior. That means a lot of things, but yeah, these are not people who are homebound and can't get out and do activities. They'll be using the sidewalks, they'll be using the trails, but some of them may not. But when you have people those ages, you have a range of health conditions.
Okay, I just want to. It seems like it must be acknowledged that it's a different type of resident, right? Like,
Absolutely.
Councilmember Brown is. Oh my gosh, I did not say that.
So it's not obviously it's not a nursing home. It's not assisted living. It's more of an independent living, but it feels much less institutional, if you will. It feels like a neighborhood.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Council President Harden.
Thank you, Chair Tyson. You said that the 16 acres that it will be reserved for a tree is in addition to the buffer area. Using the
site plan, could you kind of articulate or tell us where
where that would be made up from? I'm having trouble.
Yeah, and Haley, I think we have a tree preservation plan, if you can hear me. If you can see these hashed areas, there you go. So right there, that's sub-area B, and the hashed area is all a tree preservation zone. If we could go back one slide, I think it was backwards. You can see on the northern part of the site, which is sub-area C, there's tree preservation there, which is very significant. It shows the future home on the bottom of your screen that possibly that would be a detached garage in a home there in the existing home. And then there's a smaller area within the community in sub-area A that would be preserved in addition to the perimeters.
So all the hash areas.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, you can see on this this slide that in the middle of the site here, we've got a pretty significant tree preservation area centrally located within the site as well.
Okay. You use it, sorry. I just have a question out of my own ignorance. You used a term, you said 75%
opacity.
Is that?
So in other words, that's another way to say that if you're looking through something,
That's what I figured.
25% of it you could see through and 75%
And your
you
commitment is to 75%.
wouldn't. Within 5 years of planting, which allows trees to grow. And obviously, there's going to be something there already because we have the mature trees we're protecting.
Thank you.
So the areas that you committed to 75% opacity are the areas between the homes on Lee Road and Central College, or not?
Yes, anywhere where we have the perimeter boundary that is not already protected by a tree preservation area would be subject to that requirement.
Okay, because it's a little hard to tell on there if those are the shaded areas or not. Like, how many feet does that represent between one of these neighbors' homes and, like, how many feet of trees are required to get to opacity between their homes and the project?
We will have to accommodate that within the 25-foot setback zone, the minimum setback zone, so we would have to accommodate it there. In some instances, there may be trees on the other side as well, but the intent is it has to be on our site. And so it will be within that rear yard that's required. I will point out that along what is the right side of your screen here near the intersection, we will not have those same requirements because of vision triangle concerns for traffic, but those residents there, there aren't very many residents there that will be impacted. So there we have to be careful that we're accommodating safe movement of traffic.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just wanted, Councilmember Brown asked the question. It is 25 feet from the neighbors.
That's correct.
Is required by law.
By code, right?
By
Yeah.
code, excuse me. And that's exactly where you guys are going to be at?
I mean, there are probably instances where we may be a little more, but that's the commitment we've made. I can give you examples of, for instance, HQ Flats, which is at Hamilton Road and 161, which is a relatively new project. They're next to a condominium development. They have that same requirement. Pardon me?
Are there any other questions for Mr. Underhill?
Thank you.
Right. Again, certainly, we do appreciate the residents who have certainly come down and spoke in regards to this particular zoning. And that, again, just thinking about the residents are going to be in this property, 55 plus, there is certainly a buffer. It has the approval of the city staff as well as the Development Commission. And I would hope that Mr. Underhill should this council approve the zoning, that you would certainly have a representative on site of this property once it's built. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And then that way, if there were happen to be any issues or concerns with the neighbors, that could you please come to the podium to speak to? If this were to be approved by this body, would Trade Plus would have a person on site, and they would be able to be working with the neighbors that are in this community should there be really any issues and concerns. I mean, I get 55 to 72-year-old individuals are not generally creating any issues in any community that I'm aware of. However, but if there were ever any issues or challenge or concerns, tell me what the process would be for the neighbors that would be there, and as well as thinking about the building of this development, how you would work with this community.
Yes. So there will be a staff member in our community clubhouse during all business hours. So certainly the first point of contact would be you'd be able to walk in and talk to somebody there. We can get anybody that's interested in touch with someone at the corporate level if need be. I've offered to Mr. Pauly, we actually met last Friday when I learned last week he was representing the neighbors, and I offered to him that we would be more than willing before construction starts to go walk the property with any interested neighbors and try to identify trees of particular interest and try to make this a situation where we can kind of walk the site and identify areas of concern ahead of time before we even get started. And so I'll go on record as saying we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1392-2021 to rezone 116 North Wheatland Avenue, being 6.90 acres located on the east side of North Wheatland Avenue, 600 feet north of West Broad Street, from the NG Neighborhood General District to CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The applicant is Mid-Ohio Food Collective, care of attorney Jeff Brown. The proposed use is farming, market, and event and education space. City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Greater Hilltop Area Commission's recommendation was disapproval 9-4. I would now ask for a staff presentation.
The site consists of one parcel developed with an urban farm and several agricultural buildings operated by the Mid-Ohio Food Collective, zoned in the NG Neighborhood General District. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will permit the expansion of existing farming operations and will allow the construction of a market with multi-purpose event and educational space. The development text also permits C2 commercial district uses, commits to a site plan, and includes supplemental development standards that address site access and landscaping. A variance to reduce the parking requirement from 201 required spaces to 125 provided spaces is included in this request. Council variance CV 21-039 has been filed on the adjacent property to the north to permit a secondary vehicular access to the site through the multi-unit residential development. The requested CPD district is consistent with the Hilltop Land Use Plan's recommendation for agricultural land uses at this location and includes sufficient landscaping and buffering to mitigate the impact on adjacent residential uses as recommended by C2P2 design guidelines, and therefore the City Department's recommendation is for approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, I would like to have a presentation from the applicant, Attorney Brown.
Councilmember President Harden, Chairman Tyson, members of City Council, I'm Jeffrey L. Brown, attorney for the applicant. Mid-Ohio Food Collective has been farming this site for 6 years. It is a piece of property that is owned by the City of Columbus. They would like to make capital improvements to this property to be able to increase their production of food, which would benefit the area. In the discussions with the city said, zone this property CPD. That is the application that you have in front of you. Based on our discussions with the area commissions, we limited the uses on the property to just C2 and the specific commercial uses that the city says that Mid-Ohio is doing on the property. We also had 2 different buildings, one an educational building, one the farmer's market. We combined those 2 buildings, reducing the overall square footage. We also moved everything further away from Wheatland Avenue. The closest building is 80 feet from the current property line. We added landscaping. And so what you have in front of you is a revised zoning which commits us to a limitation text as well as a specific site plan. So what you see in the drawing is what we have to do. We had a full hearing in front of the Development Commission where neighbors were able to express their concerns. The result of that meeting was the Development Commission unanimously approved this request. Matt Habish, who used to sit where the president was, is here to answer any specific questions that you have about the overall operation.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Are there any questions for Attorney Brown? Okay. Seeing none? Okay, so we have, let's see. We have 3 speakers that are for the project and 2 that are not. So I am going to ask for the first speaker that is for is Maureen Pritchard, and it is, she is for this project. Please come to the podium, state your name and who you represent, please.
My name is Maureen Pritchard, and I'm representing the Westgate Farmers Market. I'm here as a member of the Westgate Farmers Market Board of Directors. The Westgate Farmers Market is a twice-monthly seasonal market featuring a variety of goods grown, harvested, or otherwise made by local producers. As a market, we participate in a program called Produce Perks. This program provides a match of up to $25 for individuals who choose to spend their EBT or SNAP benefits at the market. This is the Westgate Farmers Market's 6th season, and although we do have some produce vendors, we consistently have had difficulty obtaining the variety and amount of produce necessary to really make use of the Produce Perks program. More so, customers have become used to the selection available at places like grocery stores and are not satisfied just with whatever's in season. They don't just want spinach or kale. They want a variety of product. The agricultural methods employed by the Mid-Ohio Food Bank's collective farm in Wheatland are designed to address these problems that come with growing in the soil and with the use of limited space. As such, they have the potential to address both the Westgate Farmers Market's problem in obtaining produce and to increase the yield and selection by local farmers and gardeners. So with these thoughts in mind, the Westgate Farmers Market decided to bring our problem of not having enough produce to the attention of the Mid-Ohio Food Collective. Our 2 organizations are currently working on an agreement that would allow produce grown on the Mid-Ohio Food Collective's farm to be sold by vendors at the Westgate Farmers Market. By increasing the amount and variety of produce available to the market, this partnership would improve access to fresh produce in the Greater Hilltop and increase the choices available for customers using Produce Perks. In doing so, it would support the ability of low-income customers to choose what sorts of produce they would like to consume and what sort of producers they would like to support. And I will add that that's a choice that's not typically available to that social and economic group. More so, Westgate Farmers Market's vendors could improve the quality of their products and the efficiency of their production methods by engaging with the educational resources provided by the Mid-Ohio Food Collective's farm. To summarize, I see this partnership as being good not only for food security throughout the Greater Hilltop, but also good for small farmers and small local and family-owned businesses that make the Westgate Farmers Market what it is.
Thank you, Ms. Pauley. I'm sorry, Ms. Pritchard. Oh, my goodness, my list here. Ms. Pritchard, I'm so sorry. Thank you. And thank you for the work that you're doing and being involved in the farmers market at Westgate. Nancy Reinhardt.
Ms. Reinhardt couldn't stay this late, but I believe that she has supplied council with a written statement earlier today.
Thank you. And Christine Weatherholtz. Ms. Weatherholtz, thank you for being here. Please state your name and who you represent. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Chris Weatherholtz, and I'm the Farm to School Curriculum Coordinator, K-12 for Columbus City Schools Food Service. I'm representing Columbus City Schools Mid-Ohio Food Collective. Thank you so much for allowing me to share tonight. In my position, I coordinate resources, materials, and develop curriculum that provides learning opportunities for our CCS children using school gardens as learning labs. Currently, we have 62 out of 112 schoolhouses with school gardens, with 6 more slated for installation this fall. The Farm to School initiative focuses on the science and social studies of agriculture and our part as citizens to support our various neighborhoods within our communities through community gardens. In this way, we are also supporting the greater initiative of the Columbus and Franklin County Local Food Action Plan. Throughout this initiative, the Mid-Ohio Food Collective has partnered with CCS to Farm to School to support our children and expand this program. And the program is expanding quickly. When we first started the CCS Farm to School 4 years ago, the focus was primarily on the elementary children, K-5. However, throughout the past 2 years, the interest in this hands-on experiential learning program has grown significantly and now has expanded to include our secondary children. The partnership with Mid-Ohio Collective, and more specifically the Mid-Ohio Farm in question tonight, support the learning and career goals for our CCS secondary children who will be participating in the educational programming at this farm. This innovative farming model supports our initiative by providing experiences in agriculture that will allow our students to consider the many career pathways currently available in agriculture and sustainability. The need for our students to see these as viable opportunities for their future goals can be achieved through the hands-on, real-world experiences like the ones provided at the Mid-Ohio Farm. We really are excited about the potential this well-developed model of urban farming will afford our students and allow them to practice applied science concepts, but in a real-world setting. It'll increase awareness of the varied agricultural careers opportunities, which currently the USDA is predicting there will be a 39% shortfall in filling such positions in the future. Finally, in alignment with the goals of the Local Food Action Plan to unify efforts in growing food and to do this through education and improved urban farming practices, and because of the effective workforce development model of an urban agriculture setting, the Mid-Ohio Farm would provide to our Columbus children. I strongly support the Mid-Ohio Farm project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Weatherholtz. Is there any comments or questions? No. And I just thank you for the work that you do from Farm to School. You've been a great partner with this council, especially with our food action plan. Just appreciate the work that you're doing for our young people in the school system. Thank you for
Councilmember
thank you for staying here so late. Everyone that's here tonight, thank you for hanging in with us. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Eugenie Klinger, who is speaking against this project. Ms. Klinger, good evening, and please state your name and who you represent.
Good evening. I'm Eugenie Klingler, and I'm here for myself and the community. At the suggestion of my lawyer, Jeffrey Lewis, I met with Mr. Habash, Matt Habash, today about the Highland West community concerns and about the development. And at our meeting, Mr. Habash committed to and made very clear that he looks forward to working with us, with the Highland West residents specifically and Highland West Civic Association for some of the concerns we have. So he has committed to make happen an urban forest fronting the project, because there is quite, 80-foot back to put both pines and deciduous trees there, so that we can have visual blocking. And we've got a lot of sound going on with the firehouse, the heliport, the traffic, and those pine trees and deciduous trees will block sound, and also visually they'll screen so we can preserve property values. And placing the fans on the 3 houses in the back, putting the fans to the far east, and on the 3 houses on the south, putting the fans on the far south. And no outdoor activities with mics or speakers like we had previously, so that we had, no public activities with microphones or speakers. And working to help with the traffic calming, to establish crosswalks so that our elders, our disabled, can cross that street safely. And also because the speeds are typically 40 to 50 miles an hour on that street, unfortunately, to put little electric things that give the speed of the car coming by, so they know to calm the speeds. And also to slow things down with raised intersections when the road is widened. So, and to cite Highland West in the new name of the farm, because it's plunk right in the middle of our 12,000 Highland West residents. The community is a part of the greater Hilltop. There are all the communities that are more well-known are communities like Westgate, but we are also there. And we're the urban part of the Hilltop. And Jeffrey Lewis tells me Mr. Habash is a man of his word, and therefore I am respectfully withdrawing my objection to the project. And I look forward to working with Mr. Habash, Mid-Ohio Food Collective, our Highland West community residents, and the Highland West Civic Association to make our community better together. And I thank you, President Hardin and Councilwoman Tyson, and everybody else who's read all this, mounds of paperwork. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I originally did not feel this way, but our meeting was at 3 p.m. and we got a lot done. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming down and staying this late and sharing your response. And we'll certainly, I'm sure that Attorney Brown and Mr. Habash will certainly echo those same comments here. We'll also have Jeffrey Phillips, who was speaking. Please state your name and who you represent, and you are also speaking against the project.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Phillips, and I am president of the Highland West Civic Association. Madam Chair Tyson, President Hardin, and members of City Council, I thank you for this opportunity to address you this evening. First and foremost, our Civic Association has always supported the work of the Mid-Ohio Farm as we knew it as the Wheatland Farm over the past 6 years. We've also supported Mid-Ohio always purchasing this land and making it a permanent entity in our community. We believed in what they were doing, and we believed it fit in well with our own visions of the Highland West community. We learned of the current project by accident when someone slipped me a copy of the drawing via an email earlier this year in February. Since that time, our Civic Association has reviewed 2 successive plans for this project, and I do have to report to you that the Civic Association rejected them both, primarily because of 1, increase of traffic, number 2, the safety hazards presented by trucks on a bicycle boulevard, 3, the fact that Wheatland Avenue had not already been widened, 4, putting a commercial insert in the middle of a residential neighborhood, and 4, changing the zoning of a parcel simply for tenant use that will remain permanent. The Highland West Civic Association was left out of the process. In reviewing the materials we had from a FOIA request, we found out why, and we found out who was responsible, and it was not Mid-Ohio. okay? But people keep saying, why now? And you're right, it should not be like this. I mean, if we would have been made a part of the planning process with the Community Advisory Council last year when it was formed, all this would have been hashed out. Now, I want to make it clear that the Civic Association has always and continues to support the current agricultural use of the land under the current zoning. That was a very tough vote for many of our members to take, okay? But I do want to personally thank Mr. Matt Habash for meeting with Jeannie Klingler earlier today to directly address the neighbors' concerns. And although our organization has formally voted not to support the legislation before you this evening, we do support the concept of what Mid-Ohio is trying to do. Resulting from the meeting of Mr. Habash and Ms. Klingler and the withdrawal of the objections of the residents, I have received permission from the Highland West Civic Association Executive Committee to, at this time, formally withdraw our objection to the proposed plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Thank you so much, and thank
Questions?
you for
Go
your
home
work.
and go to bed?
Yeah.
I had to come because it was only fair. We've been objecting on the record. We had to be here to tell you this is what it was about, and this is where we're at now. And I, as well as Ms. Klingler, look forward to working with this entity in our community, and I know that it will be a great asset. I do wish the city would permanently sell them the property, or at least give them a 99-year lease, a renewable forever on it.
They have a long enough, they have a long lease.
Okay.
Don't worry.
We'll keep working on that.
Well, thank you. And so I now need to ask the chair of the Area Commission, Ms. Rachel Whining, is here. I'm sorry, I'm here. Could you please come to the podium? I know it's been late, but please state your name and who you represent.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Wenning. I am the chair of the Greater Hilltop Area Commission. Councilmember Tyson and the rest of council, I will begin by giving a very brief summary of the primary concerns that were raised by the residents that live close to this parcel. We had our zoning committee meeting on April 20th. A representative of the city grants management department, Lucy McMahon, was present. She spoke about some of the funding that was going to be available to improve and widen Wheatland Avenue, which I think is still important in the scheme, the grand scheme of the development. Even though the Highland West Civic Association and some of the other residents are withdrawing their objection here, the Greater Hilltop Area Commission did still vote against this project as a full commission. At the zoning committee, most of the feedback was positive, and so the zoning committee voted in favor, but then the plan changed, and when it came to the Greater Hilltop Area Commission, as a full body, we did vote against it. That was a split vote. And I think that a lot of the concerns were about traffic. The funding for the widening of Wheatland Avenue has not been put into the budget or approved. That when Lucy McMahon addressed us on that, she said that the city does not really know when those improvements will be made or when it can be budgeted. Estimated on an aggressive timeline, it was to be occurring in 2023. So the concern is that, when will that happen? When will traffic be addressed on this street? There is a concern about traffic also at the corner of Wheatland and Broad, especially for left-hand turns onto Wheatland. There have been a number of accidents there, and there has not been a traffic study that has been performed on Wheatland or on Broad at Wheatland. So that's another concern. At the zoning meeting, there were positive comments, many of them. Ms. Urban from the Highland Youth Garden, which is directly across from the health center at the top of the street on Wheatland, supported this plan. She stated that Mid-Ohio Food Collective has been a good partner for their organization, and she spoke to the need for food on the west side and also stated that this would be an important resource for education and food growth on the west side. I agree with that personally. I feel that Mid-Ohio would be an excellent partner in this spot. As I said, the zoning committee did vote in favor unanimously. And though I am present tonight to represent our vote against the rezoning, I understand that many of the objections have been withdrawn, and so you've heard those reasons. And seeing as how Mid-Ohio is a good community partner, it just seems a little bit like the city is putting the cart before the horse with the traffic issue. There obviously will be increased traffic, and so what I would ask is that you expedite funding, make sure that we can widen Wheatland, make it two-way, so that we don't have a lot of the issues that might otherwise happen. And also I wanted to comment on something that Mr. Phillips shared. There was an advisory committee which existed for some time to mold this project and get feedback, but no one from the Greater Hilltop Area Commission or the Highland West Civic Association was asked to sit on that committee, to my knowledge. And so I think that may have also prevented some of the issues that we're discussing here tonight. So I just wanted to comment on that as well. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for coming down. Thank you for staying so long and sharing the issues of the commission. Attorney Brown, would you want to come up, and you have 3 minutes to give a rebuttal based upon what the comments that you've heard this evening.
I think the important thing to remember, one, this is city-owned property that we will be leasing. So the city has an additional level of control on a property that you do not see with a normal zoning situation. Two, the city has presented the idea of taking Wheatland and making it two-way. Right now, it's one-way northbound, and that causes some problems. So what the city has proposed is to widen that street. They're going to widen it all on our side, take the right-of-way from our side. And so when you look at Wheatland with the residents on the west side of the street, their houses stay, their sidewalk stays, their parking spaces in front of their house stays, and everything happens on our side of the property. I think you've heard there was some miscommunications or non-inclusion at the start, but I think where we ended up with what Matt was able to do this afternoon in terms of answering some specific questions and resolving it, I think you saw the end result of that good work. So I think this is a good project. City staff agreed to it. The Development Commission unanimously agreed to it. And you have Matt here, and as the lady says, Matt has been a man of honor and everything, and they'll take care of those issues.
Thank you. I'm glad that you came up, and Matt certainly is in council chamber. So, Matt, everything, I see you. So every comment, Matt, maybe you want to come to the podium just very quickly, so that we can make sure that all the comments that were from Ms. Klinger that you're meeting today, would you please just go on the record and just share that through your conversation?
Sure. I think the first part was what the setback. It's the 80-foot setback. It was all green space with a little bit of trees when you see the thing. And she's asked for a lot more trees. And we said, sit down and work that out with all the neighbors as to how many trees, what we put in, how many are deciduous, how many are pine trees. We can make it a tree forest. As far as I'm concerned, you can't plant enough trees. So for our concern, we can buffer that whole thing from that perspective. I said you have a very strong advocate in somebody that knows the city rules around widening streets and mitigating traffic and all of those things, and I would be the advocate for them in terms of Wheatland Avenue as we start those conversations around trying to mitigate their concerns about just traffic in general on that. The other issues were really around, the traffic is only because we gave away turkeys one day, and we had a holiday party at Christmas that, they were concerned that Christmas music was too loud, and the Thanksgiving, the turkey giveaway, and a picnic or pumpkin fest. We're not going to do those events on that particular site. That was something we were doing to try to be nice in the community, and it's caused them concern. So as far as we're concerned, everything we do will be in that building we're building, which we also set back further. So all activities, education, things go on inside that space. And I think there was genuine concern in the past about were we putting a food pantry on this site, and we're not. In essence, I think that's a classification the city uses when we give away free produce grown on the site. But we're, the big Mid-Ohio markets that we will be announcing here real soon are going to be on Sullivan Avenue and further west on Norton Road. So we're excited about the opportunity to continue that work. It will not be on. This is really an edu farm situation, I think, and we're more than willing to sit down and work with the residents in terms. They've been good partners with us in the past, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. And they'll be able to be on your committee or your what's it called, the committee that you have. They want to be a part of that.
They're
So
absolutely, I
they're
thought
there.
there was an invitation earlier to that group to be on that, and and in the beginning, I can understand why you would not want to do that. If you're opposed to the project, you're not going to want to join a committee, necessarily, but they're welcome to be a part of that committee and that process. It's been a really good process with the people in that community. And anything we can do to strengthen, the Westgate Farm, their farmers market, from our perspective, they can do that. And there's ideas in the past when we did that at Clearfield. In the wintertime, you can bring that indoors. So if you don't do it at the rec center, we can continue to do farm markets for people in that community in addition to the
And
food.
the last, two things, I'm glad you're appreciative of you moving the fans to the back, even though I've ridden up there twice and didn't really hear the fans, but I've heard that there is a fan noise. I didn't personally hear it the 2 times I was there, but if there is an issue, she said about moving the fans to the back.
Yeah,
that
it is.
That you're going to do that, to take care of that. And then
Yeah.
lastly, Vanessa, she just said, we just need to be clear about the widening of this road, because we've heard that was going to be 2023,
Right.
would be the widening of this road. So,
I think the big issue for us is we're going to have 125 parking spots, so when we bring the school buses in for the education and things and the activities from the volunteers, they'll all be on-site
Yeah.
parking, whereas before it was gravel, there was no on-site parking.
and lastly,
We
we
got
don't want you to stop giving away turkeys and other things for
No.
communities.
We have-
Let me just be very clear about that.
we have
also.
plenty of locations to do
I recognize
that
the
from.
traffic issue, but we need to figure out, you did it before, where you do that, because it is important for our residents. So
We will
thank you.
continue to do that on the Hill, all over the community, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you all, and good luck, and I hope you get out of here at some reasonable hour. I never liked these 14 days in the 14 years I was on this particular meeting, so I appreciate what you guys are doing. So
Thank you.
all.
Any questions?
I would just like to say to President Habash and my predecessor to this seat, really appreciate your ability to bring the community together and to come out with this resolution. It really reminds me, like, you should run for something one day. This is really good.
Late. That's just, I think we'll be in the midnight hour soon, so any other questions for Mr. Brown? All right, seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brown.
All right, the next ordinance is 1581-2021 to rezone 999 Bonham, being 10.86 acres located on the south side of Bonham Avenue at the terminus of St. Clair Avenue from the M Manufacturing District to the LAR1 Limited Apartment Residential District. The applicant is Ascent Development Group LLC, care of attorney Rebecca Mott. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the South London Area Commission's recommendation is disapproval, 5-0. Tonight, we've been asked that we table the ordinances for 999 Bonham, that the ordinances be tabled, and I am going to ask my colleagues to support the tabling of 999 Bonham. But I also wanted to say that the first citywide zoning ordinance in 1910 included the concept of a racial zoning and was supposed to be designed to protect public health and private property. However, we know that this policy resulted in inequities for communities of color. And there were certain communities where African Americans were only permitted to live, and they were typically adjacent to industrial sites. This included communities such as Hanford Village, Urban Crest, American Addition, Americrest, and several other communities. The racial zoning ordinance that was enacted in 1910 was deemed unconstitutional in 1917. So when I look at zonings, we have to be aware of our history and the social and racial and environmental injustices associated with land use. And the issues that are paramount for me in considering this rezoning for 999 Bonham is placing affordable homes and residents that are in the need of resources, as well as potentially placing people of color near an environmental hazardous site where manufacturing is occurring just feet away. So based upon that, I think that would be a mistake. There would be a mistake that I believe would result in substantial complaints from residents living in development that is being proposed. And I've heard that there is significant buffering and the adjacent business should engage in a lot of other processes. So, but based upon that, 999 Bottom Avenue. I'm asking my colleagues to table it indefinitely, and for me, it would be indefinitely. So, based upon that, I propose that we move to table this indefinitely.
Clerk, please call the roll on ordinance 1518-2021.
Thank you. Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Tabled indefinitely.
Thank you. And this ordinance, our companion variance is 1519-2021. Anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. And it's 1519-2021 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 1519-2021 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3333.02 AR 12 ARLD and AR1 apartment residential district use 3312.49C minimum number of parking spaces required in 3333.255 perimeter yard of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 999 Bonham to permit 4,000 square feet of commercial space and reduce development standards for a multi-unit residential development in the LAR1 limited apartment residential district. The applicant is Ascent Development Group LLC, Attorney Rebecca Mott. The proposed use of the multi-unit residential development, the City Department's recommendations approval, Southland Air Commission's recommendation disapproval, 5-0. I move to table this indefinitely.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Tabled.
Thank you. And the final ordinance and zoning is a variance, it's variance 1790. As 2021, anyone this evening who wishes to speak either for or against this council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will. Ordinance 1790 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3332.039 R4 residential district and 3332.005 A4 area district lot width requirements, 3332.15 R4 area district requirements, 3332.18D basis of computing area, and 3332.19 fronting, 3332.21 building lines, 3332.26C1 minimum side yard permitted, and 3332.27 rear yard of Columbus City Codes for property located at 915 North 4th Street to permit 2 single-unit dwellings on the same lot with reduced development standards in the R4 residential district. The applicant is Porras and Rod Development Care, Kareem Amar. The proposed use is 2 single-unit dwellings on the same lot. The City Department's recommendation is approval. The Italian Village Commission's recommendation is approval 4-1-0. I first have to take it from the table.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Removed.
Thank you. Now move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. That concludes the zoning agenda this evening.
Seeing no further business coming for the zoning committee, may I have is there a motion to it? Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Meeting is adjourned. We will take a 2-minute break, and then we will reconvene meeting number 30-something. All right. Remy, you ready? Motion to reconvene, regular meeting number 36.
So moved.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
We're back in regular meeting number 36. We are in the admin committee. Councilmember Dorans is chair. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
You just got a promotion.
We'll call it that. Councilmember Remy, Chair Remy, after you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. We have had a long, hard 16 months at the 9,000 full-time employees, 6 collective bargaining units of the City of Columbus. ASME Local 1632, ASME Local 2191, CWA 4502, the IAFF Local 67, FOP Lodge 9, and FOP OLC have navigated with grit and perseverance. We are fortunate through the American Rescue Plan dollars we received have given us the opportunity to provide those frontline workers, police, firefighters, refuse drivers, street maintenance crews, our esteemed public health workers, and others who have all chipped in to make sure we continue to deliver the support to our residents that we all deserve. This next piece of legislation is a small token for their hard work and dedication as we continue to fight this disease. I am pleased to read Ordinance 2072, 2021 to authorize the mayor or his designee to issue one-time hazard payments to frontline city employees in an amount of up to $1,000 per employee, to authorize the auditor to transfer appropriations within the recovery fund in order to issue payments, and to declare an emergency. This ordinance authorizes the issuance of one-time hazard payments to full-time city workers who serve the residents of Columbus as our front line in working through the COVID-19 pandemic. The City of Columbus employs more than 9,000 full-time employees, thousands of whom experience significant personal, financial, or physical hardship as a function of the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the start of the pandemic, our essential workers faced new child care expenses, worked through unusual and demanding circumstances, and faced a higher risk of exposure to COVID-19 by virtue of their necessary and ongoing service to the community. The City of Columbus, through the American Rescue Plan, received significant federal resources intended to enhance our economic recovery, stability, and resiliency. Part of that recovery includes the recognition of our frontline workers who place themselves and often their families at greater risk through their public service. I'd now like to turn the floor over to Council President Harden to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair Remy, for your leadership and partnership, as well as all my colleagues on council to support this ordinance. As Councilmember Remy said, over the past 18 months, we've talked to dozens of Columbus employees about the struggles that their families face during their jobs during an international pandemic. We cannot thank the city's committed public workers enough. During an unprecedented pandemic, city employees in our 4 unions and all of our departments still had to interact with residents. The job put many of them at risk. Our health workers, firefighters, rec center employees, officers, our trash truck drivers, inspectors, and code enforcers. It didn't just put them at risk, it affects everyone they know and their families. They all had to be out there full-time, serving our residents and keeping us safe through some of the most difficult days of any of our careers. And we want to thank them and want them to know that as a community, we support them. I also want to thank Susan Wilson with CWA for proposing this when we met a few months ago. I promised we'd look into it, and tonight I'm proud to see an ordinance ready for passage using ARP funds to give a $1,000 frontline worker bonus to our city employees. This is a way to honor their service to our city and sacrifice they made during COVID. I want to thank all of our union representatives for their partnership during the pandemic and on this program. I'd like to invite President Wilson to say a few words via WebEx. Ms. Wilson is no longer on with us, but she has, just joking, Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson is on. I think she's having trouble with her audio. Ms. Wilson, can you try that again?
Is it better now?
There we go.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Council President Harden, President Pro Tem Brown, and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with council this evening. My name is Susan Wilson, and I am the president of CWA Local 4502. CWA represents over 1,500 dedicated employees of the City of Columbus. Our bargaining unit includes professional, technical, and supervisory employees across a total of 11 departments, from critical infrastructure to senior services, from clean drinking water to recreation centers. CWA members continue to serve the residents of our great city during the pandemic. I'm here tonight on their behalf. Hundreds of thousands of lives have been tragically lost due to COVID-19 in the United States and millions more around the globe. Our economy was battered. Families and individuals suffered physically, emotionally, and financially. At a time when the world was turned upside down, it was important for residents to know the City of Columbus could continue to provide essential public services and support during one of the most difficult times in our history. Facing their own pandemic-related challenges, my members, backed by their union, did their part with professionalism and dedication. As a workforce and as a labor movement and as a city, we are stronger for it. CWA members did the work, they served the public. Like many working people in our city, they got the job done for all of us. Because of their contributions and the contributions of other hardworking city employees, the city continued to operate and our residents received the essential services they needed and expected during the crisis. CWA and the rest of America's unions believe we are better as a nation when working people are treated with dignity and respect. Their unions are strong and government works for all of us. On behalf of CWA Local 4502's membership, I'm here tonight to lend my voice of support for the frontline hazard pay legislation. It recognizes the essential work performed by CWA members, and it's a strong show of support from City Council. Thank you, members of Council, for your efforts on this important initiative. This is more work to be done as the city recovers and prepares to respond to future challenges. The City of Columbus has a partner in CWA. Thank you.
Thank you, President Wilson. Again, thank you to my colleagues for supporting this ordinance and our workers during this pandemic. Chair.
Appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
And that's all I have in the Administration Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will now go back to regular order and go to the Finance Committee. That committee is chaired by President Pro Tem. President Pro Tem, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Council President Harden. Tonight in Finance, we have Ordinance 1970-2021 to authorize the Director of Finance and Management to enter into a contract on behalf of the Office of Construction Management with R.W. Setterland Building Company for the renovation of the Police and Fire Joint Wellness Center, to authorize the expenditure of $2,875,904 from the Safety Voted Bond Fund and to declare an emergency. This ordinance funds the renovation of a facility to be used by public safety employees for mental and physical wellness needs. An emergency action is being considered so that the renovations and services can begin as soon as possible. Are there any questions? I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Next, we have Ordinance 2046-2021 to authorize the Director of the Department of Finance and Management to enter into contract with Ralph Anderson and Associates to provide nationwide executive-level recruitment services related to the national search for a new Director of the Department of Inspector General, to authorize the transfer of $60,000 within the general fund, to waive the competitive bidding provisions, to authorize the expenditure of $60,000 from the general fund, and to declare an emergency. Under this contract, Ralph Anderson and Associates will work in partnership with the city to develop and implement the overall search timeline and strategy, as well as identifying and interviewing top candidates that they will assist in vetting. And Finance and Management is requesting a waiver of competitive bidding after successfully working with this company on the city's recent nationwide searches for police and fire chiefs. And the waiver will help them complete this process as soon as possible, along with the consideration for emergency action. Any questions? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Next is ordinance 2086-2021 to authorize the Columbus City Clerk to enter into a grant agreement with Community Development for All People for its ID for All People program, to authorize an appropriation and expenditure within the Neighborhood Initiative Subfund, and to declare an emergency. Lack of ID, such as birth certificates and state IDs and driver's license and social security cards, jeopardizes access to employment, housing, food, healthcare, banking, education, voting, and it even poses a barrier to accessing the COVID vaccine. Lack of ID is most pronounced among seniors, people of color, domestic violence survivors, and those who are homeless, returning from incarceration, or living in poverty. Community Development for All People began a program in 2019 to remove financial barriers standing between people on the South Side and the forms of ID they need. The program provides bus passes and vouchers for residents to receive their Ohio State IDs, driver's licenses, and birth certificates. During a pilot funded by council that same year, the program demonstrated it was helping to knock down barriers preventing people from accessing these supports. 29% of participants utilized the program for employment, 21% for housing, 17% for their children, and 10% to be able to access social services. Noting on the children piece, you also need IDs to do things like access your kid's school, access this very building we're sitting in. Emergency action is being considered so that we can get these funds to CD for All People to continue providing these services without delay. Any questions? I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. And then I'm moving forward a piece from first reading on page 2, ordinance 1923, to authorize the Finance and Management Director on behalf of the Fleet Management Division to establish a contract with B&B Sealing LLC, doing business as Duraseal, for pavement coating and sealing at Fleet Management facility, and to authorize the expenditure of $56,000 from the Fleet Management Fund. A waiver of second reading is being requested so the work can be completed during the construction season over the summer. Applying sealer below recommended temperatures can lead to application issues and reduce durability. Any questions? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the row. Please say that again.
Waive second
Oh.
reading first.
I first request to waive second reading.
Second.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Waived.
And now I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
That's all I have in my committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Veterans and Senior Affairs Committee. The committee is chaired by Councilmember Mitch Brown. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. This evening, I have ordinance 2068-2021 to authorize the city clerk to enter into a grant agreement with Voice Corps in support of their free reading services, to authorize an appropriation expenditure of $80,000 within the Neighborhood Initiative Subfund, and to declare an emergency. Basically, the residents of Columbus who live with little or no visual acuity are at risk of isolation. Voice Corps Reading Services provided free reading services to Columbus residents and has been supported by the city for doing so for each of the 44 years which it has been in operation. Columbus City Council supporting these services for blind and visually impaired residents with this funding. If there are no comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
President Harden, if I may, to return to ordinance 1949 and on 2021 for first reading on Public Safety Committee, page
Please.
3. Thank you. Ordinance 1949, 2021, to authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter a contract for maintenance and repair services for crime lab instruments with Specialty Underwriters LLC, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Code, Chapter 329, to authorize the expenditure of $82,448 from the general fund. First, these are just purchasing of instruments from a company which continues to do work with our crime lab, which is why we're requesting a bid waiver. And so I would first move to waive second reading.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Waived.
And now I move for passage. And that calls for, yeah, thank you. Move for passage. Thank you, sir.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
President Harden, may I also move on to Rules and Reference Committee?
Please.
Thank you. I have ordinance 2060-2021 to amend section 2133.02 and to enact new sections 2101.376 and 2101.191 to prohibit the operation of all-purpose vehicles and off-highway motorcycles on any street, highway, or on any public or private property other than streets or highways without due regard or in willful or wanton disregard of safety of persons or property, and to declare an emergency. All-purpose vehicles and off-highway motorcycles have become a nuisance in our communities. They have been disturbing our neighborhoods, riding late at night. They have been disrupting traffic and causing danger to other motorists on the road. Recognizing the importance of safe neighborhoods and safe streets, it is necessary to implement regulations to curtail this activity. We're increasing the fees as well as the penalties with regards to reckless driving. If there are no questions from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
That's all I have this evening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
The next committee to come before council is the Neighborhood Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Dorans. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Tonight in the Neighborhoods Committee, I have ordinance number 1902-2021 to authorize the Director of the Department of Neighborhoods to enter into agreement with the Mid-Ohio Food Collective to provide funding to develop Mid-Ohio Food Collective Wheatland Farm located at 116 North Wheatland Avenue, to authorize the Director to execute other agreements with Mid-Ohio Food Collective that are deemed necessary for the development of the project, and use therefore to authorize the transfer and appropriation of an expenditure up to of $1,500,000 in the Community Development Block Grant Fund 2248 and to declare an emergency. This legislation was subject to a zoning from earlier tonight. The city's Community Development Block Grant investment in the Mid-Ohio Food Collective Wheatland Farm will assist in the transformation of the City of Columbus land bank property into a smart farm and neighborhood facility for the purpose of education and engaging the community through urban agriculture and healthy food programming. This investment aligns with the goals established by the community and the part of the Envision Hilltop Community Plan. Emergency action is requested to allow for a financial transaction to be posted in the city's accounting system as soon as possible to ensure immediate funding can be provided through the execution of the agreement in order to advance community plan implementation and begin construction of the project as soon as possible. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next in the Neighborhoods Committee, we have ordinance number 2083-2021 to authorize the city clerk to enter into a grant agreement with Greater Columbus Arts Council in support of Deliver Black Dreams, to authorize an appropriation expenditure within the Neighborhood Initiative Subfund and declared emergency. At this point, I'd like to turn the floor over to my colleague, Councilmember Favor, to better explain her work on this ordinance. Councilmember Favor?
Thank you, Councilmember Dorans. I'm proud to once again share our support for Deliver Black Dreams. Deliver Black Dreams was launched in 2020 as a multifaceted racial equity campaign that uses public art as a launch point for a sustained and future-oriented approach to achieving racial equity in Columbus. So far in 2021, Deliver Black Dreams funds have helped support 2 Pitch Black events that distributed nearly $15,000 in microfunding to Black entrepreneurial efforts. Bronzeville Art on the Park, where 29 Columbus artists and youth painted 24 Deliver Black Dreams themed mural boards that are now on display around the Maroon Arts Group Box Park, a half-day virtual summit for artists, activists with Emory Douglas, and still to come in 2021, Deliver Black Dreams will support 2 more murals in the Hilltop area, on Wilson, and on the south side on Freebus. Development of Deliver Black Dreams cbus.com website and the addition of resources for learning, expanded engagement tools, artist directory, and information for activism. And youth artist mentoring, opportunities to help paint 2 large murals, and Deliver Dreams, Black Dreams programming produced by Maroons Arts Group. Thank you again to Marshall Shorts, Lisa McClimate, and the GCAC, Tom Katzenmeyer, and Jamie Goldstein, as well as the Department of Public Service for their continued work on this important effort. Thank you, Councilmember Dorans, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Favor, and I think a lot of folks have seen some of the artwork that's been out in the community. It's really inspiring. There's one that's near my house, and it's pretty cool to drive by and have that be part of the landscape of my neighborhood. So just appreciate all the work you've done on here. With that, I'd like to move for passage by voice.
Second.
Not related, but also worth noting, the Maroon Arts Group, their recent purchase of the Pythian Theater. It shows what investment can do when community groups stand up like this with the support of resident-led work. It's just something we're very grateful and excited about. Probably. Clerk, please call the roll by voice.
Ms. Brown? Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Dorrance?
Yes.
Ms. Faber?
Yes.
Mr. Remy? Yes. Ms. Tyson?
Yes.
President Harden?
Yes, ordinance is passed.
Thank you. Finally, in neighborhoods, we have ordinance number 2073-2021 to authorize the Director of Department of Neighborhoods to modify an existing contract with the Ohio State University on behalf of the Boys and Young Men of Color Collective for the provisions of determining the impacts and remediation around social determinants of health disparities in minority communities through December 30th, 2021, and to modify the scope and add programmatic research assessment and to declare an emergency. This ordinance will extend the date of the contract to September 30th, 2021, and modify the scope included for this research. No additional funding is being required to modify this contract. Emergency action is requested to allow the immediate execution of this contract modification. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorrance, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden?
Passed.
Thank you. May I move on to the Technology Committee?
Please.
Thank you. In technology, we have ordinance number 1840-2021 to appropriate $1 million within the Special Income Tax Fund to authorize the Director of Finance and Management on behalf of the Department of Technology and various city agencies to associate all general budget reservations resulting from this ordinance with the appropriate universal term contract/purchase agreements for the purchase and new replacement of desktop computers, computer-related products, and equipment from the 3 pre-established universal term contracts/purchase agreements with Brown Enterprise Solutions LLC, Soft Choice LLC, to authorize a transfer within the general fund to authorize the Director of Finance and Management on behalf of the Department of Technology and various city agencies to establish and purchase an order with ARC Acquisition US Inc. utilizing the state term contract to authorize expenditure of $485,000 from the Department of Technology's Information Services Division Information Services Operating Fund to authorize the expenditure of $21,507.98 from the Department of Public Safety Division of Fire's General Fund budget to authorize the expenditure of $1 million from the Special Income Tax Fund and to declare an emergency. Desktop computer, printer, servers, and computer-related products and equipment are being replaced that are out of date or obsolete. Replacement of these computers is critical for the continued efficient service of the City of Columbus operations. Emergency legislation is required to facilitate the prompt acquisition of this equipment and accessories in order to maintain proper supply for city operations. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Brown, Dorrance, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden?
Thank you. I now have ordinance number 1876-2021 to authorize the transfer and appropriation of cash between projects to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget, to authorize the Director of Technology on behalf of this Columbus City Attorney to enter into an agreement with Matrix Point Software LLC for the purchase and implementation of case management system, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Code, to authorize the expenditure of $464,000 from the Bond Fund HR and the City Attorney Fund, Capital Improvement Bond Fund, and to declare an emergency. Matrix Civil Software Case Management System is a web-based, comprehensive civil case management system that will assist the City Attorney's Office automated processing and store information related to legal matters assigned to their office. This ordinance will authorize a waiver of competitive bidding in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 329 of the City Code, since the City Attorney's Prosecutor's Office currently utilizes Matrix Point software on the criminal side of their office. Therefore, it's in the city's best interest to use the same software system between these two divisions to maximize efficiency. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorrance, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden?
Pass.
That is all I have in my committees tonight. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next committee to come before council is the Housing Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Faber. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Tonight in Housing, we have ordinance 2098-2021 to authorize the Director of Department of Development to enter into a contract with Rent-A-Mentor LLC for the Housing for All Community Education campaign to authorize an appropriation and an expenditure of $100,000 from General Fund Neighborhood Initiatives Subfund and to declare an emergency. This ordinance is a follow-up to the Housing for All legislation that was passed by Council this past March, which prohibits source of income discrimination, provide flexibility within the security deposit, and require a receipt to be provided when cash or a money order is used to pay rent. This follow-up legislation is a contract for community education and marketing to help educate our tenants and landlords on the changes to the city code and what they can expect as we begin enforcement. We are thrilled to work with Rentor Mentor, Cohere, and the Affordable Housing Alliance of Central Ohio on this project. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 1402-2021 to authorize the appropriation and expenditure of up to $385,000 of the 2020 Home Investment Partnerships Program, or the HOME grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, to authorize the Director of the Department of Development to enter into a commitment letter, loan agreement, promissory note, and mortgage with Habitat for Humanity Mid-Ohio in an amount up to $75,000 for 1541 Aberdeen Avenue, 1545 Aberdeen Avenue, and 1578 Aberdeen Avenue, 1252 East 15th Avenue, and up to $85,000 for 1049 East 15th Avenue, and to declare an emergency. First, I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Dorans for comments regarding this ordinance. Councilmember Dorans?
Thank you, Councilmember Favor. Before I make any comments on this legislation, Mark Fluharty, the Executive Director of the Central Ohio Labor Council, is joining us this evening virtually to speak on this ordinance. Executive Director Fluharty, you're with us?
I'm here.
Floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Let me see if I can't put a little pep in this meeting at this late hour. My name is Mark Fluharty. I am the Executive Director of the Central Ohio Labor Council, AFL-CIO. The Central Ohio Labor Council represents over 55,000 working men and women in the Columbus and Central Ohio. In addition to my service at the Labor Council, I also sit on the Executive Board of the United Way of Central Ohio. I have spent over 30 years in this community in the labor movement. During my time as a member and as an elected leader, I have watched countless families join the middle class and finally achieve both economic and housing stability because of having a union job. A recent study from Economic Policy Institute found that unions helped raise wages for all workers, but are especially impactful for women workers and reduce racial economic disparities. According to this study, workers that form a union are more likely to have more affordable health care, access to paid leave, retirement programs, and many other benefits. According to the Center for American Progress, homeownership rates for non-white Americans are significantly higher for those that are in labor unions. These studies have proven what I've watched over my entire career. Those with a voice in the workplace have a better chance at achieving the American dream of economic stability and home ownership. That is why I am so disappointed to be here tonight at this late hour. Last year, a group of workers at Habitat for Humanity Mid-Ohio sought to form a union so that they could have a chance at their American dream. I'm proud that members of this council, the Franklin County Commissioners, Senator Chair Brown, and others spoke up and advocated to E.J. Thomas, the CEO of Habitat Mid-Ohio, that the organization should do the right thing and recognize their union and work with them to improve their workplace. Unfortunately, Mr. Thomas did the exact opposite of what these community leaders asked of him. He flat out rejected these unionization efforts, refusing to recognize the union, then hired a union buster lawyer, choosing to spend the organization's precious funds during an economic downturn to oppose the efforts of these workers to have a voice in their workplace. He then went one further step and turned several union supporters under the guise of financial issues from COVID-19. While many of these workers seeking to form a union were barely making $15 an hour, or roughly $31,000 per year. According to Habitat, Mid-Ohio's most recent tax return publicly available, Mr. Thomas enjoyed a salary of $324,357. Let me repeat that. $324,357. Ultimately, these union busting efforts worked. The effort failed by a single vote. Again, after firing several union supporters. This would be disappointing from any employer. But the fact that this was Habitat for Humanity shocks me and the whole labor community here in Central Ohio. This organization's mission is to help lift its people into better economic and housing standards. Yet its leadership did everything possible to fight their staff that sought this very thing. This past week, I met with CEO Thomas and Councilmember Dorns to share my views on the subject. At that meeting, I suggested a pathway for Habitat Mid-Ohio to redeem itself as a respected member of the nonprofit service community, only to be told that I was an extortionist, an actual compliment. A labor peace agreement would ensure that workers at Habitat could have an opportunity to form a union if they so choose, without interference from CEO Thomas and his expensive union-busting law firm. It is with deep disappointment that I learned this morning that my suggestion was rejected. Tonight, this legislation will make sure 5 families in our community that do not currently have stable housing receive it and move closer to their American dream. While the leadership of Habitat Mid-Ohio should be ashamed of their conduct over this past year, these 5 families should not be penalized. Therefore, I am testifying in favor of council providing these funds to Habitat. But I implore this body and this city to take aggressive steps to find alternative housing partners that can do this work, that will respect their workers and actually support economic and racial equality in our community, and not like leaders like CEO Thomas that are simply paying lip service to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Fluharty, for being here tonight to share your testimony. I don't have much to add to that other than my deep disappointment in the actions of the leadership of that organization, who's been a key partner for the city for a long time. I'm hopeful that there will be movement with that organization to, as Executive Fluharty said, redeem themselves as an employer and a member, respected member of the human services sector here in our community. With that, I'd like to throw it back to Chair Faber.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorrance. Director Stevens, do you have any comments regarding this ordinance?
Chair Faber, President Hardin, members of council, I don't have as much pep as Mr. Fluharty, but I'll try to dig deep. This ordinance will fund 5 families that are low-income families to be able to access some affordable housing, and that's why we're using some of these home dollars to find ways to get people in homes that they can purchase versus rental dollars. So we don't, having affordable home ownership options is really critical. We appreciate the support of that, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues?
Just make a quick comment. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think by hearing the testimony from Mr. Fluharty and yet supporting moving this legislation forward, it represents council being able to do dual priorities. One, standing up for the rights of working people in our community and their ability to unionize, as well as supporting the ability for families that need affordable housing to be housed. Those things are not divergent. They both are council values. And to everyone's point, I encourage us to continue to work hard to bring those 2 values together outside of this body. So thank you for your leadership, and Dorrance, Councilmember Dorrance, and Chair Faber.
Thank you, Council President Hardin. And Yes, as council continues to work with Habitat for Humanity on the labor concerns we've expressed over the past few months, I'd also like to acknowledge that we are proud to have this project moving forward that will once again support 5 low-income families in our community with quality, affordable housing and opportunities for home ownership. So with that, I would move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. May I move on to criminal justice and judiciary?
Please.
Thank you. Up first, we have ordinance 2066-2021 to authorize and direct the administrative and presiding judge of the Franklin County Municipal Court to accept a grant award from the State of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction to appropriate $2,147,444 from the unappropriated balance of the general government grant fund to the Franklin County Municipal Court and to declare an emergency. The purpose of this grant is to provide funds to the Franklin County Municipal Court Department of Probation and Pretrial Services to adopt policies and practices based on the latest research on how to reduce the number of offenders on probation supervision who violate the conditions of their supervision. This grant will continue to fund the salaries and fringe benefits of 11 existing probation officers and an existing supervisor who will provide pretrial assessments and supervision to defendants in custody awaiting arraignment with the municipal court. With regard to charge severity, pretrial services will be limited to those defendants appearing in municipal court arraignment in custody for criminal misdemeanor and/or OVIs. The grant will also pay for continued services through Alvis Incorporated, which includes safe housing residential beds, move-in kits, and 3 GRAS facilitators. I believe Judge Paley was on with us earlier. I'm not sure if she's still on the call. They're going, okay. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? I did. I move for passage by a voice vote, please.
Is there a second? Clerk, please call the row.
Appreciate the second.
Ms. Brown?
By voice.
Mr. Brown? Yes. Mr. Dorans? Yes. Ms. Favor?
Yes.
Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson?
Abstain.
President Harden.
Yes, ordinance is passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2064-2021 to authorize a transfer of funds within the general fund from the Department of Finance and Management to the Franklin County Municipal Court judges for the purpose of supporting the Unleashing Potential Up program, which will provide transformative justice for potential emerging adults who have come into contact with our justice system and are at risk for continued criminal behavior, to authorize an expenditure of $200,000 and to declare emergency. This legislation authorizes a transfer of funds within the general fund for the Unleashing Potential program in Franklin County Municipal Court Judge DeVarga's courtroom. The UP program will provide transformative justice for potential emerging adults who have come into contact with the justice system. UP is intended for justice-involved individuals ages 18 to 25 years old with a moderate high risk of recidivism and high level of criminogenic needs. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
And finally, may I go back to first reading for public service and transportation?
Please.
We have ordinance 1962-2021 to authorize the Director of Department of Public Service to execute those documents necessary for the transfer of 1,916 square foot acre portion of the parcel adjusted to Westwood Road to Mary Conroy. Director Gallagher, do you have any additional comments to make on this piece of legislation? There. Okay. All right. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I'd move for passage. I'd move to waive second reading.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Waived.
And then I'd move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. And then last in public service is ordinance 2013-2021 to authorize the Director of Department of Public Service to execute those documents necessary for the transfer of a 1,438 square foot acre portion of the parcel adjacent to Westwood Road to Sarah Moosman and Zachary S. Coons. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I would first move to waive second reading.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Waived.
And next, I would move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Thank you. That's all I have in my committees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Economic Development Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilman Remy. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Council President Harden. Tonight I have ordinance number 1965-2021 to approve an application for the creation of a designated outdoor refreshment area to be known as the Arena District Dora, to designate the boundaries of the Arena District Dora, to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into a memorandum of understanding or other agreements with AD Dora LLC to provide for the operation and maintenance of the designated outdoor refreshment area and to declare an emergency. Excuse me. My office received a great deal of correspondence regarding the designated outdoor refreshment area after our public hearing on June 24, 2021, especially as it relates to its boundaries. We have also received 185 signatures from nearby residents residing in North Bank Park, Parks Edge, and Burnham Square communities. I also attended a community conversation with residents of these communities in person to hear their concerns. Following this discussion, my team and I reviewed footage from the public hearing, read through the petitions, and discussed the community conversation. I also discussed these concerns with my council colleagues and the mayor's administration to advocate for the request of the residents. After careful consideration, we have decided to remove the following areas from the DORA: McPherson Commons Park, Neal Avenue, south of Nationwide Boulevard, New Public Lane, Parks Edge Place, Spring Street, West Street, John H. McConnell Boulevard. Since this ordinance includes these areas, I am requesting that my colleagues vote to disapprove this ordinance and consider the next ordinance, ordinance number 2088-2021, which is an amended DORA application that includes the updated boundaries. Tonight we do have, oh, I'm sorry, that's the next piece. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I request a no vote by voice.
Clerk, please call the roll by voice.
Ms. Brown? Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Dorrance? No. Ms. Favor? No. Mr. Remy?
No.
Ms. Tyson? President Harden?
No. Ordinance is defeated.
Thank you very much. Next I have ordinance 2088-2021 to approve an amended application for the creation of the designated outdoor refreshment area to be known as the Arena District Dora, to designate the boundaries of the Arena District Dora, to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into a memorandum of understanding or other agreements with AD Dora LLC to provide for the operation and maintenance of the designated outdoor refreshment area and to declare an emergency. This ordinance incorporates amendments to the designated outdoor refreshment area application filed by the Office of the Mayor on June 2nd, 2021 that were suggested as submitted by City Council in an amended application filed with the clerk July 21st, 2021. The city, the Arena District, the Columbus Blue Jackets, Columbus Clippers, and Columbus Crew have partnered together to put together an application to Columbus City Council on June 2nd, 2021 to create a downtown outdoor refreshment area, or DORA, in the Arena District. The DORA will be active 3 hours before every home game of the Blue Jackets, Clippers, and Crew game until 11:59 p.m. The Arena District has formed AD Dora LLC and will provide management and operations services in the DORA. We believe that the existing services, along with supplementary public safety and sanitation services, are sufficient to keep the Arena District safe and clean. No additional city resources will be needed to operate the DORA. Approval of the DORA will allow participating bars, restaurants, and other vendors to sell alcoholic beverages in designated eco-friendly plastic containers to patrons. Patrons will then be legally allowed to depart the establishment or site where the beverage was purchased and move freely around within the DORA with that beverage. The designated eco-friendly plastic containers will be provided by the LLC to the brick and mortar establishments or other approved outdoor vendors, such as at special events. In accordance with state law, patrons may only leave establishments with alcoholic beverages in the designated eco-friendly plastic containers. Only alcoholic drinks that are purchased in the designated eco-friendly plastic container and from a properly permitted vendor in the DORA may be enjoyed outside. Signage will inform patrons of the rules and boundaries of the DORA. Emergency action is requested in order to immediately allow for qualified licensed holders and businesses to prepare for the operational maintenance needs of the new designated outdoor refreshment area. Here to share a few words this evening, if they're still here, and I thank them for doing so, are Tal Hutchins and Ron Jenkins, residents with the original DORA plan. Tal, are you still available?
Yes. What do you guys need to meet? Yeah, we're here.
Okay, so Mr. Hutchins, I'm going to have to unmute you at one point, or you're unmuted at this time, and then when you finish speaking, I will unmute Mr. Jenkins because we're getting feedback when you're both unmuted at the same time, okay?
Okay.
All right, sir, thank you. Mr. Hutchins, you can go ahead and speak, please.
All right. Thank you, President Hardin and Councilman Remy. We thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I'll be very brief. It's been a long meeting for you as well as us. We've watched the whole thing pretty much. Councilman Remy, thank you for coming out to our condos. Park's Edge was in attendance. We handed in the petitions. We had residents from Burnham Square as well as North Bank. I think we gave you a petition of over 300 signatures in regards to this DORA. Most of the residents support the DORA. We really appreciate the compromise that appears to have been reached, I guess if it's voted in. We want to protect our streets around our condos. We want to protect McPherson Commons Park, which is a gem. Many of the residents expressed concerns, even though they support the DORA. The park is a family-friendly area. It's a buffer to all of the activities in the Arena District, and we just couldn't see any reason why we would lose our park to the DORA and have the open drinking in the park when it's used by families, by office workers during their lunch hours. So we are so grateful that you took time to listen to us. I think you came out July 13th and listened to probably nearly 100 of us who expressed themselves. And when we saw the amendment, we were very much pleased. So thank you for that. I hope it all goes well. If there are questions, we're more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins. We appreciate that. Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, can you hear me? I'll mute. Hello, can you hear me here?
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, thank you again. And Councilman, we really appreciated your appearance here and speaking with the residents. I'm assuming now that what you're voting on is the revised DORA plan, which includes Nationwide Boulevard and the areas north, but nothing south. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, terrific. Because the in entertainment and sporting event area with restaurants and bars is on Nationwide Boulevard and the streets north. However, south of Nationwide Boulevard, there are no restaurants and there are no bars. And in the area between Neal and Avenue and West Street, also there are no public restrooms. However, there are homes, 380 condos in North Bank, Park's Edge West, Park's Edge East, Park, and soon to be completed Park Edge North and Burnham Square with close to 1,000 residents. There's a beautiful park, McPherson Commons, and my friend Tal has talked about that. It's 2.9 acres dedicated in 2000 and named in honor of the president of Nationwide Insurance, whose leadership forever changed this area we know as Arena District. The park is an important green area, very well maintained by Columbus Parks and Recreation. And it's used for all those activities that Tal just talked about. It's a city park, and it has always followed the rules, as all city parks do, about alcoholic beverages. On the dedication stone at the beginning of the entrance to the park, it states that it's a place for contemplation. This beautiful park serves as a green buffer space between Nationwide Boulevard and the high activity there and the residential area, which is south of Nationwide. We've lived here at Parks Edge West since June of 2017, and before the pandemic enjoyed the 5 or 6 events that were held downtown each year, including the Marathon in Pelotonia, as well as Red, White, and Boom. Of course, everyone does, but that's 5 or 6 events. However, the original plans for Dora had included the area south of Nationwide Boulevard and for activities at the Clippers games, the Jackets, the Blue Jackets, the Columbus Crew. That's over 132 games a year, plus concerts and other events in the Nationwide area. That meant that this area would be used 170 days a year and changes our neighborhood significantly. So, and plus the fact that Dora begins 3 hours before any games, so like a baseball game that starts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, people are going to be using Dora from 11 a.m. in the morning until midnight. So it's really important to keep it contained to the area on Nationwide Boulevard and to the areas, to the bars and restaurants that are just north of that. We are excited and we fully support this revised plan, which is Nationwide Boulevard from the arena, Nationwide Arena down to the soccer stadium and the areas north, and keep it out of the areas south of Nationwide Boulevard, especially as McPherson comments. And we respect and we support that new revised plan and very much appreciate your attention to our concerns about it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jenkins. Appreciate that this evening. I'd like to thank the Director Mike Stevens, and Assistant Director Rory McGinnis for the work that they put into this application and the work surrounding accommodating the requests that the public made. I think it's an exciting opportunity for our community, Columbus being a vibrant area in this entertainment district. So if there are no questions from my comments, or questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage. Second. By voice.
Clerk, please call the roll by voice.
Ms. Brown? Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Dorrance?
Yes.
Ms. Favor?
Yes.
Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson? Yes. President Hart?
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance 1987-2021 to authorize the Director of Department of Development to enter into a dual rates jobs growth incentive agreement with Flight Safety International, Inc. for a term of up to 5 consecutive years in consideration of the company's proposed capital investment of $900,000 and creation of 113 net new full-time permanent positions with an estimated annual payroll of approximately $10,130,000. The Columbus Department of Development is proposing to enter into a dual rate jobs growth incentive with Flight Safety International in an amount equal to 25% of the City of Columbus income tax withheld on the Columbus payroll of new employees and 30% of the City of Columbus income tax payroll with Columbus payroll of new employees who are also City of Columbus residents for at the end of each year for a term of up to 5 years. Flight Safety International proposes investing total project costs of approximately $900,000 in furniture and fixtures to relocate their headquarter operations to the existing training facility located at 4010 Bridgeway Avenue in Columbus. The company will create 113 net new full-time permanent positions with an annual payroll of $10,130,000 and retain 32 full-time permanent positions with an annual payroll of $6,784,416 at the project site. As Columbus continues to grow and attract new residents, we must be strategic in bringing new good-paying jobs to our city. So with these 113 new jobs, all paying over $37 an hour, this is certainly a gain for the residents of the City of Columbus. Here to share a few words this evening, we have Mindy Drummond, the Chief Administrative Officer for Flight Safety International. Thank you so much for still being here this evening, Mindy. We appreciate it. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to tell our story this evening. With me is our Executive Vice President and General Counsel, Marie Martin, and we're very excited to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of Flight Safety. Flight Safety International is a Berkshire Hathaway company and is the world's premier professional aviation training company and supplier of flight simulators, visual systems, and displays to commercial, government, and military organizations. We have over 4,300 employees around the world. Since our founding in 1951, Flight Safety has provided training for pilots, technicians, and other aviation professionals from 167 countries and independent territories. Flight Safety operates the world's largest fleet of advanced full-flight simulators at learning centers and training locations in the US, Canada, France, and the UK. We plan to locate to an existing 35,000 square foot facility here locally. Flight Safety commits to retain the 32 existing full-time permanent corporate positions in addition to those that are in our current learning center here in Columbus. The associated payroll for those 32 is $6,784,416. We also commit to create 113 new full-time permanent positions at the project site with an associated new annual payroll of approximately $130,000 within the first 4 years of operation. As I shared, Flight Safety has locations across the country, but we are in an urgent need to continue to expand our operations as we continue on our growth trajectory. Our decision for a location was very dependent upon being part of a dynamic, growing business community that is rich in talent and will continue to enable our growth. We are grateful for the job growth incentive as this contributes significantly to the cost advantage of Columbus. We know from our own personal experience that Columbus is a great place to work, live, and raise a family. Our local employees feel the exact same way, and we're certain any employee who moves to Columbus will also find it welcoming and a dynamic city. We also expect some current staff to relocate to Columbus over time. Columbus is affordable, has an abundance of amenities to attract our talent, and is culturally diverse. We're very excited to share with all of you that we were recently recognized by Forbes as one of America's best mid-sized employers of 2021. And in fact, we're number 45 out of the top 500 and having high engagement with our employees around the world. We are actively involved in the aviation industry and specifically with groups such as the National Business Aviation Association, the General Aviation Maintenance Association, the National Aerospace Association, and Women in Aviation, just to name a few. We are honored to be able to share our story with all of you this evening and have a great gratitude for the consideration you are giving to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Drummond. Congratulations, and we welcome your headquarters moving to Columbus, so thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Pass.
Next, I have ordinance 2067, 2021, to authorize the Director of Development to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Campus Partners for Community Urban Redevelopment to outline the certain commitments of the city and campus partners related to the 15 and High Development Project and public infrastructure improvements and to declare an emergency. The purpose of this ordinance is to authorize the Director of Development enter into a memorandum of understanding with Campus Partners for Community Urban Redevelopment to outline the certain commitments relating to the redevelopment of plus or minus 9-acre district in the vicinity of 15th Avenue and High Street that will include new commercial office, restaurant, retail space, hotel, residential, and a public parking structure. In addition to the other public infrastructure improvements that include the reconnection of side streets to High Street, the transformation of Pearl Alley into a pedestrian alley, and public utility work. As part of a public-private partnership and pursuant to Ordinance 2888, 2014, approved by Council on December 8, 2014, the city created the University TIF generally between High Street and Pearl Alley to the west and east and Lane Avenue and Chittenden Avenue to the north and south as described on Exhibit A of the TIF ordinance. The city and campus partners entered into a tax increment financing agreement dated September 15, 2016 as authorized by Ordinance 644, 2016, approved by Council on June 6, 2016, to provide revenue generated from parcels within the TIF area for reimbursement of certain public infrastructure improvements at 15 and High. Let's see here. The city and campus partners recognize that those service payments are still necessary to provide adequate financing for the 15th and High public infrastructure improvements. Therefore, the city and campus partners have agreed to enter into this MOU regarding the compensation of those service payments. The Department of Development will submit through the city's 2022 capital improvement budget, a request for the funding of the sum of $1,358,395 for the anticipated loss of the service payments. Subsequently to the availability of funding from the 2022 CIB payment will be made in accordance with terms outlined in a subsequent agreement between the city and campus partners, which will be subject to approval by City Council. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Next, I have ordinance 2069, 2021, to authorize the Department of Development to enter into a memorandum of understanding with The Ohio State University and/or other OSU affiliated entities to outline the plans and certain commitments of the city and the university related to the proposed development of the real property located between Kinney Road to the east, North Star Road to the west, Lane Avenue to the north, and the southern boundary of the parcels south of Kinnear Road within the city between Kinney Road and North Star Road, and to declare an emergency. The purpose of this ordinance is to, well, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this over to our speaker this evening because I think she's going to cover a lot of this information in the background. And then if she misses anything or I want to add anything, I will do that. So tonight I'm pleased to have Dr. Grace Wong, the Executive Vice President of the Ohio State University. Thank you for remaining with us this evening. Dr. Wong, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Council Chair Remy, President Harding, and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity tonight to speak about this exciting development. I know it's getting late, so let me go to our proposal for the Innovation District. And for the development of this Innovation District, our proposal has three components. The first is construction of the new sewer and water lines on Innovation District. The total cost is $21 million, and it will enable 250 acres of new development. The second component of our proposal is 30-year non-school TIF, and we estimate that there will be over $1.7 billion of new taxable value when the Innovation District is fully built out. And that will reimburse the City of Columbus's sewer and water construction cost, OSU design cost, roadways and utility extension internal to the district, the cost of district transit center, and cost of parking garages. And the third component of this is the 25-year GCTI. We expect over $800 million of annual salaries when the Innovation District is fully built out at the end of 25 years. And our proposal is the city retains 60% of the JCTI and the remaining 40% goes to OSU. And I want to emphasize the 40% of JCTI will be used to incentivize new companies to come to the district, and these companies will not come to the City of Columbus for additional incentives. So here are the benefits of this proposal. First, the Innovation District is expected to generate about 10,000 to 12,000 net new jobs when it's fully built out at the end of 25 years. And beyond that, we know that the Innovation District will help develop our city into a technology hub, which will be recognized across the country, attract companies and talent to our city. So it will create new jobs, accelerate economic growth way beyond the boundaries of our Innovation District in our city. And also, we are thrilled to launch a partnership among Columbus City Schools, Ohio State, and also Columbus State Community College. We will focus on preparing the future workforce in science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, and medicine, and we call this STEAM Rising Columbus. So this partnership will increase the CCS students' access to curriculum in STEAM fields and also support more youth in our city to pursue 2-year and 4-year colleges and also STEAM careers in the future. So we will first pilot in regions 3 and 6 to benefit about 14,600 CCS students within the next 2 years. And here is another large benefit of Innovation District. The development of the Innovation District will last about 2 decades. It will provide opportunities for individuals and businesses in the construction field to work on this 320-acre site for the next 20 years. It will help to support households, families, and businesses in our city for the next 2 decades. And so before I close, I also want to emphasize Ohio State's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We will make all efforts to recruit and hire at least 30% minority, women-owned, and disadvantaged businesses during the development of Innovation District. We are also strongly committed to the 20% affordable housing. So with that, Council Chair Remy, President Harding, and council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to present this exciting development. I would like to recognize my colleague, Associate Vice President at Ohio State, Trudy Barkley here. Trudy and I would like to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wong. Appreciate both you and Trudy being here this evening so late. It's an exciting project to partner with Ohio State, allow Ohio State to let this area grow through a jobs incentive, and take the development piece out of the hands of the city of Columbus. No longer will we be responsible in this to provide individual incentives to companies that might be brought in, and the plans are intensive. 12,000 jobs for the region. Very, very exciting, and certainly we will not be providing any services associated with it as well, because this will be considered part of campus. Did learn something about STEAM. Used to be STEM, but now it's STEAM. It's science, technology, engineering, art, mathematics, and medicine. So thank you for the collaboration with Columbus City Schools and Columbus State. This is a very important work that's near and dear to many people on this council's heart. Can I throw it to Director Stevens if you have anything additional to add on this particular piece? This is a big piece of legislation, and just want to make sure that we covered all the bases.
Thank you, Chair Remy, members of council. This is a significant investment in a transformational job center. We appreciate the support and the partnership with the university, especially around highlighting opportunities for our residents to take advantage of the development of the STEAM curriculum that will be employing individuals out at the Innovation District. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Stevens. I know that Councilmember Tyson.
Thank you, Councilman Remy. I'm excited about this project, but more importantly, I am very excited about my understanding the commitment from the Ohio State University to focus on Black girls, and would certainly like to continue to get more information regarding that commitment to making sure that our girls are involved in the STEAM curriculum, and I'm helping them to move forward. So I look forward to this project and more information regarding the work for Black girls. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. Councilmember Faber.
Thank you, Chair Remy. Just want to take this opportunity to uplift the huge opportunity around the STEAM initiatives and partnership with Columbus City Schools, and further charge the Ohio State University as well as our folks at the district to ensure that we're doing everything that we can to prepare our teachers to be ready to educate our students in this capacity as quickly as possible. I think the timeline was right around 5 years, but anything we can do to capture students that are already enrolled in our schools, exposing them, providing opportunities for STEAM for them right now. I think this is an amazing project, but I don't want to miss students that won't be able to take advantage of this opportunity because of the time it will take to prepare teachers to be ready to teach. So Once again, thank you, Chair Remy. Great work. Looking forward to the partnership, but just definitely want to underscore the need to elevate the preparation of our students to take advantage of it.
And once again, to highlight the affordable housing component of this, which is important to all of us, and then, of course, your commitment to diversity and inclusion for the construction work and certainly moving forward. So are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you very much. Next, I have ordinance 2075-2021 to authorize the city clerk to enter into a grant agreement with the Greater Columbus Arts Council in support of City Pulse, the Young Professionals Guide to Columbus, and to authorize an appropriation and expenditure within the Job Growth Subfund. This ordinance authorizes the city clerk to enter into a grant agreement with the GCAC in support of City Pulse, the Young Professionals Guide to Columbus. City Pulse is a publication of the Columbus Young Professionals Club and focuses on the neighborhoods of the city as well as workplaces that are ideal to grow a career. City Pulse shows young professionals how to explore the expanding metropolis, where to give back, and introduces to one another residents who are working to make Columbus even stronger. Columbus Young Professionals and GCAC will utilize funding to produce 3 publications: the Young Professionals Guide to Columbus, City Pulse Guide to the Arts, City Pulse Guide to the Columbus Charities, as well as localized neighborhood maps. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move first to waive second reading.
Clerk, please call the row.
Ms. Brown.
By voice.
By voice.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry. I did. Mr. Brown? Yes. Mr. Dorans? Yes. Ms. Faber? Yes. Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson? Yes. President Harden.
Yep.
Now I move for passage by voice, please.
Clerk, please call the row by voice.
Ms. Brown? Mr. Brown? Yes. Mr. Dorans? Yes. Ms. Faber? Yes. Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson? Yes. President Harden.
Passed.
This next piece is very important to me as it relates to my Cleaner Columbus initiative. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't ask to move to environment. We're past the formalities
yes,
now.
Yes, we are. Go ahead,
I apologize. All right, this next piece is very important to me as it relates to my Cleaner Columbus initiative. Cleaner Columbus is a multi-pronged initiative aimed at engaging the Columbus community through community education, employment opportunity, volunteerism, and engaging our youth to promote and create cleaner, healthier neighborhoods throughout the city of Columbus. This ordinance will create $500 grants that will be accessible to youth groups to collect litter in identified areas of Columbus. Therefore, I have ordinance 2095-2021 to authorize the Director of Department of Public Service to enter into a grant agreement with Partners Achieving Community Transformation, PACT, in support of the Cleaner Columbus Youth Grant Program, to authorize an appropriation and expenditure within the Job Growth Subfund and to declare an emergency. Recognizing the increase in litter and debris throughout the city of Columbus neighborhoods, it is imperative that we engage Columbus youth as often as possible during our efforts to create a cleaner Columbus. The focus of PACT is to engage youth groups, including sports teams, cheer squads, scout units, chess clubs, and service academic and civic organizations to collect litter and debris at various locations in the Hilltop, Linden, Near East Side, Far East Side, South Side, and Northland neighborhoods during the summer and fall of 2021. Participants will be required to be supervised by a parent or parent-approved adult. Groups will earn a minimum of $500 per area assigned by the City of Columbus. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Faber, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Pass.
And finally, Council President, may I move to rules and reference?
Please.
Thanks. And rules and reference this evening, I have 1967-2021 to repeal Section 2325, 60.62 of the Columbus City Codes pertaining to open containers and to declare an emergency. In order for the City of Columbus to consider the creation of a designated outdoor refreshment area as provided for in ORC 4301.82, Columbus City Code Section 2325.62 must be aligned with state law or be repealed. Emergency action is requested to allow this ordinance to be repealed in order to abate an immediate conflict with the Ohio Revised Code. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
And
Passed.
that is all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Small and Minority Business Committee. I chair that committee. Tonight in this committee, we have ordinance 2029-2021 to authorize the appropriation and expenditure of up to $1 million in the Columbus JED Revenue Fund to authorize the Director of Department of Development to enter into a non-for-profit service contract with the Economic and Community Development Institute for the purpose of launching the Columbus Small Business Response and Recovery Program 2.0, revolving loan fund and grant fund to provide immediate access to capital to small businesses in Columbus, Ohio, and to authorize the expenditure of up to $1 million from the Columbus JED Revenue Fund and to declare an emergency. This legislation authorizes the Director of Department of Development to enter into contract for up to $1 million with ECDI for the purpose of launching the Columbus Small Business Recovery Program 2.0, revolving loan fund grant fund. Through this loan fund, ECDI will provide immediate access to capital to small businesses in Columbus, Ohio, including within underserved communities. Are there any questions or comments? Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Second. Clerk, please call the row. There was a second. Okay. Passed. Next ordinance is 2032-2021 to authorize the Director of Development to execute a contract with Venture Suite LLC in an amount of up to $400,000 to support the development of a safe space for underrepresented founders and freelancers to share open office space, to weigh the competitive bidding requirements of Columbus City Code, Chapter 329, to authorize a transfer within the general fund in an amount of up to $400,000, to authorize the expenditure of $400,000 from the general fund, and to declare an emergency. Venture Suite is a Black-owned and operated small business incubator, workforce training, and office space in the King Lincoln neighborhood. They will be providing residents with a host of workshops and classes to drive jobs in IT and create new enterprises. Many of us have heard about the abysmal diversity numbers in the technology and startup space. I'm excited that this council is funding an organization that can begin to move the needle. The council is funding an organization that is more inclusive and helps to support a prosperous local economy. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed. The next ordinance is 2033-2021 to authorize the Director of Development to execute a grant agreement with Columbus Fashion Initiative in an amount up to $300,000 towards efforts to unify and strengthen Columbus fashion ecosystem, focusing on the Franklinton community. To authorize a transfer within the general fund in an amount up to $300,000, to authorize an expenditure of $300,000 from the general fund, and to declare an emergency. The Columbus Fashion Alliance is a local nonprofit that supports the launch and growth of fashion-based businesses and works to lower the barriers of access for anyone looking to get into the business of fashion. CFI looks to advance Columbus' position as a fashion capital by supporting the entire fashion ecosystem from fabric and printmakers to suppliers and distributors, boutique retailers to large retail chains. I'm excited to see this legislation move forward so the Columbus Fashion Alliance can provide training and educational opportunities, access to industrial printmaking and design materials, as well as continue to serve as a hub for creators. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Next, we have ordinance 2082-2021 to authorize a grant agreement between the city clerk and the Ohio State University Center of Innovation Strategies in support of On-Ramp, to authorize the appropriation and expenditure within the Jobs Growth Fund and to declare an emergency. On-Ramp is a program run by Ohio State Fisher College of Business's Center of Innovation Strategies. This program will pair students with entrepreneur support organizations and external businesses. Students will provide consulting services to these organizations. The program will focus on strengthening the economic fabric of historically disinvested neighborhoods. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
The next two ordinances are the same program, so I'm going to read both of their titles and then ask Director Stevens to say a few words. 2087-2021 is to authorize the Director of Development to enter into a nonprofit service contract with Tony R. Wells Foundation in an amount up to $4,500,000 to provide fiscal agent and other services as part of the 2021 Columbus-Franklin County Small Business Response and Recovery Fund, and to pay for expenses starting March 3rd, 2021, to authorize the Director of Development to modify the terms and conditions of the not-for-profit service contract if necessary to comply with federal guidelines without seeking further City Council approval, and to authorize the city of expenditure of up to $4,500,000 of ARP funds from the Recovery Fund and to declare an emergency. We also have Ordinance 2096-2021 to authorize the Director of Development to enter into into a sub-recipient agreement with the Columbus State Community College through their Small Business Development Center in an amount up to $500,000 of Federal American Rescue Plan Act funds to provide program management services for the 2021 Columbus-Franklin County Small Business Program. And to pay for expenses starting March 3rd, 2021, to authorize the Director of Development to modify the terms and conditions of the not-for-profit service contract if necessary to comply with federal guidelines without seeking further City Council approval, to authorize the expenditure up to $500,000 of ARPA funds from the Recovery Fund and to declare an emergency. Director Stevens, would you like to sum up these two ordinances?
Thank you, President Hardin. These two ordinances will continue the small business grant program that we started last year in the middle of the pandemic using CARES dollars. The Wells Foundation will actually be the fiscal agent that actually makes the payment of grants to the small businesses. The Small Business Development Center at Columbus State will help facilitate the application process, as well as coordinate the technical assistance that's going to be provided to these small businesses. We're going to use the same model of grant review that we used last year, made up of small business leaders as well as city staff to identify which applicants received the grant. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Bet you there aren't any. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? I move for passage on ordinance 2087-2021. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed. Are there any questions from my colleagues on ordinance 2096-2021? I move for passage. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Ordinances are passed. Finally, before moving on to the Rules and Reference Committee, I'd like to go to Ordinance 2090-2021 in the Small and Minority Business Committee on first reading. 2090-2021 is to authorize the Director of Development to execute a grant agreement with the Greater Columbus Convention and Visitor Bureau Center, DBA Experience Columbus, in the amount of up to $250,000 for the provision of the Diversity Apprenticeship Program, to authorize a transfer within the general fund in an amount of up to $250,000, to authorize an expenditure of up to $250,000 from the general fund. As the travel industry begins to recover from the effects of the pandemic, the diversity levels remain stagnant, and the need to create a more inclusive workforce, as well as the need for more leadership opportunities for minorities in this industry, has emerged. The Diversity Apprenticeship Program is designed to address these issues by providing participants hands-on, on-the-job experience working across multiple departments, i.e. marketing, sales, finance, etc., in travel industry organizations. Are there any questions by my colleagues? Seeing none, I move to waive second reading. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Waived, and I move for passage. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed. Now, moving into the final committee of this morning's meeting, I have 3 ordinances left in the Rules and Reference Committee. First, I would ask Clerk Blevins to read the title of Ordinance 2019-2021.
To amend chapters 105, 107, 111, 115, 121, 123, 125, 127, 129, 133, 135, 139, 143, 149, 151, 153, 157, 161, 163, 165, 169, 171, 173, 217, 227, 229, 321, 325, 328, 329, 335, 361, 362, 371, 375, 376, 501, 505, 517, 523, 524, 525, 535, 540, 541, 550, 551, 555, 559, 573, 585, 586, 587, 589, 591, 592, 593, 594, 598, 701, 703, 705, 707, 709, 713, 715, 901, 902, 905, 909, 910, 911, 912, 915, 917, 919, 921, 924, 1101, 1103, 1105, 1111, 1113, 1115, 1133, 1137, 1139, 1141, 1145, 1147, 1149, 1150, 1153, 1160, 1162, 1167, 1305, 1501, 1505, 1507, 1713, 1903, 1905, 1907, 1909, 1921, 1925, 1927, 1929, 1933, 1941, 2101, 2105, 2107, 2109, 2111, 2113, 2115, 2131, 2133, 2137, 2139, 2150, 2151, 2155, 2173, 2301, 2303, 2305, 2307, 2309, 2313, 2315, 2317, 2319, 2321, 2323, 2325, 2327, 2329, 2331, 2501, 2502, 2504, 2513, 2519, 2534, 2551, 2592, 2596, 2901, 2905, 2907, 2909, 2911, 2925, 2937, 2937 again, 3101, 3103, 3115, 3116, 3117, 3118, 3119, 3120, 3124, 3303, 3305, 3310, 3311, 3312, 3320, 3323, 3325, 3333, 3347, 3357, 3363, 3370, 3372, 3373, 3381, 3382, 3387, 3390, 3392, 3515, 3517, 4101, 4103, 4105, 4107, 4109, 4111, 4113, 4114, 4115, 4116, 4123, 4125, 4301, 4303, 4307, 4501, 4503, 4505, 4507, 4509, 4523, 4525, 4527, 4529, 4551, 4561, 4701, 4703, and 4705 of the Columbus City Codes to make technical changes to the entirety of the Columbus City Codes reflecting gender inclusivity and updated language, and to eliminate any inconsistencies or conflicts with the Ohio Revised Code, and to declare an emergency.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that assist. We blame the City Attorney's Office for making us write and read that title like that. Right. I want to thank Chris Maitland, Adam Freeman, and most importantly, Council's 2021 summer interns for this project. Our interns went through all of our city's code looking for this language. They did an amazing job. We had a public hearing on this, and to speak about his team's work is Chris Maitland. Chris, the floor is yours.
The council members for bringing late night sessions from my previous life in Albany. Ordinance 2019-2021, also known as the Columbus City Code Modernization Project, updates Columbus City Code by removing gendered terms such as fireman, chairman, and manhole from Columbus City Code, and replaces them with gender-neutral language such as firefighter, chairperson, and maintenance hole. The ordinance also removes gendered subject pronouns such as he and she, object pronouns such as him and her, and possessive pronouns such as his and hers, and replaces them with gender-neutral descriptions. It also removes outdated language such as the use of the word alien or use of the word mentally retarded from Columbus City Code, and replaces them with terms more commonly used. The language also makes technical changes to ensure that our Columbus City Code is consistent with Ohio Revised Code. These are technical changes. There are no operational changes to the laws of Columbus. As the title shows, there were a lot of changes that needed to be made. But this is a very important step for the city of Columbus to follow in suit with a lot of other cities, states, countries, even private institutions and universities who are updating their code to make sure that all people are reflected in things from such as offenses or positions such as council members. I just briefly want to thank our interns from Ohio State University who are not only in members' offices but also the LRO Community Engagement and Communications offices. Just quickly, I will list them: Baba Amph, Brandon Bishop, Laura Godini, Henry Halverson, Zeta Jenkins, Lauren Lewis, Kailash Mishra, Mitchell Pinsky, Luke Camilo Delamonte, and Ryan Redding. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Maitland. Councilman Remy.
Thank you so much. Just want to say great job. You know, there's a lot of tedious things that need to be done, throughout our charter and our code, our city code. And so to have this group of very bright individuals do this type of work, it's very tedious, as you saw in the reading of the title, to get through it all. But just thank you for leading that effort, and thank you to the entire intern team for getting it done. This is important stuff. Thank you.
I would note also that I think our interns made a recommendation that we go even further in the future, and there's still work to be done. Would you speak to that really quickly?
Sure. One of the things we mentioned is the use of the word master plan that the interns mentioned, and we use that for many things, as many cities do. Think of maybe a different word for master plan, maybe central plan or comprehensive plan. We didn't make the change here due to the fact that there are existing plans. We didn't want to make sure that there were no operational changes to what we're doing as a city, but that's maybe an area that we can look at.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maitland. Again, thank you to our interns. Are there any other questions or comments? That's awesome. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Hart.
Passed. Next ordinance is 2026-2021 to repeal existing Title 39 of the Columbus City Codes and to enact new Title 39 in order to establish the Diversity and Inclusion Code and to provide for the operation of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. On July 31st, 2019, Columbus City Council accepted the findings of the 2019 disparity study and requested the Office of Diversity and Inclusion to develop an implementation plan to address the disparities found within the study. As part of the implementation plan, we are changing two sections of Columbus City Code. First, this ordinance repeals and replaces Title 39 of Columbus City Code. Title 39 specifically defines the responsibilities and powers of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. I move for passage. Clerk, please call the roll. I apologize. First, I move to amend as submitted to the clerk. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Amended. Now I move for passage. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson. President Harden.
Passed. Lastly, I have ordinance 2074-2021 to amend various sections and enact new sections Chapter 3 of Chapter 329 of the Columbus City Code in order to modify the City of Columbus construction pre-qualification requirements, implement policy recommendations from the 2019 disparity study, provide for additional due process protection for business entities facing debarment, and declare an emergency. Ordinance 2074-2021 amends Chapter 329 of the Columbus City Code to implement recommendations from the disparity study and to bridge historic disparities in how the city buys goods and services. The changes made in this section are designed to ensure non-discrimination in the award and administration of contracts, to create a level playing field on which diverse suppliers can compete fairly for contracts, and to tailor the city's minority and women business programs and small business programs to align with case law. Additionally, this legislation alters the makeup of the construction pre-qualification program. As a part of the disparity study qualitative research, Mason Tillman discovered that numerous firms found the pre-qualification process to be a barrier to construction contracts. In addition to implementing small and local business enterprise policies, this ordinance amends the pre-qualification code to better serve minority and women-owned business enterprises, as well as workers on large construction projects. I would just like to recognize and thank Councilmember Dorns for his work on this ordinance, as well as his aide, his team, and as well as my aide, Zach Davidson, who put many, many hours into getting us this far. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
In bold, it says end of meeting. That brings us to the end of this evening's agenda. I want to thank everyone for sticking with us this evening. I move to recess this meeting. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Meeting is in recess. We're going to move to non-agenda speakers.